In Dragon City, a 10-story high stone tower stood in the southwest of the city, creating a district with it as the center. This stone tower seemed ordinary, but if mages came here, they would see that it was the center of a huge magic formation that let out strong energy fluctuations. This was the magic area of Dragon City. The stone tower was the mage tower built by Nola, as a dragon that only needed divinity to ignite her divine fire to become a demigod dragon. Nola was actually very strong. Just the way she lost her body and the fact that she encountered Louis made her seem to look weak. However, whether it was on the main continent or even in the dragon community, her name as the Queen of Calamity was quite infamous. 1,000 years ago, she used her magic powers to ravage the continent and destroy many countries. Although Nola's strength was greatly reduced due to losing her body, she was still a dragon. Normal legendary rank powerhouses would not even dare to compete with her. Moreover, Louis's boon from the divine authority of magic provided her with a lot of knowledge of spells. At the moment, in terms of knowledge of spells, not many could compete against her. The stone tower was a mage tower that Nola had built, but because of her greed for treasures, she usually lived in Louis's palace and rarely came to his tower. The mage tower was the center of the magic area and was surrounded by stores selling spell materials and other items. Louis had also brought the foundational ingredient that could create mages. As long as a person had talent, they could try to become a mage apprentice. With the number of raw materials that Louis had, he could afford to waste some. Once the magic network was rebuilt in the future, the number of mages would greatly increase, and with the number of raw materials in Dragon City, the speed of training mages would exceed other forces. These potions were generally for training apprentice mages, and a mage could only have a few disciples, making it quite clear how precious it was. But Louis did not care at all and trained mages in large batches. Mages normally looked upon talent when choosing disciples. If they saw how wasteful Louis was, they would probably vomit blood. Most of the mage apprentices in Dragon City had normal levels of talent and would probably stay as a low-ranking mage in their lifetime. These people would normally never qualify to become disciples, but Louis wasn't stingy with the supply of potions. He could be called rich and generous. Louis did not think much about this. The more mages Dragon City had, the more the benefits. A large number of mages could serve the city's service industry. They could open roads, build bridges, and were truly proficient in a lot of things. They were also self-aware that they did not have much talent, so they were willing to sincerely stay in Dragon City and provide their spells for the convenience of the people. In these batches of mages, there would always be one or two geniuses that stood out. Dragon City would strongly cultivate these people to manage other mages. In the future, they might even become famous legendary rank mages. Low-ranking mages also have their own wonderful use. Among all low-ranking spells, Fireball is the most lethal. Its structure is relatively simple. As long as they learn this spell and apply it skillfully, even low-ranking mages can join the Mage Corps and provide a better war outcome. On the battlefield, hundreds of low-ranking mages casting Fireball together posed little threat to true powerhouses, but it was deadly against an army. In Dragon City's magic district, Louis held his daughter's little hand and smiled as he introduced to her the situation of mages in the city. A broken basso Alexia, you should not look down on these low-leveled mages that you could kill with a dragon breath. They are the killers in the army and perfectly play the role of an artillery. In the future, you have to continue to train mages. Do not worry about the lack of resources to raise low-ranking mages. I will provide you with sufficient raw materials for the foundational magic potion. Louis tightened his grip on his daughter's small hand as they leisurely walked side by side in this quiet area. There weren't many people in Dragon City's magic area, even the people walking around dressed in mage robes. Many mages from other countries and regions had also decided to live in Dragon City. As the main continent's largest gold mine, mages would also come here to have fun, and required money. As a result, the city had also become one of the continent's famous magic materials trading spots. The lord of the city was Louis, who was also a dragon, so he did not play around like humans. As a result, some black markets and even dark goods would also be traded here. Louis turned a blind eye and did not care, as long as they paid their taxes. In any case, Louis had a part of the divine authority of magic. If mages truly came to find trouble, Louis would teach them what it meant to be unable to leave. When the magic network is completed, the power of mages in Dragon City will be further enhanced. I am looking forward to it, but the power of the goddess of magic will also increase greatly, which isn't really something I want to see considering our dispute over the divine authority. Louis muttered under his breath. However, he still looked forward to the completion of the magic network. If the magic network was like a group, then as someone who possessed a part of the divine authority of magic, he was equivalent to an administrator. Although the rules were still established by the owner, Louis still had some privileges. Thus, Louis also had an idea. In terms of specialization and ability of spells, he was far behind the goddess of magic, so Louis decided to go off the edge. Since it was impossible to perform thousands of variations of spells, then mastering one spell with Louis's divine authority was possible. He could wield the privileges of the magic network and create mage killers. Louis decided to wait for the establishment of the magic network. Then he would bestow a few divine magic spells as an experiment on his believers. This divine magic would not have much of an effect other than depriving mages of the right to use the magic network. Then as long as the mages themselves were weak, they would almost have no resistance. Louis's priests would then become the enemy of mages. Since it was impossible to make magic theirs, then it was better to specialize in drying out mages. If I study the divine authority of magic carefully, I may be able to create an extraordinary divine art that could go against spells. It can even work against gods, especially the goddess of magic. This was the main reason why gods did not want their divine authorities to be fragmented. If a powerful rival god were to obtain a part of their divine authority, it was possible to study a way to counter or even replace them. That was why and how divine wars started. Louis even fantasized about pulling down the goddess of magic from her throne and temporarily replacing her as the god of magic. Even if the time was short, Louis would be able to temporarily control the magic network. When that day came, Louis would have enough weight to stop the divine war. But that was still long into the future. Louis could only try to imagine it now. Magic network? I have knowledge about it in what you gave me, but I don't know what it is. Alexia cocked her head. Her voice was clear, and her eyes were puzzled while showing a cute and naive expression. She would only show such a cute and childish expression in front of her parents. The magic network has already disappeared for 30,000 years. It's normal that you don't know what it is. Only a few mages in the current era know about its existence. When the goddess of magic ascends to her throne, the first thing she would do is reconstruct the magic network. Once the magic network covers the world, then she will become a powerful god. Mages would change hugely and also find casting spells to be much easier. But this has no harm to us. On the contrary, there are only benefits. It will make it less difficult to train mages, as well as reduce the number of resources consumed. As for the consumed resources, the goddess of magic and the magic network will help us pay for it. Louis ruffled his daughter's moonlight-like hair and laughed warmly. Father God, do you have a grudge against the goddess of magic? If her magic network is established and becomes a powerful god, won't it be harmful to you? Alexia voiced her worry. She knew that her father and the goddess of magic would definitely fight over the divine authority. In the face of high-tier divine power, humans and ordinary gods were nothing. No need to worry, Alexia. You don't need to think about responding to the establishment of the magic network. Even the gods could not stop the goddess of magic. This is part of her duty and mission. A broken bar, and this is even better. Previously, she had created it with complete divine authority, but now, a portion is in my hands. Once she builds the magic network, I would be able to spy on her. Once she finishes building her magic network, I would have already created divine magic that could counter her magic network. By then, she would not know what hit her. With that, I would have the chance to make her lower her head and negotiate peace with me. Louis sneered. With his pride as a dragon and a god, he treated the goddess of magic as if she was nothing. Alexia looked at Louis adoringly. Her eyes could not help but glitter like the stars. Her face flushed with excitement from Louis's bold words. This was her beloved father god. Even in the face of the goddess of magic, he was not afraid and even began to calculate how to counteract the other side's means. The little elf dragon thought with pride. Okay, Alexia, the magic network is not established overnight. Who knows how long until she can do so. Louis patted his daughter, causing her to come back to her senses. The elf dragon elegantly lifted her skirt and performed the ancient elven salute. Then she grabbed her father's hand and cheerfully followed him into the mage tower. Individuals from children to young adults flocked through the doors of the tower. Unlike many of the magical establishments on the main continent, the average ages of the people here were significantly low, and only official Dragon City mages were counted among their numbers. The tower itself had been constructed by Nola and handed over to Marches. Louis walked into the tower with Alexia, causing a stir among the mages present. After all, how could any of them be unaware about their lord? These apprentices and mages were filled with excitement when they saw Louis and respectfully greeted, "Your Highness Louis, Lady Alexia." The interior of the brightly lit mage tower went quiet. Pairs of eyes turned to Louis and Alexia as people stopped whatever they were doing and expressed their admiration of their lord and future queen. A mage peeked at Alexia, the child of their lord. Everyone in Dragon City was curious. They were aware of Alexia's existence, but only a few people had seen her. Although the little elf dragon maiden was young and tender, she was already a charming beauty. Both men and women were inwardly moved upon seeing her. Powerful emotions surged in their hearts, and they secretly exclaimed that she was truly worthy of being a child of gods. Her glowing brilliance was unlike ordinary elves. Everyone was dazzled and captivated by her charms. "Humphrey," Alexia grunted, feeling unhappy about the human gazes. Although there was no malice in their gaze, her arrogance as a dragon and an elf made her treat these humans indifferently. If Louis had not taught her to treat her people well, Alexia would probably become angry. Dragons were never benign species. A faint dragon's might pervaded the air, causing the surrounding mages to feel numb to the scalp and break out in a cold sweat. Alexia's dragon might be weak, but the surrounding mages were not that strong. After being startled by her, they lowered their heads and no longer dared to peek at her. Louis did not reprimand nor praise his daughter's actions. He simply smiled and patted Alexia's head and nodded at the nearby mages, signaling them to open the way as he brought Alexia to the upper level of the tower. "They're just in awe of your vibrant glow, Alexia." Walking up the stairs, Louis rubbed his daughter's moon-colored hair and smiled gently. "But I don't like being watched by humans like that, Father God. It makes me feel like an animal in captivity." Alexia let out her discontent with an upturned gaze. "Ha, really a proud little female dragon, a broken bar." Louis laughed as he reached out to pinch Alexia's nose and said squarely, "You have to learn to be watched, Alexia. Learn to be watched by the races that you think are small and lower than you. As a queen, you are supposed to make the eyes of your subjects fall on you and make them feel reverence and respect for you. It is natural for a king to be the star of enlightenment for the people. Let them show their admiration and eulogize you to the utmost glory." "I understand, Father God." A broken bar. Alexia pouted and her cheeks puffed slightly, "But I want the gaze of Father God and Mother God more." Her inverted dragon pupils, which could be called terrifying, fluttered and flashed. She eagerly looked at Louis and spoke with a clear voice. "My eyes and your Mother God's eyes are always watching you." What if Alexia does not do well? Would Father God and Mother God hate Alexia? The tiny elf dragon's eyebrows furrowed and let out a heartbreaking pitiful expression. "I don't know how your Mother God thinks of you, but your Father God will always keep his eyes on you. No matter what you do, Alexia, you must know that you deserve the glory of being my child." Louis's voice seemed to be everywhere like a god. "Father God is the best." Alexia smiled delicately, but soon she collected her emotion. Her cheerful and beautiful face turned clear and cold as someone came over. "Great Dragon God, what an honor for you to visit this small tower. Your faithful servant Marches pays you the highest tribute." A figure quickly ran over from the room close by. He kneeled in front of Louis and excitedly kissed his shoe. Alexia fixed her eyes and found that it was an old man with white hair whose strength was at the level of a 9-ringed mage, the strongest in the mage tower. However, he did possess even a hint of the legendary degree, putting him far from reaching the legendary rank. "I am showing Alexia the city." "This is Alexia, my daughter," and your future master. At least I meet you, O darling of the silver moon, the darling of the dragon. Your beauty is like the bright moon under the dark night. You are the moonlight that guides one out of the darkness. Marches fawned shamelessly. He was about to kiss Alexia's shoes but found that she wasn't wearing any at all, so he awkwardly stepped back. He did not dare touch the delicate bare feet, afraid that Alexia would just kick him to death for this blasphemy. Go about your business, Marches. I have noticed the contributions you made to Dragon City. Louis's calm words made Marches put away his flattering smile. He showed his devotion and trembled with excitement at Louis's praise. He humbly saluted the two and retreated back to his room. Louis looked back, saw Alexia's unchanged expression, and asked, "What is it, Alexia?" "This novel is available on Hosted Novel." He really a broken bar makes dragons feel disgusted. Father God. Alexia's expressionless face became alive again, revealing her disgust. But he is loyal to me, and he is my believer. Having devout faith towards me is enough. Louis continued. Marches is the first person I took under my wing. He was not strong and was only a 7-ringed mage when I first met him. Now, he is a 9-ringed mage, meaning that his speed of ranking up is fast even if it was an outcome of using various potions. His talent is limited to this, so I'm afraid that he will not be able to reach the legendary rank. Louis's gaze was far-reaching. Under Alexia's admiring gaze, he continued, he does not have any talent in management, and barely has enough talent in magic, but he is devout to me. He is also quite dedicated to raising young mages and cultivating enough talented mages for Dragon City. You shouldn't loathe him and don't need to give him a higher power and status. It's enough to just let him continue to contribute to the education of Dragon City. I have seen his contribution with my eyes. He will be glorified after death. When he ascends to my kingdom, I will bestow upon him the glory of a Holy Spirit so that he can be with God. Louis's voice was unhurried. This was the promise of a god. Marches was one of those people who Louis would personally bestow with eternal life after his death by consuming his divine power. This old man had worked as Louis's slave when he was a mortal, and unlike other believers, he was the lucky one who truly accompanied a god. Father God, you are truly a merciful and great God. That Marches is lucky that he can stand in the glory of God forever. Alexia's childish and delicate expression showed a look of envy. If she could, she also wanted to accompany her parents and become a daughter who could make them proud. This was due to his choices. If he did not believe in me, then he would not have all these. Since he believes in me and is devout enough, any gods would think that this is enough. People who followed the gods early on would devote their faith and loyalty at a time when the situation was unstable. It was simply logical for them to be treated preferentially. Nola is powerful. As a lord, you have to make her obey your orders instead of fighting with her. Her power can become your most important assistance. Louis's words made Alexia's face flush as if her cheeks were on fire. She lowered her head and tugged at the corner of his coat, accepting the criticism of her father god. Cisna is loyal by nature and is your nominal sister. You can trust her completely whether in the affairs of Dragon City or in the affairs of the Silver Moon Kingdom. She is well known among the elves and is strong. Don't be ashamed as you can ask her anything. Do not let your pride blind you. Lisfair is naturally strong as a beastman. She cares about her clan and is a promising candidate to reach the legendary rank. For this wolf girl who has high pride, you just need to treat her tribe members well. Since she signed a contract with me, she would also be loyal to you. At the same time, you can also use her tribe as your hostage to coerce her. Clooney is my pope. He is absolutely loyal to me and will also be loyal to you, but you have to remember that divine power and royal power are separate. You cannot be involved in the power of the divine, but you also cannot let him hollow you out and get into royal power. There are also others a broken bar. As long as you keep them loyal and in awe of you, it would be enough. The kingdom won't need you to do anything as your subordinates will do everything for you. You just need to do a good job in deploying people. That's what governance is all about. Choose people according to their talents and raise them accordingly. A broken bar, a broken bar. Louis's words seemed like the morning bell and the evening drum as they rang in Alexia's mind. Alexia did not dare think of anything else and carefully listened to Louis's words and memorized them with all her heart. When Louis finally stopped speaking, Alexia noticed that many people in the entire city were out of their homes and were either at the square or heading to the church. Alexia stood by the window on the upper level of the Mage Tower. After noticing this, she seemed to have understood the meaning, but still asked, "Father God, it is time. Witness my ascension to becoming a god." Even Louis felt his heart stir at the scene before him. He will finally reach immortality and grasp the might of the gods. Donga dash. The melodious sound of the bell echoed far and wide in powerful undulations. The sound came from a huge hourglass atop the lofty and magnificent Dragon God Church. Crystal-like fine sand trickled down the waist of the hourglass, and with the passage of every hour, a bell would ring. Then, the huge hourglass would flip over and continue flowing for the next hour. The fine crystal-like sand was the sand of time that symbolized constant, inexorable precision. There was no specific time system in the world of San Soliel, and even the dates of the calendar were spoken by word of mouth without any accuracy. After Louis masters the divine authority of time, he gave the world a specific time estimation method in his name. As an earthling, Louis habitually used 24 hours to measure time, and the huge hourglass filled with the sand of time became the symbol of standard measurement, much like the international prototype kilogram on Earth. The ancient clock tower moving every minute and every second was the flow of time in this world. Gradually, this measurement spread to the whole continent, from the southern seas to the land of the Silver Moon Kingdom. From the San Soliel mountain range to the highlands of the north, all races had begun using this latest and incredibly accurate measurement to estimate time. All the people would regularly send people to Dragon City to observe the enormous clock tower and hourglass to correct the time of their kingdoms. It was important for any civilization to have time accurately measured to the second. Whether it was daily work or war and military, the accurate grasp of time would significantly improve efficiency. This was the responsibility that the god of time needed to fulfill, just as the god of magic required to construct the magic network and give mages a leg up. In the past, without the god of time, the world lacked the standard time preparation, but now the god of time had given people accurate timekeeping, which would have been considered great merit. But for the gods of San Soliel, there was no such thing as merit. It would, however, make the divine authority of time in Louis's body more solid and sturdy, allowing him to comprehend more deeply and giving him more believers. Dragon City suddenly became noisy. Along with the sound of bells, people came out of their homes. It was noon, the time of prayer for the Dragon God Church. Except, today was different. Other than those who could not leave their positions, the entire population, 417,000 strong, regardless of poverty and wealth, regardless of old age and sickness, regardless of gender and age, all gathered together. At this moment, everyone was truly equal. They were now simply a group of the believers of the Dragon God. This was true equality in all beings. In prayers, in the face of the gods, all beings were unique. Even if they were just an ant, as long as they had a sense of self and believed in their god, they would be cared for in a sense. Gods never cared about racial differences nor care about people's color or status or professional differences. In the gods' eyes, there were only believers and non-believers. Those who had devout faith brought joy to gods, but those who didn't bring displeasure. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Simple and pure, this was faith. What's going on today? The merchants are not selling anything, the mages are not going to class to study, the number of patrol guards has become so small, and even the prostitutes of Tulip Street aren't taking any customers. Some outsiders saw the strange scene in Dragon City today and let out astonished cries. In fact, if Dragon City were to stand still in time, the total number of people in the city would probably be more than 1 million, which was why Louis said that the population had reached saturation. With the number of people in Dragon City comparable to the capital of the Sublime Empire, it could be called one of the most prosperous cities on the main continent. It must be understood that during medieval times, a city of 200,000 was already called a big city, let alone this city of 1 million. Now, The Subla Empire was suffering from internal and external problems. They would certainly experience some turmoil. Even their national capital was not expected to be spared. Dragon City would then become the most famous city on the whole main continent. Keep your voice down. Today is the most important day of the year. The dragon god is about to ascend to become a god. You have to be obedient today. The guards might be only a few today, but causing a disturbance is dangerous. If there is any disorder in the ceremony, you would probably be targeted by the god and his followers would hunt you down. You would probably not be able to live in peace. Becoming a god? Could it be that the gods really exist? Haven't you seen so many churches appear recently? Those churches are all churches of ancient gods. I do now know where they hid in the past, but I heard that the Subla Empire is now being divided by these churches, especially with how huge it is, occupying the majority of the west of the continent. Even the theocracy is being divided into two because of the differences in faith. Some people whispered in frightened tones. Those who heard this felt their heart and soul tremble. For these people with a short life, the theocracy and the Subla Empire were absolute hegemons with 1,000-year heritage. Moreover, these two countries were not weak and could even be called flourishing, but under the silent pressure of the gods, the countries had been divided as how the gods wanted them. There were neither civil wars nor rebellions. Simply constant religious schisms and doctrinal conflicts. Hiss a broken bar. I thought the gods were all fake, and that those gods worshipped by churches were all just powerful demigods. I never expected that they actually existed. It's said that tens of thousands of years ago, the gods existed in all their glory, but they suddenly disappeared without anyone knowing where they went. Shouldn't we also try to believe in a god now? It seems that everyone is going to have their own faith. How about believing in the dragon god? It happens to be close by and maybe we'll be lucky enough to contribute a little and become citizens of Dragon City as well. That's a good suggestion. Then let's join in and pray. A broken bar. At the square of Dragon City and even in open spaces, there was only silence. Soldiers wearing fine armor raised their banners as if statues standing on both sides of the road. A beautiful pattern was etched onto their armors. It was a dragon that seemed to have 5 heads and 9 heads at the same time. This was the sacred emblem of the Church of the Dragon God. The soldiers wearing steel helmets were expressionless. The spears and swords in their hands were raised high and reflected the palpitating light of the sun. It was awe-inspiring that brought a burst of killing intent to the whole entertainment-oriented city. This was done to deter anyone from having an ounce of disrespect. On top of the square, the priests placed a sacred altar and a sacred emblem. They lit up a sandalwood incense that the great dragon god had given them. The clergymen were required to light one every time there was a prayer session. People's spirits were heightened by that sacred and elegant aroma, causing them to concentrate and pray better. People felt as if this fragrance made their souls seem to go to heaven and see the divine kingdom of God. People believed that even in death, there was no need to fear as they could continue enjoying the benefits of the kingdom of God. In the church's sanctuary, Pope Cluny gathered the church's senior bishops and priests. Unlike the square outside, the sanctuary was empty and silent. The palace was supported by dozens of thick stone pillars topped by a glazed dome and beautifully carved with arcane magic runes and fine images. At the center of the sanctuary was a statue more than 10 meters long. It looked powerful and majestic as if it was Louis's real body. Cluny kneeled in the forefront. Behind him was a vast array of priests. Each clergyman kneeled on the ground and recited the teachings of their god. The noon sunlight sprinkled from the stained glass and incense draped the hall, creating magnificent scenery. Donga dash. Another bell rang out, representing the arrival of noon. Now, the sun was perfectly at the top of their heads. I am a light into the world, that whosoever believes in me should not abide in darkness. A broken bar. Your beginnings will seem humble, so prosperous will your future be. A broken bar. Therefore all things whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do you even so to them. A broken bar. The well-informed speak little, the half-informed brag, and the ignorant speak up. A broken bar. My punishment I afflict with it whom I will, but my mercy encompasses all things. A broken bar. When your last day comes surely your reward is with their Lord. and there shall no fear come upon them nor shall they grieve. A magnificent and supreme voice appeared in the minds of all believers. It was the divine word from God's own mouth. It echoed in the temple and throughout Dragon City. It echoed in the souls and hearts of every believer, solidifying their faith in him and moving them to tears. Whoever believes in you will have eternal life. My Lord Louis Galacrond, you are the God who is present and everlasting. You are the Lord of dragons, the only true God of dragons. You are the weaver of dreams, the guardian of the earth, the champion of magic, the giver of life, and the master of time. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. You are the master of Dragon City, our protector. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. We are all your sheep grazing on the earth. Glory to you, victory to you, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. The voices of the believers were loud and pious. They came together and resounded over the Satsolil mountain range. The devotees cried out in pain and madness. People cheered and jumped around. Under the eyes of many believers, the throne of God was raised high in the sky. Whether the gods wanted to or not, the power of time was now in Louis's grasp. The people had recognized the meaning of the time that he had given. Thus, on the day the dragon god was enthroned, it became his birthday, as well as the beginning of a new era. This was how it was written in history books of later times, that the day when Louis Galacrond, the dragon god, was enthroned was both the first day of the year, and the first day of the new era of the gods. In the divine king's crown, a broken bar, Louis led Alexia into the miniature realm directly after leaving Dragon City. Alexia's eyes wandered across the high mountains, cypresses, waterfalls, rivers, grass, cloudy hills, and plains as Louis hoisted her in his arms and made his way through the realm. As a demigod, Alexia immediately knew that they were not on the main continent, nor any known realm, but a sub-universe of sorts. As she focused divine power on her eyes, she was stunned to find that the miniature realm had an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers. Such a huge realm could almost rival the size of an entire kingdom. It simply shouldn't exist. Father God, what is this place? Gathering up her inner shock, Alexia looked at Louis in surprise. Her knowledge told her that it was impossible for a miniature realm to be so huge. This was already close to the size of a weak god's divine kingdom. How could she not be shocked? Moreover, Alexia noticed that the laws of the realm were extremely firm. It was unlike normal miniature realms, which were fragile and would disappear with the passage of time. During the era of disaster, a powerful god foresaw the arrival of the twilight of the gods. He searched for a miniature realm and used a large amount of divine power to expand it. He then strengthened the laws and placed the realm inside a divine weapon, thus allowing this miniature realm to endure for tens of thousands of years without the slightest wear or tear. Find the original at Hosted Novel. That powerful god wanted to leave a backdoor in order to seize the opportunity in the new era of the gods. By using this realm, he would consume less divine power than other gods to build a divine throne. This would give him an upper hand. I don't know which powerful god it is, and I've held this divine equipment for quite some time already, but no god has ever come looking for me to retrieve it. I think that powerful god might have already fallen during the era of disaster, or maybe he feels that he can't take this artifact away from me in his current state, so he gave up. But no matter what the reason is, this miniature realm now belongs to me. I just need to imprint it as my divine kingdom after I ascend, to make it truly mine. Louis sounded elated as if he was happy about his good fortune, but Alexia clearly saw the terrifying glow in her father's eyes that seemed to be smiling and not smiling at the same time. Louis's terrifying gaze lightly swept Alexia a glance, causing her to feel an irrepressible fear from the depths of her soul. In the next moment, the horrible fear disappeared. The further god in front of her was still as gentle as before, as if the previous feeling was just an illusion. Alexia understood and did not press on with the issue, but worriedly said, "Father God, are you about to ascend? Will there be any danger?" "It's just a matter of course. For me, there is danger, but the danger is really insignificant, almost negligible." "Alexia, you don't need to worry." Alexia lightly exhaled. Listening to Louis's words, her tense little face relaxed. Unlike her mother, the goddess Silver Moon, who was once a powerful divine being, Alexia knew that her father god was a true new god, a mortal who had never ascended to the throne of God. Compared to the ancient reawakened gods, the new gods would always encounter some problems. The ancient gods had either already experienced enthronement or possessed their thrones from birth. Now, they were just walking on the same path, so their roads were wide and free of any obstacles. But new gods like Louis, who had never done so, did not know of the dangers that they would face. If they failed, they would be burned up by their divine fire and forever never recover. Alexia did not want her father to have problems, not because Louis could provide her with shelter, but because of pure filial affection. "Alexia, take a look at what this is." Louis suddenly stretched out his hand in front of Alexia, and to Alexia's horror, she saw a crystal of indescribable shape and supreme greatness float out of Louis's palm. Ah! A godhood! Alexia's pupils shrunk, and her mouth hung open. She could not believe her eyes. A godhood was something that only gods possessed, but her father, who wasn't yet a true god, already had one. The most difficult part for new gods was building their own godhood. This was equivalent to an examination. If they pass, they could become a god, and if they failed, they would turn to ashes, never getting a second chance. Louis having a godhood meant that he had all the answers to the exam. As long as he was not an idiot, he would have already memorized the answers and passed the examination. Alexia could not tell how mighty this godhood truly was. As a demigod, the realm of the gods was something that she could not understand, but the powerful aura emanating from the godhood caused Alexia's body to tremble. Her soul to her eyes were all attracted to it as if nothing else mattered in the world. This was not greed, but an instinct of a demigod. Demigods were like gods, but they weren't gods. They were the apex of mortals, yet the lowest end of the gods. As long as they took one more step, they would become gods. Demigods and true gods both had divinity and even divine authorities. The only thing that separated them was godhood. Thus, godhoods provided an endless and irresistible attraction to demigods. They were like drugs that they could not reject. At the same time, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the miniature realm. It stared at the godhood in Louis's hand and flashed with surprise and greed, but in the next moment, it instantly disappeared. Louis put away the godhood in his hands and finally let Alexia return to her senses. The elf dragon felt as if a bucket of water was poured on her head, making her consciousness clear. The thought that she had shown a thirsty expression to her further god's godhood made her inwardly terrified. She hurriedly lowered her head and shivered. This was a great blasphemy to the gods. Even if one was a child of the god, there was already enough reason for her to be put to death by her furious father god. How could Alexia not be frightened by this? There is no need to be afraid, Alexia. That is not from your selfishness, but from your instincts as a demigod, Louis said in a soft voice and reached out to his daughter's temples and brushed her hair. Louis saw Alexia's ears still twitching in fear. His hands fell on the tops, causing her to go numb. Her ears flushed red. As an elf dragon, her ears and the back of her neck were sensitive places that no one should touch. But if it was her father god, she wouldn't have the guts to refuse. Just as Alexia forced her body to endure discomfort, a divine voice suddenly echoed from the void. The voice was very faint at first, even Alexia could not hear it, but it slowly grew louder and louder. From the chaotic ringing, it became orderly and neat. It was the accumulation of the voices of the prayers from men and women, from young and old. Each of their words carried a detailed meaning that echoed in the entire space. Father God, the time has come. Alexia's body shook. Even she understood that it was time for her further god to ascend to become a god. She stepped back, afraid that she might disturb Louis. Seeing this, Louis smiled and said, "You don't have to retreat so far, Alexia. Just stand next to me. It won't affect me, nor will it affect you." The ascension of the gods in San Soliel was not like a heavenly tribulation in Xianxia novels. There was no heavenly thunder that would descend, nor were there any visions that would affect the main continent. Everything that would happen in the soul and body of the god. Succeeding would mean becoming a god, and failing would mean burning to ashes. No other creature would be harmed in the process. The divine fire was the fire that burned in the hearts of gods. It was not a physical object and no danger would occur if anyone were to touch it. Louis saw his daughter hesitate and then walk closer to him. Then he closed his eyes. Louis had previously consulted with Selûne and Shai about the process of becoming a god. As the two most ancient goddesses, they had an unparalleled understanding of the gods. This allowed Louis to run countless simulations in the depths of his mind. Moreover, with his godhood, he did not have to go through the most dangerous and difficult process of shaping the godhood. The godhood sunk into Louis's soul and bloomed with incredible brilliance. If godhood was like a rusty machine that had lost its power in the past, now it was brand new and was running again. Then, Louis's divinity merged into and connected his soul and the godhood with a string. Boo! Louis felt his soul shake and his entire perception of the world changed. The main continent was currently at high noon, but suddenly, every creature on the main continent was startled and looked at the sky with shocked gazes. The sky had been covered with a curtain of darkness and countless stars rose from the far horizon, leaving long trails and shining brightly. The stars shifted and the stars in the sky shone brightly. A star represented the authority of a god, the throne of a god. The meaning of the star shooting up the night sky meant that a new throne was exalted for a god. Louis's mind cleared and his soul shook when his connection to the godhood was established. In the past, Louis possessed a powerful godhood, but could not fully utilize it. Even if he had divinity and divine authority, he could not use it except in crude ways. But since the gods weren't present before, even the most superficial use of divine power was enough for Louis to rise to the pinnacle of the world by virtue of the omnipotent nature of divine power. Louis naturally regretted not being able to use the power of the godhood. It was something that only true gods could use. Now, the computer that had been abandoned had finally started up again with divinity as its cable. Waves of faith poured into the godhood. If the conversion of divine power before was comparable to a small stream, then the new conversion was as fast as a river that filled Louis up. The power of faith was a strange wave. Naturally, this was just how Louis described it. In truth, the power of faith was different from the electronic waves of Earth. At this time, Louis also comprehended faith much more deeply. The wave formed of faith ignored the distance between time and space. It was as if it was directly forwarded into Louis's body. The holy name that the believers recited became the coordinates that set the direction of the faith. In this wave of faith, countless particles flowed. Each particle was a believer's prayer. Louis could even hear the sound of the prayer. If he wanted, he could turn it into an image to see the believer's appearance. This was one of the basic capabilities of a god. As long as someone pronounced their name, a god could easily perceive them, no matter the distance between the two. Of course, Louis only described it in a way that people on Earth would. In fact, the power of faith wasn't really related to wave particles, just very similar in some ways. At this moment, Louis reconfirmed his prior beliefs that whether it was faith or technology, they walked on the same path of seeking to know everything. The only difference was the means. The divine fire in Louis's soul burned violently. As said before, the divine fire was not real fire, but only looked like one. If Louis was a normal god at the moment, then he would have to use divine power and his understanding of his divine authority to forge with the divine fire. Then his godhood would be born from the divine fire. The successful would become a god and failures would perish. There was no third option. A demigod's divine power was limited. When they used all their divine power to forge godhood, they would become extremely weak, which meant that they were in grave danger. Even a demigod with sufficient divine power could be killed at this time. As a result, the gods would generally hide and never ascend in front of anyone. Louis was not ignorant of this truth to be so bold, but he was not a normal god. He did not even need to use any divine power, because he did not need to forge his own godhood. The godhood that originally came from the five-colored dragon god began to absorb Louis's soul and combine together. They would never separate from each other again. Louis's soul would become divine and never wear out. This was true immortality. And once this step is completed, the god became one with the godhood and no one could steal the godhood again unless they were killed or gave it up voluntarily. But Louis did not perform this step because Louis was not prepared to let his soul and the five-colored dragon god's godhood fuse together. The godhood did not belong to him, and although it would limit his power, he was wary that the fallen dragon god had a hidden card to play. Moreover, this godhood had been tampered with by the Terran civilization for as long as 30,000 years. Who knows what they had done to it? Louis would not just give his life to such an uncontrollable thing. If Louis had no choice, he would not hesitate to use this godhood as the main body, but since he had other options, he would only use this godhood as an open weapon. Louis's conscience followed the flow of divinity and faith that flowed into the godhood. This was the first time Louis saw its composition. Mortal minds would immediately collapse if they tried to look at it. Thanks to divine power and divinity, Louis was able to swim inside easily and understand its structure and capabilities. It contained an indescribably divine mystery, as if there were countless forces and knowledge from the origin of the world hidden in it. In front of Louis, it painted a magnificent picture. Louis began to process things quickly with his mind and powerful analytic ability. He began to perform reverse analysis on the composition of the godhood for his next plan. It was challenging to create godhood from scratch, but it was much easier to analyze it. As Louis did, he roughly understood its composition, so he no longer hesitated and directly guided the faith that he gathered from Earth. Boom! His soul shook once again as if he was burning mountains and boiling seas. Everything appeared to be on fire as Louis injected the interdimensional faith power from Earth into the divine fire. In the depths of his soul, in the fierce burning divine fire, another crystal-clear godhood was born. This was the godhood constructed from the faith of Earth, the godhood of a foreign god. This time, Louis no longer hesitated and directly used his divinity to completely fuse his soul with this godhood, transforming him into a foreign god named Louis. At this moment, Louis finally completed the last step of ascension. He was sublimated from the inside out and his soul became immortal. His body had turned into a divine body made of pure divine power. No external objects could harm him and only the gods could injure him. God's immortality wasn't really perfect, but they were indeed the hardest creature to kill in the crystal wall system. It's done. Even though Louis made a lot of calculations and did not encounter any hardships along this road to becoming a god, his entire being was transformed from a mortal to a god. His life had completely changed. He still had an unexpressed joy deep inside his heart. What made him even more excited and happy was that within the godhood of the foreign god he could feel the serpent of order inside, which was a different power from faith. It was the power of the origin of the world. It was even more sublime than the divided divine authorities. The power of order belonged to the rules of factions in the world. It was a manifestation of the world's origin. It wasn't as varied as the power of faith that could do many incredible things, but the essence of the ability of order was sublime as it represented the ancient gods. That was to say, Louis had now broken away from the shackles of faith. Even if he were cut off from all sources of faith, he would not fall. He could reincarnate as part of the Serpent of Order and continue to enjoy being a god. However, Louis could only mobilize very little of this power. He would be considered the weakest god. Compared to the power that faith provided him, the power of order was not worth much. However, its existence paved a path of endless possibilities for Louis. He would one day be able to completely master the power of order and transform into the Serpent of Order itself. Then he would become the undisputed god of gods. After so many years of hard work, the foundation of everything is finally laid. I have finally opened a gap in this cage and I just have to expand it to completely break free. Although part of it relies on luck, I still can't give up. I have been trying to find a way out of my current situation and this can become the first step. Louis was in a happy mood. The gloom in his heart had been suppressed and dispersed as much as possible. The conspiracy of the intelligent brain of the Terran civilization, the bondage of the gods to faith, and the confinement to the rules of this world, were now gone with him being a foreign god that wielded the power of order. Of course, Louis still had to be vigilant of the entity attached to him. He still did not understand much about the Terran civilization. With the power of order still in its weak state, He could not let things be exposed. It was easy to become the target of the gods and the intelligent brain, so it was best if he remained as the dragon god. With a thought, the godhood of the dragon god wrapped around the godhood of the foreign god like a matryoshka doll. No one would expect that Louis had two godhoods and that the godhood of the dragon god was naught but a disguise. Louis had already thought about this trick and finally realized how to truly make it after consulting with Shai, the master of disguise. Making a deal with Shai is the best decision I've ever made. Louis thought so. His gaze broke through the miniature realm and looked towards the sky of the main continent. There was already a group of stars shining in the sky. Although a few of them were dim, each one still represented the throne of a god. The more powerful the gods were, the more brilliant their stars were and the higher their position. Now, there were only a few stars that were higher than the others. All the rest were below, and Louis's star was in the middle and close to the top. He was now a weak god, and if it was in the previous era of the gods, he would be the weakest god, but in this new era, a weak god was not as weak as they seemed. Because now, countless gods also had weak divine power. Although there were strong ones and weak ones among them, there wasn't much of a qualitative gap. The real qualitative change would occur when they reached mid-tier divine power and high-tier divine power. It's about time. My career as an immortal god has begun. Louis's joy infected his believers. Hundreds of thousands of people who believed in him erupted into violent cheers. Dragon City thundered with joy. Hundreds of thousands of believers could not hide the elation on their tired faces. The time it took for Louis to merge with the godhood seemed to be very short, but in reality, it was already a day and a night on the main continent. This was because Louis had analyzed the godhood first and then created a new godhood, so the time he wasted was more than all the other gods. The believers prayed for a whole day and night without eating or drinking. For powerhouses this was nothing, but for many ordinary civilians, this was very tiring. They were not only purely kneeling, but also had to pray devoutly. The energy consumed was even more frightening. In the palace halls, Pope Cluny was finally relieved and whispered the holy name and prayed and kneeled to the huge statue of the dragon god. Louis's ascension time was really too long compared to other gods. It could be said that he was the last out of every god at the moment to ascend. This caused a lot of worries. Although they had to maintain absolute belief in their god as devotees, human reasoning still told them that the road to godhood must not have been smooth. The vast majority of mortals had failed on this thorny road. There was no return for those who failed, even ancient gods. Luckily, their great dragon god had crossed this difficult hurdle and finally become a true god. From this day on, the clergy were true priests of a god. In the future, as long as they prayed every day, they could even be bestowed with divine arts. These divine arts were different from magic. Although they were not as varied, they were quite powerful, and the source of their power came from the faith and devotion of these priests. The more devout and faithful a clergy was, the higher the level of their divine arts. They corresponded to the ranks of powerhouses. A priest of a god could even obtain divine arts that no mage could replicate with magic. For example, the Mother Earth goddess could give divine magic that made harvests abundant, or how Louis was preparing divine arts that were the antithesis of magic. From this moment on, these clergies were no longer the same as in the past. With their piety and the teachings that they learned, they would become powerful evangelists. Other than having a lack of experience in combat, the power they possessed would not be any worse than powerhouses of the same rank, and they could even surpass mages of the same rank. In the future, the first day of the first month will become the dragon god's birthday. As the greatest day of Dragon City, we will hold many events and festivals. Cluny stood up from the ground. He once more bowed in prayer to the statue and then loudly shouted to the bishops behind him. This day would become the festival of the dragon god. The day the dragon god was enthroned. It would naturally become the most important celebrated day every year in the future. As long as the god performs a more glorious achievement, there will be a new festival celebrated every year. Many of the church hierarchy whispered in response. They looked at Cluny, who was already in his 30s, with envy. Since the dragon god had just ascended, they had not yet held a religious mass that would allow them to obtain divine arts, but Cluny seemed to be different. He had already been their pope for several years, and the entire church was built from scratch by him. Even if he seemed powerless at the moment, he gave an awe-inspiring aura just by standing there. It was as if he had been blessed by the Dragon God and given the authority to spread God's name on the world. As the Pope of the Dragon God Church, Clooney's life was known by everyone. He was once a small priest of the theocracy, a petty follower of the goddess of morning. After the great dragon god had captured the territory, the small priest had become a prisoner of the dragon god. At first, Clooney knew some healing magic that made him useful to Dragon City as a doctor, but gradually, the dragon god found his potential as a missionary and entrusted him with the heavy responsibility of the Dragon God Church. This former believer of the goddess of morning changed his faith and began to believe in the dragon god. In the process of establishing the church, his faith solidified. Clooney had already worked for the city for more than a decade and sacrificed his youth towards the church's development. The Pope's face was full of coldness. He was just an ordinary man without any rank. Moreover, he had worked hard for the establishment of the church, making him look older than he seemed. There were wrinkles on his forehead, and he had locks of white hair, but his holy aura prevented people from looking straight at him easily. These bishops of the Dragon God believed that Pope Clooney would receive the reward of the Dragon God. He might not be credited for the development and formation of Dragon City, but the creation and development of the Dragon God's church made his contribution the most important. Her Highness Alexia is currently not in Dragon City. I will temporarily overstep my boundary and by the Lord's order, request to open the granary and give all the believers a good meal. They prayed all day and night, so they must have been very tired. We cannot neglect the contribution of the believers and wait until Her Highness Alexia returns. I will be held accountable for this. Clooney clearly knew his own authority and responsibility. He tried his best to keep out of the political affairs led by the Lord of Dragon City. Having the granary be opened for the believers was not something he should have had the right to order. But the matter was urgent. He could only cross his authority and give his orders. He even explained that he would plead his faults to Alexia at a later date to warn these clergy not to try and extend their reach too much. For other kingdoms, cases with divine right and a king's right being together were few. Other kingdoms simply did not have the term state religion. The king's faith may not necessarily be the same as his ministers or even the commoners. The king did not have the right or ability to ask the people to change their faith, causing the churches to conflict and compete with each other. But Dragon City and the Silver Moon Kingdom were part of the exceptions. This was because these two kingdoms were created by the gods themselves before they ascended. With their ability to establish their churches, it became easy for them to combine divine right and royal right into one. However, Louis knew that once his territory grew larger and larger, the Church of the Dragon God might still remain in Dragon City, but the involvement of other gods would make it impossible for his church to be the only church after expansion. A broken bar. Louis had successfully ascended, causing the Dragon God Church to be busy for a while. Now that he was a true god, the church won't be limited to preaching anymore. They were now a force of their own and could become a powerful armed group with the gift of the gods. Moreover, Clooney was busy in the church with changing some policies to better suit the development of the Church of the Dragon God. In the miniature realm, Louis organized his power into a simple table. Louis Galakrond, God of Dreams. Godhood level 4, low-tier divine power. Divine authority, dragon, tentative, dream, life, magic, earth, time. Divine kingdom, none. Louis did not need anything complicated, and he just assembled the most basic data. The levels of the gods could roughly be divided into 20 stages. 1 to 10 was low tier, 11 to 15 was mid-tier, and 16 to 20 was high-tier. Levels above 20 were meaningless since anything above would make them the god of gods, but no such existence had been born before. Leveling up godhood was based on the number of true believers, the amount of divinity, and the depth of understanding over the main divine authority of a god. Louis had prepared 10 years earlier than other gods. He had Dragon City as the basis of his faith, making the number of believers that he possessed one of the best among the gods. It was even sufficient for him to become a mid-tier divine power. Unfortunately, Louis was a new god who did not possess enough divinity. He could only barely reach level 4, and most importantly, His divine authority had a huge flaw. Each god could only take one divine authority as its main divine authority, and the promotion of the godhood was related to this divine authority. Louis's godhood came from the five-colored dragon god, and the main divine authority was rightfully dragon. Just as Selûne's main divine authority was the moon, she was called the Silver Moon Goddess, and Shai's was darkness, and she was called the Goddess of Darkness. Gods could not replace the main divine authority at will. This would cause powerful gods to turn weak. But Louis had no dragon believers at all. He was now a dragon god in name only, which was why he took on the role of the god of dreams, as it was the first complete divine authority that he had comprehended the deepest. But this was not a long-term solution. With the power of a non-dragon divine authority, Louis could only stay as a low-tier god. It would not be possible for him to rise further unless he was willing to give up the divine authority of dragon. But how could he just give up on such a powerful divine authority? Once I deal with the alliance, I must go find the dragons and breach in person. Fortunately, no other dragon has ascended at the moment. If there was, they would likely come and try to take away my divine authority. I would have to rely on a divine war to retake it. If that happens, my first advantage would disappear and require me to do a fresh start. I might not even be able to reach high tier. The path of the gods was very dangerous. A slight mistake would mean the end of the road, just like how some gods would randomly choose divine authorities, leaving them with no future. They would meet their limits there. For example, if Lara ascended to become the unicorny goddess, she would not be able to breakfast being a low-tier god. But for many gods, being able to become one was already quite good. Beggars couldn't be choosers, so they couldn't be like Louis, who could go to the supermarket to pick what he liked. If he wanted to preach to dragons, the current dragon god church would not help him at all. Having humans preach to dragons was the same as looking for death. This was Louis's personal battlefield. After deciding his next target, he turned to look at Alexia, whose face was all tense. He smiled at her, but in the next moment, his smile stiffened. A spear abruptly came from behind him. At the time of Louis's ascension, Alexia was standing quietly beside him. A trace of nervousness and worry flashed across her face. She knew that it was safe in this miniature realm, but she also looked around, afraid that someone would suddenly come and disturb the ceremony, causing her father to lose his previous work. Alexia's heart was in turmoil, both with the joy of her further god's enthronement and worry for him. Although Louis had told her it was a done deal and she had sufficient trust in him, deep down, she was still apprehensive. This was the most dangerous moment for a god, so how could Alexia not be on edge? With Alexia's strength, she could not see which part of the main continent this piece of the realm was attached to. She tried gathering power in her eyes and could see past the barrier of the realm and see the darkness that curtained the starry sky. Although the stars in the sky were a little few compared to the endless black night, the stars had appeared once more in the world of San Solil after 30,000 years. But Alexia was still frightened, as none of the stars belonged to Louis. She was restlessly circling around Louis. Her gold and silver inlaid skirt swayed. Her bare feet walking on the turquoise grass beneath her were actually sweating. For a demigod to lose control of her body, it was clear that Alexia's mood wasn't stable. Alexia tried to be careful not to disturb Louis and could only stand there by herself with worry. She even thought about asking her mother goddess what to do. The Silver Moon Goddess Selûne was the first to return back to the night sky. As her daughter, Alexia was able to sense this. Reason told Alexia that the road to godhood was a great task that could only be tread on by oneself and that any external help was useless, so she only endured her worry and stood by Louis's side, worriedly looking at her father's face without moving for a day and night. When a star suddenly rose to the sky and shone in the darkness, Alexia's tense icy face was finally relieved. She knew that her father god had succeeded. Louis opened his eyes and looked at his daughter, who had accompanied him for a day and a night. He showed a touch of gentleness and Alexia responded with a sweet smile, but in the next instant, her inverted pupils shrunk. She went pale and shouted, "Father God!" Find the original at Hosted Novel. A spear soundlessly stabbed through Louis's body, spraying out a bright dark gold as if the blood of God had been spilled. Alexia quickly looked behind Louis and finally saw the appearance of the assailant. It was an obscene creature whose skin was dark green like dried bark and had black and green mottled scales. It had a poisonous-looking rat-like tail. This was a kobold, but its height was much taller than ordinary. It especially looked like a dragon with a long mouth, sharp teeth, and horn-like objects growing out of its head. This kobold was like an uncivilized monster. Its cruel eyes looked with joy as it saw Louis being penetrated by its own spear. "You dirty kobold!" Seeing that the sneak attack on Louis came from a kobold, Alexia was furious. Kobolds were very dirty creatures that were commonly seen on the main continent. Other than a few who grasped some magic, the majority had strengths roughly similar to goblins. The only difference between goblins and kobolds was that kobolds would always appear in groups. Once their groups grew to a certain size, they would become aggressive. Coupled with their combat experience, they were enough to annoy the majority of adventurers. The reason why Alexia was so angry to see a kobold was because kobolds were a dragon's loyal minion by nature. Kobolds were an ambitious, savage, and uncivilized race, but in their genetic instincts buried deep in their bones was loyalty to dragons. Being a dragon's slave was their greatest honor. As a dragon, seeing her supposedly faithful lapdog dare to sneak attack and assassinate his master, how could Alexia not be angry? In her anger, Alexia gathered her limited amount of divine power in her hands and turned her hands into moon-colored dragon claws. No matter what color they were, dragons were incredibly proud of their physical bodies. Other spells were only auxiliary means to let their bodies function. A demigod's divine power was limited. Not all demigods were like Louis, who had a godhood that allowed them to store divine power. Moreover, Alexia still did not have her own faith, causing her conversion to divine power to be very slow. In fact, the divine power Alexia possessed was gifted by Louis and Sloane. However, although demigods had limited divine power and legendary rank powerhouses could kill them if their divine power was exhausted, mortals were absolutely no match for them. Alexia angrily attacked, but despair emerged in her heart. She immediately understood that her attack could do no harm to the kobold in front of her. Alexia could see the sublime nature of this kobold. It was a god, and a true god at that. Who knew how long this kobold had been lurking in this palace, waiting for the moment Louis succeeded in ascending before suddenly appearing to kill him with a single blow. "Your divine authority is mine, newly born god." The kobold let out an excited and brutal laugh. It did not even glance at Alexia's claws. The dragon strike that contained divine power and shimmered with the power of the moon was enough to make anyone retreat, but this anyone definitely did not include gods. The kobold's divine power fluctuated. Although Alexia was inwardly furious, a trace of bewilderment flashed across her face. Her dragon claw did not cause any damage. Alexia had already anticipated this, but the method the kobold used was way beyond Alexia's imagination and understanding. It did not block with its hand, spell, nor even divine power. The kobold did not even seem to move as he let Alexia scratch his body. This gave Alexia an indescribable feeling. This kobold had evaded, but he did not move at all nor made a dodging posture. The attack just phased through him in a bizarre and incomprehensible way. Divine skill, a divine dodge. A god's power was incomprehensible. It involved the concepts of cause and effect that seemed to bend destiny. No matter how many abilities were used, they were useless against true divine power. This person was the god of kobolds, Kulthumak. He was a god from the era of the gods with a godhood up to level 15. He was just one step short of becoming a high-tier god. However, he could not break through this limit no matter what he did. His divine authority was the racial divine authority of kobold. Although there were numerous kobolds in the main continent, they were not an important civilization like humans, beastmen, and elves. No matter how many kobolds there were on the main continent, he could only reach level 15 at most and never become a high-tier god. If this was the era of the gods, Kulthumak was satisfied with his godhood. Although he could not become a high-tier god, he was still one of the strongest mid-tier gods. It was almost impossible to make him fall, as even a high-tier god could never kill him. The reason why the kobold race was willing to become lapdogs and servants of dragons was due to his influence. However, Gods were greedy in nature, especially a cruel and tyrannical savage god like him. During the era of the gods, he could only suppress his ambition, but now that the gods were all on equal footing, all the gods and mortals had the same opportunity, so was unchecked. The kobold god's divine authority had its limits, but when Louis took out the godhood of the five-colored dragon god, Kulthumak set a new goal. If he was a god that had reached level 15 godhood, he would not have any thoughts about the divine authority of dragons. Changing a divine authority was equivalent to starting from scratch all over again. He struggled so hard to reach level 15 and would say no if he had to take risks once more. Even if the divine authority of dragons had high potential, it was only a potential. It was far less important than the power that he already possesses. But things were different now. He had a low-tier divine power. So how could he not be moved after seeing the divine authority of dragons? In any case, he had to start from scratch anyway. As for the godhood, no god could steal a godhood from a true god because the godhood would shatter upon death. Kulthumak did not care about Louis's divinity at all. He himself had enough divinity to support mid-tier divine power, so he did not care about Louis's minuscule amount. The only thing he wanted was Louis's divine authority, but to obtain it, the prerequisite was that the other party needed to be a true god. The divine authority of a demigod could not be stolen, because it wasn't stable. Only after becoming a god would this become possible. So Kulthumak had been waiting patiently for Louis to ascend. Now that Louis had succeeded, he was now at his weakest moment. Kulthumak would then kill him and steal the divine authority that he wanted to evolve himself from a kobold to a giant dragon. Everything was going according to Kulthumak's calculations. Even Louis's ascension being slow made him more pleased even if he felt inward disdain. Although he did not know how the dragon in front of him obtained the five-colored dragon god's godhood, it seemed that he still had difficulties ascending. Even if he became a god, he would definitely have no future. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to become the dragon god. Carrying these thoughts, the kobold god Kulthumak appeared with his true body the moment Louis finished ascending and completed the task of killing a god. But before he could draw with excitement at his victory, the dragon god in front of him had a strange smile. It contained mockery and contempt for him. The god's pierced body twisted and turned from real to unreal. Even the blood on Kulthumak's spear disappeared. As a god who was infinitely close to becoming a high-tier god, how could Kulthumak not know that he was plotted against? He immediately jumped like a thunderstorm and shouted in anger, "God of dreams!" The ability to turn real to imaginary was none other than the realm of dreams. Like a mirror, the whole space shattered. Seemingly real, seemingly illusory, seemingly bright, seemingly dark, everyone's vision shifted as the sound of shattering mirrors echoed. Louis's figure once again appeared there once more. The mountains and grass seemed the same. Even the flow of wind was the same as before without the slightest change. The only difference now was that Louis was unharmed as if everything before was an illusion. "Father God," Alexia shouted. This time, she reverted to her slender dragon body. She flapped her moon-colored dragon wings to come to his side. Her expression was one of surprise and happiness. Her inverted pupils fluctuate and she almost cried out. Just now, Alexia had been frightened badly by the spear that went through Louis's body. Her brain completely froze and only thought of taking revenge. Even if she knew that her actions of attacking a god were considered blasphemy and that it was impossible for her to defeat the god of kobolds, she remained determined to seek out justice. "Don't cry a broken bar," Louis said in a warm voice. He smiled and caressed his daughter's head. His hand shined with streams of light, causing Alexia to calm down, but drops of tears still dropped on her moon-colored scales. So this was all an illusion. It really scared Alexia. Alexia let out a low and pleasant growl. As if she was still in shock, she rubbed her head on Louis's hand to make him caress her, to make sure that everything was real and Louis did not have any wounds on his body. Only then did her emotional state stabilizes. The stunned expression on Louis's face when he was stabbed earlier was too realistic, causing Alexia to misunderstand. Father God is using acting skills to deceive this god. Alexia just bubbled with this thought, but saw Louis shake his head. I was indeed stabbed by him, but I turned the reality of that stabbing into a dream, turning everything that happened before into a dream. Alexia did not seem to fully understand it. She was bewildered and didn't know how an established fact could still be turned into a dream. This was simply impossible to do with any spell. It could only be said that the power of the gods was too bizarre and inexplicable. It was far beyond the imagination of mortals. Some divine abilities bordered on unreasonableness and did not have logic to them. Even the Terran civilization's technology could not completely explain the strange abilities of the gods. After pacifying Alexia, Louis looked at the god in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually turned serious. His entire being became cold as divine power diffused from his body. God of kobolds, Your Highness Kulthumak, haven't you already recognized me long ago? Your Highness Louis. The kobold with lime-green scales emitted blood and evil. His pair of crocodile-like eyes stared coldly at Louis. I did know that you had been hiding in this miniature realm, but I didn't expect your sneak attack to be so decisive. Louis secretly admonished himself. Now that he was a god, he could not take other gods lightly. No god could be underestimated, especially with his lack of understanding of how gods fought. He was successfully ambushed by the kobold god in front of him. If not thanks to him being the god of dreams and his deep understanding of the domain of dreams, he might have been seriously injured. Naturally, part of the reason why he was able to dodge the attack was that the kobold god Kulthumak was not very strong. Although he was once a god with level 15 godhood, he only had a godhood of level 3 at the moment. His divine authority of kobolds was only a racial divine authority that wasn't useful for fighting and did not improve his combat abilities. Louis's divine authority of dreams was a perfect divine authority. It wasn't split with anyone else. This divine authority was similar to the divine authority of illusion, lies, and many others. Although it was slightly lacking in offensive capabilities, it had various uses, making it hard for other gods to defend against. In the era of the gods, there was an extremely crazy and powerful god called Prince of Lies who had mastered the terrifying divine authority of killing. But in fact, what made him truly terrifying were his divine authorities of illusion and lies. With these two divine authorities, he stirred up a rain of bloodshed. This kind of divine authority had limited power in enhancing a god's godhood and couldn't make a god reach high tier, but in terms of combat, it was very useful and considered a combat divine ability. With anger and hatred in his heart, Kulthumak stared at the new dragon god in front of him and let out a blood-curdling scream. Why do you still have divine power? Kulthumak could not comprehend this. A new god was required to use up a lot of divine power when ascending to let his divine fire burn. Normally speaking, new gods would not have any extra divine power. With no divine power and their true body in the open, they were in dangerous situations. Kulthumak precisely expected this. That's why his greed urged him to kill Louis and seize his divine authority. This was because, without divine power, it was impossible for gods to activate their domain, much less their divine authority. But Kulthumak never expected Louis to still have residual power that was even more than an old god like him. He even easily evaded his ambush with his dream world. Louis heard Kulthumak's question and smiled. Of course, he would not tell the kobold god that he had indeed consumed a lot of divine power when he ascended, but the consumed divine power was from the faith of earth, and the god that he had ascended into was not the god of dreams nor the god of dragons, but a foreign god. Everything was just an illusion. This was Louis's greatest trump card that guaranteed that he could escape the shackles that bound gods. So he would not tell anyone, not even the intelligent brain. Seeing Louis not speaking, Kulthumak immediately tried to retreat. He knew that he was unable to kill this new god today, and looking at how Louis was still at east, he might be the one to fall if they really fought here. It must be known that to kill Louis, Kulthumak had shown his true body. After ascending, a god could not immediately condense an incarnation, so Kulthumak could only come to assassinate with his true body. Although it was very dangerous, Kulthumak thought that the other party was just a new god. Even if the other party had a powerful divine authority, they would not be his opponent. However, he never thought that he would miscalculate. In the future, I might be at odds with this god. Kulthumak felt helpless even if he had many powerful abilities. Although his divine authority was weak and did not have a powerful divine domain, He was still one of the strongest mid-tier gods in the past and possessed many divine skills. It was thanks to his divine skills and divine kingdom that allowed him to become a mid-tier god that was able to resist the suppression of the high-tier gods. Divine skills were basic abilities that all gods possessed. Each god could grasp many different divine skills. On the other hand, divine authorities were unique abilities that only gods who had grasped them could utilize. For example, Louis's power over dreams could not be used by other gods as he had complete mastery over it. But Kulthumak felt awkward because most of his divine skills required mid-tier divine power to release. With him having a low-tier divine power, he would not be able to use any even if he tried to empty out his divine power. I cannot dally here and must leave immediately. I should not yet be hit by a curse, so I should be able to escape. Sigh. How did I just make an eternal enemy out of a new god with the potential to become high tier? Although Kulthumak was a savage, cruel, and bloody god, he was not a madman. He had a good head on his shoulders and could see things logically. He did not think of continuing to fight here and only thought of running away. But the kobold god was also depressed. He knew that his future path would be very bumpy, especially since he used to be a subordinate god of the five-colored dragon god and was under his protection. But now, he had directly affected the future dragon god, so who was he to ask for shelter in the future? This new god's divine authority of dragons is just a sub-divine authority. I'll see if I can find a dragon that is close to ascending and help it. If I can get it to help in tearing away this dragon's divine authority, then I won't have to worry about anything. In an instant, Kulthumak had a new idea. All he wanted to do now was to buy time before fighting against Louis. He would see if Louis could make the divine authority of dragons worthy of its name first, or if he could find a collaborator dragon that would help him rip Louis's divine authority away so that he could never become a high-tier god. What an enviable god. With this thought in mind, Kulthumak did not say anything else. Divine power surged into his spear and he tore open the space of the miniature realm. Since the miniature realm was not yet Louis's divine kingdom, he could easily leave with just a step. Buta, pa. The crisp sound of breaking glass echoed once more. Kulthumak realized that he had not left the miniature realm after taking a step. He was still in the miniature realm, and the act of him leaving had been turned into a dream. Your Highness Louis, how dare you? A broken bar. The god of kobolds was furious. He didn't expect that Louis would not let him go, and even spent divine power to turn the entire place into a dream. Your Highness Kulthumak, how could I just let you simply leave after trying to assassinate me? Since you came, you should stay for a while. I am very interested in your divinity. Louis chuckled and a lance appeared in his right hand. You already expected me to come and kill you? Seeing Louis's calm and collected look, Kulthumak sensed something was wrong and said in shock, how could you have expected this? You shouldn't even be aware that I survived through the era of disaster. Seeing Louis smile without saying anything, Kulthumak suppressed the fear in his heart. His savage appearance turned ugly and hissed, Your Highness Louis, let me see how much divine power you really have to be able to stop me from leaving. There was no mistake that Kulthumak was not prepared to fight Louis. He knew that if they fought now, his chances of defeat were higher. He only wanted to escape from here now. The current miniature realm was not Louis's divine kingdom, so it did not boost his abilities. Moreover, blocking this place with a dream would consume large amounts of divine power. In Kulthumak's calculation, Louis's divine power reserves were already very low, so he could just wait for Louis's divine power to empty out, then he could easily leave. Tuyuyua. At this moment Louis lightly exhaled, showing a look of relief. The reason why he had been standing still without taking the initiative was that he was in the process of comprehending a divine skill. Unlike old gods like Kulthumak who had ascended once more, Louis was a new god who did not possess any divine skills. He used the power of Earth's faith as fuel and made calculations using his godhood to finally comprehend a divine skill that many gods know and wasn't very strong, but very useful to Louis. Heavenly possession. A divine kingdom was an important asset to any god. It could be termed their final insurance. It was a fortress filled with various rules and principles that supported the gods. It even had a huge suppressive force against invading foreign gods. The closer one was to the core of the divine kingdom, the stronger the suppressive force was, thus protecting the gods from harm. Take for instance Shai's divine kingdom in the Shadow Realm. If it was in its complete state, then demigods like Louis would have long since died the moment they entered it. Even a weak god entering Shai's divine kingdom at its peak state would perish. If this miniature realm was Louis's divine kingdom, then he could stop the kobold god with very little divine power, but unfortunately, it wasn't. Moreover, it would take a long time for a god to build a divine kingdom and perfect the rules in it. In order to block the kobold god from escaping, Louis could only consume divine power and use the domain of dreams to restrict him. But this is not a long-term solution at all. Restricting a god by wasting divine power was a foolish act that would make people laugh. Louis calculated his divine power. The divine power that came from the faith of Earth had been consumed during his ascension, but there was a lot left over due to his role play as Christ. But I can't just randomly use faith from Earth. It's very likely that the intelligent brain or other gods would catch on. I need to build high walls and accumulate them widely. Then I can slowly claim king and strike once I am certain that I can deal with all problems. Locking Kulthumag here is a waste of divine power. It's a better idea to just kill him. Even if he isn't a new god and has enough experience in ascending, he should still have used up a significant amount of divine power in ascending. Now, he shouldn't have much divine power, so now is the best time to kill him. Many thoughts flashed through Louis's mind. His pupils flickered and let out a winning smile at the kobold god. Your Highness Kulthumag, since you have come to my territory, then please do not leave. To invade a dragon's territory is an act of seeking death. A divine skill, a heavenly possession. This skill wasn't used to summon some god to descend on himself, but for Louis, the god, to descend on others. A god could send down his power to mortals temporarily, and the amount a mortal could bear depended on their constitution. Normally, no matter how strong a mortal was, they would not be able to bear for a long time, but Louis had the best vessel for his power, and that was his daughter with the silver moon goddess, Alexia. With Louis's bloodline and the same divinity as him, there was no better vessel for Louis and Saloon to descend upon. The gods hardly ever used their true bodies and only acted with incarnations, but now that the gods had just ascended, no god had enough time to create an incarnation. On the other hand, Louis could use this divine skill to temporarily turn his daughter into his own incarnation. Louis instantly withdrew his domain of dreams to prevent divine power from being wasted. Following the divine skill's activation, Alexia temporarily became his incarnation. The incarnation of God had half the power of the real body, which meant that Louis, who was at Godhood level 4, had an incarnation with Godhood level 2. As a result, Alexia had a virtual level 2 Godhood, which was enough for Louis. Alexia's body shook as she felt an unmatched abundance of power bursting from nowhere. She felt a near omnipotence and strong vitality surging within her. Alexia felt so blessed that she did not put up any resistance and directly let Louis control her body. In an instant, Alexia's aura changed dramatically, from a demigod to a true god incarnate. Her movements, expression, and speech also changed dramatically because it was Louis who was now controlling her body. At this moment, Alexia's senses turned mystical. Her soul and consciousness seemed to be watching her body in action from a third person's point of view. She could also sense that warm consciousness and breath wrapping to protect her, which was precisely Louis's will and divine power. After Louis possessed Alexia, he quickly mastered how to move her body in just a moment. Even if the incarnate was female and just a baby dragon, and even if the physiques were completely different, mastering a mortal body only took a moment for the gods. At the same time, Louis's real body had used a lance to keep Kulthumag's body in place, preventing him from escaping. The lance was not an ordinary object but made from Louis's own tail. This was essentially equivalent to divine equipment. For gods with powerful bodies like dragons, common practice would be to turn parts of their bodies into weapons for use in humanoid form. Compared to forged weapons, a dragon's natural body was more useful. This lance did not have any additional properties, but as part of the dragon god's body, it was indestructible. Louis's lance and Kulthumag's spear danced and collided. The head-on collision between the two gods caused a storm of divine power, sweeping everything around. At first contact, Louis immediately understood that the kobold god in front of him was a warrior. His skill with the spear was seamless, and he seemed to have a lot of combat experience. But even if Louis's skills were inferior to Kulthumag, he soon pushed back the kobold god into a disadvantage. Even if Louis's skills were inferior, he was still a dragon. Even after ascending, there were still racial differences between the gods, but because gods mainly fought with divine power and divine domains, racial differences were not as visible most of the time. But when gods did not have enough divine power to fight, that would quickly change. Most likely, only the god of war could contend against Louis in close combat. After several exchanges, Kulthumag knew that he was not a match for the foe before him. He was so intent on escaping that when he saw Alexia temporarily becoming Louis's incarnation, he came to a sudden realization. God Louis, you have planned all this. Kulthumag was horrified. How could he not see through Louis's plot? It was no wonder why Louis brought his daughter to watch his ascension and even purposefully learn the divine skill, a heavenly possession. Louis was already aware that he was coveting and snooping around, so he had prepared in advance. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. When you plotted to assassinate me, you brought your own downfall. Alexia spoke with her voice. Although it was still pleasant to hear, its tone and speech were exactly the same as Louis's. Louis did not dare use Alexia's body to enter close combat. She was only a fledgling dragon, making it easy to injure her. Louis waved Alexia's hand, giving life to everything. The wind, the clouds, the grass, everything around seemed to have been given intelligence and life. In these creatures that seemed to gain life, they began to close in on Kulthumag without end. The kobold god was furious and panic flashed on his face. He felt that his spear had become heavy and hard to wield. The wind entangled his hands so that he could not exert any power. If this was an ordinary wind, it would not have been able to shake a god's body, but this wind contained the domain of life, and the only way to resist was to use divine power to target it. But using pure divine power to confront this was the same as seeking death. If Louis only had to pay with 1 point of power to use his divine domain, then Kulthumag would need to pay 3 or even 5 units of power to confront it. Moreover, Kulthumag had just ascended, so he did not have much divine power left. He was already close to exhaustion, but Louis still had enough power to maintain the heavenly possession. Facing Louis and his incarnation, Kulthumag could not find any possibility of victory. Why do you still have so much divine power left? The kobold god let out a shrill cry of anger. He roared with brutality, but it contained a hint of fear. No creature was more afraid of death than gods. If all creatures in the world were arranged in a tier list of those who feared death, the gods would be number 1. This was because they were powerful and immortal, so they were more afraid of their fall. God Louis, do you really want to do this to me? Cut the crap. Louis's incarnation continued to pour out divine power to create more life. At this time, Louis did not care how much divine power he used. His only goal now was to kill Kulthumag. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Kulthumag let out a painful scream. With the cooperation of his incarnation, Louis stabbed the lance in his hand into Kulthumag's abdomen, causing divine blood to pour out. Gods had no weak point. Even if they were stabbed through the heart or the head, they would not die easily unless their divine power ran out. If their incarnations were injured, then it was only the consumption of divine power and did not affect the gods. However, Kulthumag was almost out of divine power and in his real body. If he died here, then he would definitely fall. Your Highness Kulthumag, please fall here today. My lord and I will make good use of your legacy. A serene female voice suddenly sounded, accompanied by the appearance of a delicate female body that was as black as the night. Kulthumag stared at her with wide eyes and let out a harsh cry. Bitch, it's you. At this time, Kulthumag could no longer maintain the poise of a god. He was like the gods that went mad in those ancient epochs. His sanity became filled with fear and madness. He knew after seeing Shai that he was really going to fall here today. Fear and madness swept through Kulthumag's body when he saw Shai. In the history of the gods over the past countless years, many gods had moments of glory that made other gods fear them, but the glory that they possessed was ultimately fleeting and faded away in the vast sands of time. The only one who never lost hers was Shei, the ancient god of darkness. Those that died under her hands were uncountable. However, in the next moment, Kulthumak found that something was wrong with the Shei that appeared in front of him. In the era of the gods, Shei's godhood was up to level 18, and even a single one of her incarnations was at mid-tier, but now she was only at the legendary rank. Kulthumak even thought that he was mistaken and that this was an illusion made by Shei, but when he carefully identified it, he found that Shei's incarnation was truly at the legendary rank. Moreover, this could only be considered a projection and not an incarnation. Kulthumak was overjoyed and hope sprang up deep inside his heart, which was already consumed by despair. As he had thought, Shei had been targeted by the gods, which prevented her from ascending. "How dare you appear in front of me in that state? Die, you bitch! You traitor!" Anger rose from Kulthumak's heart. He felt ashamed of the fear that welled up in him because of Shei's appearance. When Kulthumak found out that it was actually Shei who had plotted against him, he feared that he would be killed, but after realizing that Shei was not even a god, he regained his fighting will. After barely dodging another one of Louis's strikes, Kulthumak ignored the injuries on his body and charged at Shei's incarnation. He thought that as long as he killed Shei's incarnation, he would have hope of escaping, and a legendary rank powerhouse couldn't resist a god's death-defying efforts. Faced with Kulthumak's desperate yet terrifying strike, Shei's incarnation was indeed unable to retaliate, but her expression remained serene and empty, frightening Kulthumak. At this moment, a sense of fear burst from his heart once more, but immediately afterward, he made up his mind and rushed at Shei and thrust his spear at her face. Heavenly possession. But Kulthumak's blow that contained all his hope fell short. Right behind him, Louis unleashed his divine skill once more. This time, he used his dream incarnation on Shei. Shei's serene face revealed a delicate smile. She didn't resist Louis's possession of her body and obediently allowed Louis's will and divine power to take over her incarnation. Compared to Alexia's ability to withstand all of Louis's power, Shei was unable to do so, but as the former goddess of night, Shei's adaptability to divine power was quite good. After Louis's possession, she gained virtual godhood of level 0. Although level 0 was barely a god, it was still an incarnation of God nonetheless, and it had the power to fight with another god. In order to guarantee that he could kill Kulthumak, Louis utilized all his divine power to the greatest extent. His current body was using the divine authority of time, Alexia's body was using the divine authority of life, and Shei's body was using the divine authority of dreams. One was a godhood of level 4, another of level 2, and finally one of level 0. With three bodies moving together, a god that did not have much divine power left was doomed. Compared to Alexia, Louis did not use his willpower to control Shei and gave her the freedom to move. Shei was definitely familiar with the divine authority of dreams. Even if she could not use the power of the divine domain, she could use the power of the incarnation to fight in close combat. This time, Shei used her full power. Killing Kulthumak was in her best interest, so how could she hold back? After obtaining the power-up from Louis's heavenly possession, she already had the ability to fight against the gods. The Disk of Darkness appeared in her ears. It was a divine weapon that accompanied her for millions of years and was famous among the gods. Even without divine power, the goddess of night was a full-fledged shadow dancer, assassin, and warlock. It could be said that even without her godhood, no mortal could defeat her. This time, she was displaying the full might of an ancient god's combat skills to Louis. She seemed like a butterfly in the night that danced beautifully, but the wheel blade in her hand was like a poisonous snake that bit Kulthumak from all angles. Her body posture writhed and contorted as did serpents of legend. Although she was level 0, she had beaten back Kulthumak to the point that he couldn't retaliate. Louis admired the beautiful and powerful fighting style of Shei. He secretly exclaimed that her fighting style was awe-inspiring. Afterward, Louis joined the fray. He transformed into a dragon and attacked together with Shei. His claws swiped, his tail swept, and his sharp teeth tore. In a few blows, Kulthumak was placed in an incredibly dangerous situation, with the ambushes from the incarnation of life. This kobold god's face went pale. He roared, growled, cursed, and dodged, but no matter what he did, his terrible state did not change as his divine blood spilled on the ground under his feet. His divine power had long been exhausted. His divine body was barely holding on with wounds riddled all over. The kobold god secretly cursed, knowing that from the beginning to the end, he had fallen into Louis and Shai's trap. Most likely, even Louis's action of showing his godhood was within calculation so that he would covet the godhood. But he could not blame anyone but himself for being greedy. God Louis, why are you helping that bitch, Shai? She is now wanted and being hunted by the gods. Helping her is the same as turning yourself into the enemy of the gods. As a new god, making an enemy of the gods would surely be your end. Shai is sinister and cunning. She has killed countless gods. No matter what promises she had made to you, you should not trust her, or you will be killed by her. Kulthumak knew that he was in grave danger. His final words were said in the hope that he could make Louis change his mind, because he knew that what could truly kill him was Louis's power. Whether it was the incarnation of life or the incarnation of dreams, all of them came from Louis. Shai was only given the right to use that power. God Louis, how about you and I join forces? We'll find Shai's true body and kill her together. You can have her divine authority and divinity, and I'm willing to become a subordinate god to serve you. I can even make a river Styx oath. Kulthuman was furious, but he could only give up his dignity and surrender to Louis. However, Louis was unmoved and coldly said, Your Highness Kulthumak, I am not interested in your allegiance. What I need is only your fall. Louis's dragon claws once again tore at Kulthumak's body, causing a large amount of blood to spray out. A god did not have a fatal weakness, but as Kulthumak restored his body, he would use up more divine power that caused him to be weakened to the extreme. This kobold god shouted with vengeance and madness in his eyes, Since you're going to make me fall, I will not make it easy for you either. Kulthumak gathered all his power in one point, and the spear in his hand was pulsating. Louis was shocked and knew that this was a final blow of the god. Even if Kulthumak desperately self-destructed, it was impossible to kill Louis, but Louis did not want to bear the final fury of a god either. He suddenly looked at Shai. Shai sensed Louis's gaze and was stunned. Her expression changed into one of annoyance and said, Lord God, what are you doing? Louis had forcibly taken control of Shai's body with his will. The current Shai was Louis's incarnation and was borrowing power from Louis, but the owner was still Louis's, so he could forcefully control her body. Your Highness Shai, you are just a projection at the moment. Even if you die, it won't really matter. You should bear His Highness Kulthumak's final fury. I can see that he hates and fears you. Louis smiled at Shai with a face that was gloating. Under the annoyed but helpless expression of the goddess of night, Louis possessed her body and had it thrown against Kulthumak's arm. At that exact moment, Kulthumak poured the last of his will into his spear and stabbed Shai's chest with the curse and hatred of the gods. Kachinga. That was the sound of Kulthumak's godhood shattering. Booma. The final condensation of divine power and shattering of the godhood created a terrifying explosion. The impact of the divine power wreaked havoc everywhere. Louis had been afraid that Kulthumak's final desperation would destroy the miniature realm, so he raised his hand and imprisoned the detonation within his domain of time. Then he tore open a portal and threw the locked space-time into the astral realm. Immediately afterward, Louis unbound time again, and the final impact of Kulthumak's explosion was all absorbed by the astral realm. Shai's incarnation had died, and the divine authority of dreams attached to her and the remaining divine power returned to Louis. At the same time, Louis released the heavenly possession, causing the divine authority of life and the divine power used on Alexia to return to him. After taking back the power, Louis looked at the place where Kulthumak had fallen and prepared to receive the spoils of war in the first year of the new era. His Highness Louis Galakrond, the god of dragons, killed Kulthumak, the god of kobolds. No one knew about this event, and no god perceived it until His Highness Louis Galakrond himself said it later. And the people knew that Kulthumak, The god of kobolds had fallen long ago. A tilde divine history of the dragon god. A broken bar. Louis's hand moved. In the place where Kulthhumak fell, a string-like object floated up to his hand. Its color was ineffable, and from the supernatural fluctuations it gave off, Louis knew it was precisely the thing he needed most: a divinity. A part of the divinity was destroyed, but the remaining part is enough. Looking at it, he almost leapt with joy. The kobold god, Kulthhumak, had fallen, and his divinity no longer had his will, but Louis still carefully checked it until he was certain that it was masterless and fit for absorption before consuming it. Louis was now a true god with level 4 godhood. Absorbing unknown divinity was a simple matter. He engraved his own imprint and then fused it with his original divinity. Kulthhumak was once a true god with level 15 godhood, which required a significant amount of divinity. He, like other ancient gods, had to rely on burning divinity to support their existence during the 30,000 years of slumber due to the lack of faith. As a result, he had used up some divinity over the past 30,000 years, and a part of it had been destroyed upon his death. However, the total amount of divinity left behind was still more than twice the amount initially held by Louis himself. Louis himself had little divinity. In the beginning, he had become a true demigod after obtaining divinity from Nola. Then the Silver Moon Goddess had provided him with coordinates of fallen gods in the astral realm, allowing him to plunder the dregs of their divinities. Afterward, Louis had spent divinity in order to help birth Alexia. If he finished cleaning up the graveyard of the gods in the astral realm, the divinity would probably be barely enough to support a level 4 godhood. The next thing Louis wanted to do was to continue to improve his godhood. He needed more divinity, but it took thousands of years for the divinity to condense itself. It was difficult for Louis to do it on his own, but he could never give up on making benefits in this era. Thus, killing the gods and plundering them was the only path that Louis could choose. But killing a god was never easy. It required a lot of thought and caution. Shei needed godhood, and Louis needed divinity. The two of them hit it off. With Shei's intelligence and Louis's power, they could hatch foolproof plans to kill the gods. The Divine King's crown that Louis obtained was probably a backup means of a powerful god, but he did not know which god it was. This was true until Shei told Louis that the maker of the Divine King's crown was none other than the 5-colored dragon god. According to Shei's words, because Louis had obtained the 5-colored dragon god's godhood, he had inherited everything from the 5-colored dragon god, such as his fate or his role. Louis would naturally be guided toward the creations of the 5-colored dragon god. And luckily enough, Louis had first obtained the Divine King's crown, which was genuine divine equipment. At the same time, Shei told Louis that Kulthhumak, the god of kobolds, did not fall during the era of disaster. Instead, he had luckily survived and had hidden inside the Divine King's crown. As the subordinate god of the 5-colored dragon god, he was also the first lapdog of the 5-colored dragon god. He naturally knew the many secrets of the 5-colored dragon god, but Shei herself also knew about the Divine King's crown's existence. Kulthhumak had a godhood that had reached level 15. Even after 30,000 years, his divinity would still have a huge volume. At the same time, Kulthhumak did not have a powerful divine authority and was mainly reliant on the divine authority of kobolds. This meant that he was the easiest and nearest god that Louis and Shei could kill, especially since he could not use many divine skills. It was not easy to find a god with a godhood as high as level 15 but with low combat power. If Kulthhumak still had a godhood of level 15 and was inside Louis's divine kingdom, perhaps Shei wouldn't be able to kill him in combat even at her full power. The most she could do was whittle away at his church and find a chance to kill him while he was weak. But now, due to various reasons and coincidences, Louis and Shei obtained the best opportunity to kill Kulthhumak. Louis took out the godhood to attract Kulthhumak's attention and even slowed down his ascension to make Kulthhumak lower his guard so that he would think Louis had no qualifications to become a powerful god. At the same time, Louis and Shei had long discussed how they would fight, and so Louis had brought Alexia along. From the beginning, Kulthhumak, without knowing anything, had been plotted against by Shai and Louis. Thanks to the plan, Louis had truly killed Kulthumak without much resistance. Kulthumak's fall allowed Louis the opportunity to become stronger. "Alexia, come here." After digesting Kulthumak's divinity, Louis lifted his hand and summoned Alexia. Alexia walked over in a daze. Everything that happened before seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. Alexia could not react at all and did not fully understand what had happened. Her beautiful dragon eyes were full of confusion and doubts. She had only come to observe her father god's ascension ceremony at his request, and then at the moment when he succeeded, he was assassinated by another god. Alexia could not forget the shock and fear she felt at that time, but anger overwhelmed her and made her want to avenge her father's death. Afterward, she did not expect that everything was just an illusion and her father reappeared intact in front of her with a power that she could not understand. After that, her father god was able to master a divine skill of the gods, heavenly possession, and turned her into his own incarnation. Then, Shai appeared and teamed up with her father god to finish off the kobold god. In retrospect, it seemed that everything had been in her father god's calculation, from the time the kobold god appeared to his death. But Shai, Alexia returned to her elven form from her dragon form. She looked around warily and spoke with disgust. "Father god, was that the goddess of night that just appeared?" She did not dare call Shai by her first name and changed it to the goddess of night. "That was indeed Shai," Louis confirmed Alexia's thoughts. "Were Broken Bar you joined forces with the goddess of the night?" "She Broken Bar, she is a very dangerous god. You can't trust her." The elf dragon's tone was sharp and contained disgust. As the daughter of the silver moon, she instinctively hated Shai and felt disgusted towards her. But she also feared Shai. She knew that in Shai's doctrine, the silver moon was an enemy and it was even written out that everything of the silver moon should be killed. If this were in the era of the gods, the daughter of the silver moon goddess, Alexia, would be the biggest target of the Church of the Night. Shai's followers would do anything to kill Alexia to please their goddess. Louis sensed the fear and disgust in her and reassured, "No need to worry, Alexia. The current Shai is not a threat. I will also be more careful around her plots. You should not tell your mother goddess about this. If she finds out by herself, then I will personally explain it to her." A broken bar beauty broken bar beauty broken bar. Alexia was hesitant and at a loss. Shai was her mother god's sister and greatest enemy. According to their relationship, Shai would be her aunt. But her father god went behind her mother god to have an affair with her mother god's sister and enemy. Now that this matter would continue to be hidden, Alexia felt frightened about being sandwiched like this and did not know what to do. If she hid it for her father god, she would be betraying her mother god. And if she told her mother god, then she would be betraying her father god. As the daughter of the two gods, Alexia was not an outsider. "Alexia, are you not going to listen anymore?" Louis looked at her with some disappointment and spoke with a sad tone. Alexia's delicate body trembled. She bit her pink lips and raised her head to look at Louis. After seeing her father god's disappointed look, she felt her heart ache in sadness. She stomped her foot and gritted her teeth. "I understand, Father God." Alexia will not tell Mother Goddess, but you should also be careful of the Goddess of Night. Compared to Saloon's cool and uncaring attitude, Louis' mortal-like care for his daughter made Alexia feel even more loved. In Alexia's heart, the scales of her Father God and Mother God had long been tilted, but she could not step over the last hurdle in her heart. After seeing Louis' disappointed expression, she felt very sad. She didn't want to disappoint her Father God and didn't want to lose the Father God's care and love for her, so with a ruthless heart, she decided to choose her Father God and turned her back on her Mother God. "I'm sorry, Mother Goddess. You can't really blame Alexia for this, but Alexia will keep an eye on the Goddess of Night's movements for you. I will not let her bewitch Father God and plot against you," Alexia said to herself in her heart. As to whether she had the ability to keep an eye on Shai or not, she never even considered it. Hearing his daughter's assurance, Louis revealed a joyful and loving expression. He used his hand to gently caress his daughter's snow-white face and smiled. "Alexia, wait for a moment. Your father needs to turn this divinity into usable power." After obtaining Kulthumag's divinity, Louis's level could be raised to that of the strongest god of the current era. Louis still had a large amount of divine power, which was the result of being able to gather faith from two worlds. In the world of San Soliel, more than 400,000 were his believers, and after becoming a true god, his rate of conversion had only risen. But compared to the world of San Soliel, the source of faith from Earth was even more terrifying, especially after Louis became the present-day Christ. His source of faith grew at an astronomical rate. Even if the worlds were different and the faith was being filtered out by the crystal wall system, what was left was the best part. Hundreds of millions of units of pure faith entered the world of San Soliel and headed straight toward Louis. It would definitely make all the gods feel envy. It must be known that in the world of San Soliel, the main source of faith, the people on the main continent, only had a population in the hundreds of millions. Even in the history of the gods, the most powerful had at most millions of true believers. No god has ever broken past this ceiling. With faith from two worlds, Louis's divine power could be optimized. Earth's faith was not suitable for usage yet, so Louis could only use it as fuel to deepen his understanding of the gods. For example, Louis needed to be promoted to the next level. In order for a god to level up their godhood, there were a few important requirements that had to be met. First, they needed to have sufficient divinity to support their godhood. To satisfy this requirement, Louis killed the god of kobolds, Kulthumag, and obtained a large portion of his divinity. This was enough to support Louis till he reached mid-tier divine power. Second, a god needed to have a sufficient number of believers that could support the level of their godhood. Louis's number of believers was barely enough to support mid-tier divine power. Third, a god needed a sufficient amount of divine authority. For this, Louis had not yet completely used the divine authority of dragons, but the divine authority of dreams that he treated as a secondary divine authority was sufficient for him to reach mid-tier divine power. As it was a complete divine authority, he found it very useful at the moment. And finally, a god needed to understand their godhood, which is also known as perception. As long as gods had enough power, they could comprehend the logic behind skills and divinity at faster rates. Louis did not use San Soliel's divine power because his believers were limited, making the world's divine power much more precious. As a result, Louis used the excess divine power he gained from Earth and injected it into the godhood of the dragon god in order to analyze its structure. With the influx of divine power, Louis was able to easily comprehend everything he needed. After that, it was only a matter of time before all conditions were met. Louis had no difficulty increasing the level of his godhood. He would soon be able to reach a level 7 godhood. It was also not impossible for Louis to continue increasing his level to a level 11 godhood, which was mid-tier, but the number of his believers could barely maintain this level. A slight change in numbers could cause him to fall back into a low-tier godhood. This was the problem with utilizing divine power. There was a number curve in a god's true believers. Only by having a stable of numbers could the gods continue to level up. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. If I force myself to reach mid-tier divine power, I could indeed become the leader of the gods for a moment of time. But that wouldn't have any meaning. It's better to use this situation to stabilize my foundation. As a new god, I cannot become too dazzling and attract the attention of many gods. I have so many dangerous secrets that if any of them were known, I would become the target of the gods. Even my current state of leveling up would already catch a few gods' eyes. It's better to do things a little bit more low-key. After making up his mind, Louis temporarily set his godhood to level 7. With a level 7 godhood, he could stabilize the situation without danger. To further understand the structure of the godhood, I can increase the level of the foreign godhood, but I won't do this at the moment. The amount of time I became a god is too short, so I haven't accumulated enough experience. Divine power should be used in more important places first. Louis thought so. He stopped leveling himself up. Now he was already a god with level 7 godhood. In the era of the gods, this was enough to be qualified as a fairly respectable god, and in the current era, it was enough to make him one of the strongest gods. Father God, did it work? Alexia's starry eyes twinkled as she stared at Louis. When she saw Louis open his eyes, she asked with joy. She could not perceive the difference in divine power, but she could only tell that Louis was mighty and powerful. For mortals, a true god was a true god no matter how strong their divine power was, and so it was difficult to gauge differences between them due to their sheer amount. Louis smiled and nodded to his daughter. What he needed now was more time to comprehend more divine skills. Once he did so, his means of action would increase. Then Louis looked at the place where the kobold god fell and said playfully, "Your Highness Shei, if you still don't make your move, Kulthumac's divine authority will dissipate." Sire Broken Bar, a soft sigh echoed as the world seemed to be covered in darkness. In Alexia's alertness, a jade hand extended out from the darkness. Although it was just a hand, it felt infinitely alluring and charming. Every finger and every inch of skin was dazzling as it emitted a dark and secretive beauty. The jade hand that seemed to attract all life grabbed something in the air. The object that was grabbed seemed to exist but at the same time non-existent. And then, a black robe came out of the curtain followed by a figure that exuded ultimate tranquility. The bare feet under the skirt stepped on the grass with a dainty elegance. The quiet and delicate face revealed a trace of shame and anger in its eyes. "Your Highness Shei, that was the best choice in that situation. My real body would have been injured and Alexia would probably have died from that blow. Only your projected avatar was the best means of sealing the explosion," Louis said courteously without any sense of guilt. Shei was not truly angry. If their positions were reversed, Shei believed that even she would have made the same choice as Louis. What made her gloomy was the sensation of being used and plotted against when for so long she had been the user and plotter. "You really don't know how to pity a lady. Your choice at that time was very correct, Lord God." Shei was not an idiot. After being gloomy and angry for a while, she calmed down. In her hands was Kulthumac's divine authority. She half closed her eyes and let out a joyful smile. "The divine authority that you wanted is already in your hands. With this, the contract is established." Louis opened his mouth and stated a part of the covenant. "For the next 3,000 years, I will serve you as your subordinate god, Your Highness Louis." The goddess of darkness lifted her skirt and gracefully cursed. Her appearance carried a mature charm with a hidden youthfulness inside. That contradictory feeling was very evocative. Perhaps this was the first time Shei used her body in the past hundreds of thousands of years. That was right. What appeared in front of Louis was Shei's true body. At this moment, Louis felt an impulse to kill Shei to obtain her divinity and complex divine authority, but he immediately suppressed this idea. They had signed the River Styx oath to not attack each other and plot the other party's death. Their oath had been made very complex such that there were no possible loopholes that could be exploited. This way, they could truly trust each other for the next 3,000 years. "You should finally be at ease now, Lord Goda Broken Bar. Isn't this what you wanted to do?" Shei said with a soft sigh. "You are about to obtain the complete goddess of night." Louis smiled and did not respond. His goal of forcing out Shei's true body had been accomplished. This ancient goddess finally brought her true body out of inevitability. Although Louis and the goddess of night's projection had intercourse countless times, only doing it with the true body of a god was considered proper intercourse. In order to give birth to Alexia, Louis obtained the Silver Moon Goddess Saloon. As a dragon, Louis also did not mind possessing Shei's body. Perhaps in the entire history of Sans Soleil, he was the only one to be with the oldest two goddesses. Naturally, it was impossible to have an heir with Shei as he was a true god and Shei would soon be as well. The probability of giving birth to a god was too high. "Your Highness Shei, there is no time to lose. In order to prevent the gods from finding out where you are, you should absorb Kulthumac's divine authority and ascend," Louis urged Shei. This was one of Shei's plans. She would use a different divine authority and gain enough followers. This would keep her low profile and evade the detection of other gods. For this purpose, the divine authority of kobolds was the best choice. The gods would instead feel that the god of kobolds being together with the dragon god was normal. After Shei obtained enough believers and faith, turned the kobolds into believers of the goddess of night, and collected enough faith to reach mid-tier divine power, Shei could give up this divine authority and reincarnate as the goddess of night. Mid-tier divine power was already enough for Shei to protect herself. For Louis, This allowed him to establish and complete his dragon god system, recording the process of sealing the gods a broken bar. Analysis of the relationship between divinity, divine authority, divine power, and godhood. A broken bar. Breaking down characteristics of divine authority. Warning: low energy. A broken bar. Need to urge the host to find new energy. A broken bar. Shai and Selûne were born just after the twin snakes of creation, but the twin snakes of creation had no subjective consciousness and were more akin to fundamental principles. Selûne and Shai, on the other hand, were the first to gain self-awareness. In the ancient past, Selûne and Shai possessed the four most important divine authorities of the world: a light, sun, darkness, and moon. At that time they held absolute power and were the true embodiment of light and darkness and possessed the powers of ancient gods. After the rules of the world changed and faith in the gods was born, Selûne and Shai still possessed divine power levels of 20. However, the two goddesses were born enemies. After hundreds of thousands of years of conflict and struggle, Selûne had lost the divine authority of light and sun but stole the divine authority of the moon from Shai. This allowed Selûne to be the incarnation of the silver moon. On the other hand, Shai had lost the divine authority of the moon, which made her lose her peak power, causing her to decline to level 18. For an ancient god such as her, absorbing the divine authority of kobolds was a simple matter. She digested the divine authority at a speed that left even Louis in astonishment. After changing her identity, she accepted the faith of the kobolds and successfully ascended. But the process in which Shai did things was too fast. As a result, she only received a little bit of faith. After forcefully ascending, her godhood was only level 1 and even had some instabilities. That said, Shai was still full of joy. She had finally ascended even while being hunted down by the other gods. Now that she had succeeded, with her wisdom and talent, she would one day regain her seat as one of the powerful gods. Even if the gods were hostile to her, no one could touch her once that happens. Shai knew that the premise of all this was that she needed to obtain shelter from Louis before she distorted the faith of the kobolds into darkness and reached mid-tier divine power. She could not reveal her identity to anyone, and the only one who could protect her and cover her was Louis. At the thought of this, the corner of Shai's brows let out a seductive charm as she smiled while looking at Louis. Louis was moved as he found that Shai's temperament had changed slightly. Because she's temporarily lost her divine authority of darkness, she feels a bit more humane even if she is the essence of darkness itself. Selûne started as the god of sun and light. Her personality should originally have been passionate and surging, but after losing these two divine authorities in exchange for the divine authority of the silver moon, her temperament had turned cold. If not for her own nature, which was the essence of light, she might have been even colder. Shai was also the same. Because her main divine authority wasn't darkness, her personality had changed a bit, making her not as serene and vain as before. This is something I need to be careful about. I need to do some calculations on how my divine authorities can influence me. Thinking like this, Shai smiled at Louis and said, "Congratulations on regaining your godhood once more, Your Highness Shai, or should I say, Kobold God, Shai." At the end of the day, even Louis could not help but laugh out loud. Alexia, who stood quietly at his side, also lowered her head to hold her laughter. Although the gods did not have a social distinction, there were distinctions in strength. The identity of a kobold god was still funny to hear, especially when the once strongest goddess of darkness had taken this role. Shai was also a bit embarrassed. Her delicate face reddened, but she quickly returned to her calmness. For her, this was not a big deal. Being able to ascend once more was a good thing. So what if she was the kobold god? This divine authority was capable of allowing her to return to mid-tier divine power and hiding her from the sight of other gods. Even the kobold god was someone that far surpassed mortals. Naturally, Louis knew this, but he still teased her for a bit. "Your Highness Shai, your current godhood is very unstable." During the small time frame that Kulth Humak fell, He had already severed connection with his believers. You must find a way to hide from the eyes and ears of the gods, Louis reminded Shei. He believed that Shei had her own way to deal with the situation. In the era of the gods, Shei had assassinated many gods and then absorbed their faith without many people knowing. In terms of acting ability, she was second to none. Shei slightly inclined her head. Kulthhumak possesses 4 divine authorities: a kobold, trap-making, mining, and war. I have already absorbed the divine authority of kobolds. How are we dividing the remaining 3? Saying so, she raised her hand and opened her palm to show the remaining 3 divine authorities. Louis thought for a moment and said, Dragon City once kidnapped a group of dwarves in the San Solil mountain range. These dwarves are now my believers. Even if it's incomplete, the divine authority of mining is still slightly useful to me. I can stabilize the faith of the dwarves. You can have trap making. As for war, just give up on it. That little fragment is not worth much at all. The majority of the divine authority of mining was in the hands of the dwarf gods, so Louis could use it to attract the faith of the dwarves. The divine authority of trap making was complete, but it wasn't strong enough to create a god, because it was a divine authority that almost no one believed in. That was why the divine authority of kobolds was necessary to stabilize this divine authority. As for the divine authority of war, it was less than 1% of the whole divine authority of war. Such a small percentage could not produce a divine domain, as could be seen from the previous battle with Kulthhumak. Even now, the god of war was estimated to only have about 70% of the divine authority. The rest of the divine authority was motley with the beastmen gods, while a small part spread was scattered to various gods. As a result, the god of war could only reach level 16 or 17. If the god of war had complete divine authority, he would have already reached level 20. For such a small amount of divine authority that was completely useless, Louis did not want to make any new enemies. A fair split. Shei handed over the divine authority of mining to Louis and absorbed the divine authority of trap-making herself, while the divine authority of war disappeared by itself and returned to the origin of the world. As for who would take it, it would depend on fate. For Louis, the divine authority of dragon would probably allow him to reach level 17. While the other divine authorities would allow him to reach level 18 and perhaps 19. But this was only an estimate that Louis set to make things simpler. Whether it was level 20 or level 16, there was not much qualitative difference. They were all powerful. His real power lay in his identity as a foreign god, and order. As long as Louis could master the origin of order and become one with the serpent of order, then he would become one of the serpents of creation. According to his estimates, this was a level above 20 and could reach the level of a true ancient god and a god of gods. Therefore, Louis was clear about how he would proceed from here on out. Louis and Shei finished dividing the spoils, and everyone was satisfied. At the very least, Louis did not have to go find any more divinity unless he was going to become a high-tier god, so he had time to develop. Now that the main things were done, Louis had some free time. He smiled and gazed at Shei's beautiful body. Looking at her back that was hidden under the thin muslin, he made out her ink jade skin suffused and her flawless delicate features. This was the true body of Shei, which was the essence of the world's darkness. Your Highness Shei, it is still early. Let me enjoy your deepest darkness before you go to establish your divine kingdom. Louis did not bother hiding his desires. The goddess of night sighed and smiled. Lord God is truly a dragon. Since you want it, then I'll let you have the true goddess of night. In the past millions of years, you will be the first to enjoy the warmth of this goddess. Shei smiled seductively and her clothes landed on the ground. Her body without an inch of clothing walked forward with soft steps. She ignored the fact that Alexia was watching. The two gods had no human morals or ethics, and under Alexia's look of curiosity, with the sky as a curtain and the earth as a mat, two flames danced passionately. In the dark night sky, a star suddenly rose up, shining brilliantly in the night sky. The god sighed at the level that this god reached in just a few days of ascending. Because the gods had been paying attention to this star, No one noticed that a star had dulled and shook for a moment, but it immediately returned to its original color as if it was an illusion. Inside the Divine King's crown, the goddess lazily laid down on the grassy plains with her eyes half open. Her hair, which was smoother than silk, was covered in green grass, and her ink jade skin seemed to be drenched in sweat as if she had just come out of the bath. The goddess basked in the afterglow for a long time, then she sat up and supported her body with her arms. After seeing that Louis had finished dressing up, she flicked her wrist and her body was instantly shrouded with a light veil. Not long after, Shei had recovered her posture and calm as if her tiredness never existed, but her eyes contained a warmth of endless spring. Lord God, once I have distorted the wills of the kobolds, I can become a mid-tier god. After that, I can pass on the divine authority of kobolds back to you and let you choose a new kobold god, Shei said charmingly. Louis nodded to her words, indicating that he already knew. Shei stole the divine authority of kobolds and used it to distort the will of the kobolds so that they would put their faith in the darkness. Although this could let Shei return to being a mid-tier divine power, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. This method was closer to deception. Kobolds also had short lives compared to humans. If the kobolds who believed in darkness died, then Shei's godhood would also drop back down in rank. For Shei, she had to first take advantage of this time to restore to mid-tier divine power, then she would rapidly develop her church and spread her faith throughout all major humanoid races. She could not solely rely on the faith of the kobolds. When the time came, the divine authority of kobolds would become useless to her, so she chose to return it to Louis. Then Louis could choose someone loyal and bestow the divine authority of kobolds. Although it was a weak divine authority, it had the potential to become a mid-tier divine power. Louis did not mind waiting for 1,000 years to have another subordinate that was a mid-tier god. This was how gods made their plans, not within timescales of years or even decades, but millennia. Cisadilla yenza 1/4 e macron cisadilla sse micromiddle ssa tilde. Gods were beings that could afford to wait. After receiving Louis's reply, Shei hurriedly tried to leave. Thinking about it, she felt awkward having her true body appear in front of Louis. She had a vague fear in her heart for her life. In her weakest form, she was now in front of another god and also had to use her meager experience to cater to them with her own body. If she was still the goddess of the night, this would naturally be an insult to her. But Shei had now signed a 3,000-year oath with Louis. The relationship between the two was now a main god and a subordinate god. She would not resent Louis and understood her own position. The taste of a god is only so. Louis smiled at Shei's hasty departure and gave a review. Louis was already a god. Everything was in the palm of his hands, and he could just take anything he wanted. The relationship between men and women was just that. Gods could completely control their own bodies, and the only thing that could uplift him was Shei's identity, which brought him vanity and a pleasurable feeling. There are many goddesses in this world, and I am immortal. I finally have a goal to pursue. Louis decided on a goal that only a dragon could make. The only thing that made him helpless was that after tasting the greatness of two goddesses, many women in the mortal world did not move him anymore. No matter how beautiful mortal women were, how could they compete with the charms of a goddess? Moreover, each goddess mastered different divine authorities and had different personalities. With the accumulation of countless years, each goddess was like a cup of wine that had an endless aftertaste. Louis looked beside him. Alexia had already left in the middle of his and Shei's activities. This was not because she was shy, but because she had to return to Dragon City and grasp its situation. Alexia was a dragon, and dragons did not have much shame. Host, the God Creation Project has reached a bottleneck. You need to find more energy sources for your own evolution. At this moment, the intelligent brain echoed in Louis's mind. He frowned as he did not expect it to speak at this time. In the beginning, Louis worked so hard to find the energy sources on Earth in order to make his dragon body evolve quickly to obtain the power of self-preservation. After he had enough divinity to become a demigod, he was not too keen on following this path anymore, especially now that he had ascended to become a god. He did not care about his own evolution. He was now a true god and fought in a way that gods fought. He did not have the same weakness anymore, so the influence of evolution was not big. A few thousand years of time could be compressed into a moment now that he was immortal. Even without an energy source and even without doing anything, it would only take 1,000 years for him to evolve. In addition, he was vigilant against the intelligent brain, so he was not too interested in finding the energy source. God Creation Project. I am already a god. Why would I still care about your plans? From your words, you should be lacking in energy, right? Louis sneered and decided to ignore the robotic voice. But he did not expect the intelligent brain's next words to make him fall into contemplation. Host. This is the dragon manufacturing blueprint developed by the Terran civilization after researching multiple realms of San Solil and the 5-colored dragon god. In an instant, many drawings appeared in Louis's mind, all of which were conceptual drawings of weapons, each of which was a dragon. These dragons were completely different from dragons that existed in San Solil. They had greater power and talent. In Louis's opinion, these dragons were worthy of being called a legendary species. These legendary dragon species were meant to be spread across the many realms and should be creatures conceptualized by the Terran civilization according to the characteristics of the major realms. Louis even saw the mechanical dragons for the clockwork Nirvana realm. Naturally, the mechanical dragon was different from the robots of Earth. They were closer to magical puppets of San Solil. If these were only concepts, Louis would not care so much. Gods were omnipotent. As long as he mastered the divine authority of dragons, he could create dragons with just divine power. This was how incomprehensible a god was, and how omnipotent divine power was. However, these drawings were not just a concept map but contained detailed design schemes right down to the cells and DNA. There were also energy processing methods that would greatly save the consumption of divine power. For example, if Louis would require 10 points of divine power to create a legendary dragon species, then knowing the details of the legendary dragon and assembling it from parts would decrease the consumption of divine power. It may even reach the point of only consuming 1 point of divine power. Industrialization, a broken bar. Louis immediately thought of this term. It dawned on him that this might be the difference between the path of gods and the path of technology. Although they walked the same path of finding the truth, they still had their differences. The most convenient and powerful part of technology lies in its ability of mass production and low consumption. If I can mass produce a batch of legendary dragons with low divine power consumption, even a direct attack on the kingdom of other gods could be done. Louis's eyes burst with enthusiasm. The reason why gods were difficult to kill was due to the existence of their divine kingdoms. In the divine kingdom of gods, many believers converged and the power of the law was applied to its invaders. If an enemy god invades, they would have to use up manpower and divine power. Even a high-tier god facing a mid-tier god would run with their tails between their legs unless a group of gods was to act together. However, if the consumption of divine power and consumption of manpower was offset, then it was just an ordinary war. Each of the members of the legendary dragon species possessed terrifying power. Each one could make mortals tremble, and even a god would have to use divine power to kill one. If mass-producing legendary dragon species were successful, even the gods would not be able to resist. After a god killed so many legendary dragon species, how many of its believers would be left? How much divine power could it use? At that time, Louis could just personally go and orchestrate their downfall. Thinking so, Louis breathed heavily. These detailed blueprints were simply a valuable weapon. What do you need, intelligent brain? Host, I need to complete the God Creation project and require you to provide sufficient energy. Sure enough, what it needs is more energy. Louis exhaled lightly. The current intelligent brain could be said to be scheming and learn to use bait. In the beginning, the intelligent brain was a simple agent, but now it had learned to empathize and identify others' wishes. Would it become a threat in the future? Did this mean that it was also learning and evolving? Interesting. Then let's see if you're able to turn me into a weapon in the end, or if I completely destroy you and free myself of this bondage. Louis's eyes flashed with brilliance and felt a great sense of pride. There was no way Louis would give up on such a powerful weapon. The design and the blueprints definitely contained the highest level of biotechnology of the Terran civilization. Since the intelligent brain wanted energy, then he would provide it with energy as long as he restricted it. Intelligent brain, the space-time wormhole is still in Dragon City. I need you to help me transfer it to my divine kingdom. You know it's dangerous to put it in Dragon City. If it's destroyed, we would no longer have the means to travel to a different world. If you use bait, then I can also threaten you. He thought. The intelligent brain was silent for a moment before it continued. Understood. I will appropriate some energy for it. Louis sneered. Once it had said it had no energy to move the wormhole, but now, in face of potential benefits, it retracted this statement. Clearly, it was lying before. However, Louis had long been wary of it. He was not surprised and just thought of how to find the energy sources back on Earth. Naturally, there was a more pressing issue at the moment. He had to first deal with the goddess of magic and goddess of earth before going back to Earth. As a new god, the first thing Louis needed to do was to create his own divine kingdom and then hide his true body within it. Gods were beings that feared death the most, so the first thing a god had to do was to protect themselves. Though they were ageless, they ultimately could still be killed by external forces, and so to minimize that possibility, hunkering down in their kingdoms was the best bet. Louis gazed at the miniature realm in front of him. The area was very vast, nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers. There were lakes, mountains, plains, flowers, and much natural scenery that gave off a stunning beauty. This place is suitable for elven gods to live in. Louis gazed at the landscape of this realm and smiled. He did not expect that the former five-colored dragon god would construct his divine kingdom in this way, but Louis smiled with satisfaction. First of all, he needed to think about where he would place his divine kingdom. In terms of factions, Louis belonged to the neutral side, so as long as it was not in the extremes of realms such as the Heavenly Mountain or the Bottomless Abyss, he could go anywhere. The selection of a realm also depended on a god's preference. The Heavenly Mountain was the place where the strongest sacred power was located, while the Bottomless Abyss contained the strongest evil power in the world. Louis did not like either of them. Whether as a dragon or as a human, Louis still preferred this kind of natural scenery full of plants, flowers, and birds. To put it bluntly, Louis loved the fairy tale-like scenery of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Staying in a place like the Shadow Realm where Shai lived did not make him happy at all. Thinking so, Louis made a decision. He prepared to place his divine kingdom in the Arbora Realm, which was neither absolute good nor absolute evil. It might be a chaotic place, but it did not matter to him. The goddess of Silver Moon's divine kingdom as well as the Gate of the Moon was also located in the Arbora realm. By placing their kingdoms near each other, they would be able to clearly display their abilities. If Saloon had known that Louis had this plan, then she would definitely be overjoyed. The goddess felt somewhat afraid due to Shai's schemes over the years, so her sense of security was quite low. She was afraid that she would one day return back to hugging another god's thighs just to survive. With Louis around to help her, they could face difficulties together, and the goddess would feel warm around him. So, it's decided then, after placing down my divine kingdom, I could go visit Her Highness Saloon and have a chat when there's nothing to do. Maybe we could even have another intimate moment. Louis whispered proudly. Although enjoying the real body of the goddess could be difficult, he could definitely have a taste of her incarnation. As long as he asked, the Silver Moon Goddess would be happy to accept and let Louis play with her. The goddess understood a dragon's desire and would satisfy him. Although the two weren't husband and wife, gods giving birth was no different from being husband and wife in the eyes of other gods. Find the original at Hosted Novel. I think the scenery of the Gate of the Moon is also absolutely beautiful. With such expectations, Louis was already using his divine power to construct his divine kingdom. Generally speaking, there were two ways for gods to create a divine kingdom. One was to create it from nothingness, and the other was to choose a land in a realm and create it directly on that land. The first method was relatively difficult. Using divine power to create a kingdom from nothingness would make the kingdom small at the beginning. A god would need thousands of years to expand the kingdom little by little, just like how ancient gods expanded their kingdom slowly to reach millions or even tens of millions of square kilometers. This method required a long amount of time and a lot of divine power. The second method was much simpler. It was to find a place in a random realm and carve the territory. After that, they would create the laws of the divine kingdom. Naturally, this would require much less divine power, but it had a huge flaw. The divine kingdoms were fixed in the realm and could not move, so it was not possible to escape from danger. Generally speaking, many gods would choose the first method to create their divine kingdoms even if it took a long time and more divine power. It was better than putting themselves in danger, and anyways, the gods were not short on time. But generally, only truly strong gods could reach a huge size. Mostly only mid-tier and high-tier gods could do so. For low-tier gods that were subordinate to others, they would put their divine kingdoms in the divine kingdom of their main gods. Not only could they save on divine power, they could also obtain protection, which was a smart choice. Louis thought that he could definitely become a powerful god. Of course, he would construct his own divine kingdom, with his divine king's crown. It would be foolish to not make use of it. Many realms each have their own place. After becoming a god, I noticed that the main continent is actually quite small compared to other realms. It's just that it's at the core of the world. That's why it is the main continent. Other realms were more dependent on energy composition rather than material composition. Divine power surged in Louis's eyes. He gazed up to the heavenly mountains above, then at the bottomless abyss below. Except for some places blocked by powerful forces, there was nothing that could block his gaze. Is that the so-called 9 heavens and 9 abysses? Louis smiled. The era of disaster is truly a big calamity. Many divine kingdoms fell. Who knows how much pain those gods must have felt? Louis gloated. Just like Shai's divine kingdom that had been created after hundreds of thousands of years, other gods' hundreds of thousands of years of work had also been erased. Yet they could only soldier on and try again. If you geese still maintained your authority, where would there be room for small guys like me to survive? Louis sneered and immediately felt awe-inspired. He let his divine power and will enter the divine king's crown. The 5-colored dragon god was so powerful that he foresaw the fall of his divine kingdom tens of thousands of years ago. With his accumulated divine power, he had expanded a miniature realm to the size of 1,000,000 square kilometers while adding divine rules and also crafting it into divine equipment for later use. However, the 5-colored dragon god did not expect that he would be targeted by the Terran civilization. Even powerful gods would fall under the reckless attacks of the Terran civilization. Even its body was captured at death. This gave Louis a chance to obtain his body, and even his backhand had been obtained. It could be said that Louis's life was very convenient. I have inherited your godhood and the divine kingdom you prepared. I will help you take care of the dragon race that you created. Louis was able to easily control the masterless divine equipment with his godly powers. This divine kingdom that had been prepared had 2 important functions. One was to possess an area of nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers. This was equivalent to saving a large amount of divine power. Louis would not need to start choosing divine power to expand his territory in the void. The second was that the 5-colored dragon god had made this as a prototype divine kingdom, so transforming the area into an actual one would also require a small amount of divine power. If gods wanted to move mountains and seas in the main continent, it was simply not worth the cost. It could consume a lot of divine power and produce no result. However, if they changed the terrain in their own divine kingdom, it was incredibly simple as the kingdom was a product of a god's will. Louis found the pivot of the divine king's crown and directly took control of it. In that instant, Louis possessed absolute control of it, and was able to turn it into his own divine kingdom. However, the rules of the world were much simpler and the rules inside belonged to the 5-colored dragon god, not Louis. After this, Louis would need to completely rewrite the rules to make them belong to him. This would require some time and did not use up a lot of divine power. It could be said that the Divine King's crown let Louis advance hundreds or even thousands of years compared to other gods. Louis's figure reappeared in the center of the miniature realm. He looked at the forest beneath his feet. With a point of his hand, the sky turned over and the forest disappeared. Then an extremely vast lake appeared. In the middle of the lake, the ground rose into a mountain range. It continued to grow up till the clouds above, becoming a mountain in the sky. Louis once reappeared on the peak of the mountain, which was a huge flat area. He then lowered his head to look at the rocks under his feet. They were agates, emerald, gold, and other precious metals. Ha ha ha. Now, this is a place where dragons live. Louis mobilized his divine power and changed the world to his liking. Steps of white jade stairs stretched from the bottom to the peak of the mountain. Clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, creating a fantastical landscape. Then, the top of the mountain shook. With Louis's divine power, an extremely lofty and spectacular huge palace appeared at the top of the mountain. Without much thought, 3 words in the ancient script were written in the center of the palace. Sleeping Dragon Temple. The Sleeping Dragon Temple, as it was called, was the palace where dragons slept. This Sleeping Dragon Temple covered an extremely wide area, even far beyond the so-called miracle of the world. If such a huge palace was built on the main continent, humans and other races would need more than thousands of years and still to finish it, but a god only needed a mere thought. The innermost core of Sleeping Dragon Temple was the place where Louis's body slept and was aptly named the Sanctuary of Order. Its name symbolized Louis's goal of becoming the Serpent of Order and possessing a permanent stake in the world of Sans Soleil. Naturally, he wouldn't ever explain the meaning behind the temple's name to other gods, at least not until he achieved his goals. The Sanctuary of Order would be the only area closed off to everyone, no matter if they were subordinate gods or friends. Even his own daughter was forbidden from taking a single step. From the establishment of this divine kingdom to its destruction, only Louis would enjoy the loneliness of eternity inside it. Louis's body appeared inside the Sanctuary of Order. He morphed back into his dark golden dragon form with 5 heads. Then, Louis peacefully slept inside it. The second thing gods did after ascending was to sleep and create their incarnations. It would take some time to create an incarnation. It's also the same for gods with high-tier divine power. However, Louis possessed the divine authority of time. As long as he was willing, he could compress the time needed in exchange for divine power. This way of creating an incarnation would cost double the amount of divine power. For normal gods, this wasn't worth it. Mortals would say that time is precious, but for the gods, time was something that was wasted. The preciousness of divine power was greater than time, but Louis was rich in divine power, especially with the faith from Earth. Louis did not dare use this faith to fight against enemies, but for this kind of auxiliary purpose that no one could see, then he could waste as much as he wanted. The year was compressed into just a few hours, and when Louis's body fell into a deep sleep, the dream incarnation was already completed by Louis. Louis's dream incarnation had the typical appearance of an elf, handsome to the point of demonic. Other than his hair, his pupils and accessories were all emerald green. If he turned back into his dragon form, he would become an emerald green dragon, which was created by Louis in the image of the dragon aspects. The divine incarnation was the most sacred thing. From this moment on, Louis would use his incarnation to move. The situations that could make his true body move were few. Incarnations are purely composed of divine power and cannot receive faith. This incarnation will disappear after the divine power was used up, but it does not matter if it dies. As long as my true body is still there and I have enough divine power, then I can make a new one. With Louis's godhood level, he could create 3 incarnations. But he did not do so because he did not need that many. He would first conserve divine power. The divine power of time is not suitable for gathering faith. If used alone, it can only reach the low-tier divine power at most. As a modern person, Louis certainly understood the greatness and the mystery of time. Even the gods knew that the divine authority of time was an extremely powerful ability, but time had no great use to mortals, making it hard to gather faith in it. People believe in the great earth in order to get a good harvest. People believe in justice and light because people have goodness in them. People fear the seas because the storms would put the lives of fishermen at risk. People fear death and worship darkness because it is closely related to people's lives. However, time was different. No one was willing to believe in time. Would believing in it give you more time? That's why Louis personally established Dragon City, the Dragon God Church, and made it the state religion. Although the divine authority of dragons was powerful and attracted the worship of dragons, it was difficult to make non-draconic races believe in it. However, time was not something to be believed in. It was extremely useful in combat and had an unusual ability to assist in combat. Towards his complete mastery, Louis naturally was very satisfied. The divine authority's true ability was to be used as an auxiliary ability in the battle against the gods. For example, Louis could compress time to directly and instantly create an incarnation that other gods could not do. Generally, divine authorities that could attract faith were different from divine authorities that could be used in battle. For example, the goddess of love and beauty could benefit from her divine authority and turn into a powerful god. But in terms of combat, the divine authority of love was useless. Love was not something that could be used in battle, but every living creature possessed love. Even a one-night stand contained love. So naturally, people also believed in the goddess of love. In the beginning, Louis quite wanted to believe in this god. He felt that his three views were very consistent with the goddess of love. But a powerful god was still a powerful god. Even if the goddess of love and beauty was weak in combat, she still possessed dominance when fighting against mid-tier gods. Other powerful gods also could not do anything to her. Otherwise, Saloon, who was being chased by Shai, would not have sought sanctuary with her. The best way a god combined its divine authority was to have faith-based divine authority and a number of combat divine authorities. After completing the placement of the true body and creating an incarnation, Louis began to weave the rules of his divine kingdom to completely make this place his own domain. In his own domain, Louis possessed supreme authority. In this domain, even legendary rank mages would not be able to cast spells. He also prohibited flight, cut off magic connections, and changed the nature of the elements. Even the gods would be suppressed if they came here. The rules of the divine kingdom were made to enhance the owner's combat power and decrease that of enemies. It was because of these rules that powerful gods would have a difficult time dealing with mid-tier gods unless there was a mass attack. After weaving the rules of the divine kingdom, Louis's true body was guaranteed to be safe. There would be no gods that are alive at the moment who could break through his divine kingdom. Naturally, the main power of the defense was the sleeping dragon temple. The other parts were relatively weaker and could not be completed overnight. Louis would have to work tirelessly for the next million years to strictly impose the rules to his entire divine kingdom. After securing his safety, Louis relaxed a lot. Next, he could create an assembly hall. This assembly hall was made of gold, silver, and other metals. Louis named this the Assembly Hall of the Gods, which would serve as a meeting place for the gods in his divine system in the future. Subsequently, Louis constructed the interior of the temples and filled it with tens of thousands of corridors, rooms, pavilions, etc. These places would be the places where those who contributed the most to their faith would rest. This was also the gift of glory Louis would give to his believers who contributed greatly. They will live at the feet of God and share a large hall with Erod. The sleeping dragon temple was not so much a temple but closer to a sacred city. Then, Louis built another temple and named it Dragon's Soul, which would be an open area where any powerful people, travelers, and even gods from other realms could visit and tour. Well, now that the most important aspect of the divine kingdom is completed, I can fully bring out its effectiveness. Louis stood high in the air and observed the magnificence and sacredness of his temple. Its golden and glorious luster above a towering green mountain up in the heavens made him reveal a heartfelt smile of joy. He was already an immortal true god. After suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Louis gazed at the huge divine kingdom of 1,000,000 square kilometers. After a moment of contemplation, he started altering the place once more. As if playing a country simulation game, he began to change the ecological environment and terrain. In the north, Louis constructed an endless cold plain with snow-capped mountains. In the middle of the continent were hills, mountains, forests, and lakes. In the south were vast grasslands and swamps. In the east was a big sea, and in the west were volcanoes and deserts. Louis knew that his followers were of various races, and there would even be dragons of all kinds in the future. So Louis needed to make the environment of his divine kingdom very complex. If this was the goddess of morning's divine kingdom, then the kingdom had to be sacred and magnificent, that uphold all that was good. But Louis needed diversity as the dragon god. Different dragon species liked to live in different kinds of environments. There were dragons that liked to live in snowy mountains, dragons that liked to live in swamps, dragons that liked barren deserts, dragons that liked the smell of sulfur, and various others. Louis had considered this and provided different dragons with an environment of their liking. There is everything here. My believers can live wherever they want. The only thing they need to do is face the center of this realm and worship me. Louis was in high spirits as he laughed loudly in this magnificent and vast divine kingdom. Then, with a solemn look on his face, he began to mobilize his divine power and let his divine kingdom rise. The miniature realm broke through the etheric layers between realms and moved to one of the upper realms, the Arbora realm. His divine kingdom, which would merge with the Arbora realm, would become a part of this layer. And your name will be Dragonblight. Louis named his divine kingdom, and from today onwards, it would become the only sanctuary for the dragons. In the Arbora realm stood mountains thousands of feet high, incredibly deep canyons, wide and encompassing woodlands, wheat fields, orchards as vast as the ocean, rivers, cliffs, and waterfalls abound. It was an archetypal representation of the timelessness of nature. The creatures living in this realm were all hedonists, which was a common nature of all creatures in the chaotic good faction. In fact, the goddess of the silver moon, Saloon, was also a hedonist. Her divine authority of the moon came from Shei, which made her temper cold and unrelenting. The iceberg-like coldness made her seem untouchable, but in fact, Saloon's true essence was the light in the sun, which was characterized by passion and enthusiasm. At the moment, she was like her elven believers who enjoyed life to the extreme. The chaotic faction was very peculiar. There were cruel and tyrannical evil demons who lived in the bottomless abyss. There were also good gods who reveled in pleasure. That said, this realm wasn't suitable for a soon-to-be god of order like Louis, because of its innate disorderly nature. Nonetheless, it was very much in line with Louis's aesthetics, and so he decided to situate his kingdom here regardless. A silent wave spread out the Arbora realm, and only legendary rank powerhouses and those above them could sense it. This was the trace of fluctuation generated by Louis's establishment of his divine territory. Although the chaotic nature did not suit him, a god's power was all-encompassing, and the Arbora realm would never reject the arrival of a god. Louis's divine kingdom was able to smoothly assimilate with the realm and become one with it. As a result, a third divine system was ushered into the realm, forming one of the three big domains of the realm in the future. Louis's Dragonblight was dominated by Louis's divine system. Saloon's Gate of the Moon was dominated by Saloon's divine system. Soon, the goddess of love and beauty also had her divine kingdom, the Brightwater domain, inside of the Arbora realm. These three divine kingdoms had become the main components of the Arbora realm. Louis was considered the only male god, and the rest of them were goddesses with many talents. He was considered the little green among the flowers. A broken bar. Inside the Gate of the Moon, Saloon, who was creating her incarnation, felt the vibrations of the realm. She noticed that Louis had placed her divine kingdom in it and showed a joyful smile. Saloon never expected Louis to place his divine kingdom in this realm. With the orderliness that Louis displayed, the wilderness should not have been his best choice. Realms like the courtyards, paradise, and Azura realm should have been more suitable for him. Although she did not understand Louis's choice, she definitely welcomed his arrival. From her point of view as a goddess, Louis might have chosen this place because of the covenant between them as well as his affection for her. Thinking about it, the smile on Saloon's face became even more jubilant. Other than Saloon, there was the former unicorn queen, now the goddess of unicorns, Lara. She had ascended at the same time as Saloon and had now become her subordinate goddess. When Saloon recreated her divine kingdom, Lara had stayed with her. This way, even I don't have to fear Shai. The Silver Moon Goddess thought like this. Her feeling of security was low, but thanks to Louis's arrival, her safety was guaranteed. Selûne and the Goddess of Love and Beauty, soon, had a close relationship, and they were both neighbors. Thus, when Shai had the upper hand and tried to kill Selûne, she had chosen to seek shelter from the Goddess of Life and Beauty. Now that Louis was also her neighbor, she felt that the entire Arbora was equivalent to a solid gold fortress that no external god could break in. Moreover, she was very optimistic about Louis's potential, and the possibility of her returning to high-tier divine power. I should find an opportunity to have His Highness Louis get acquainted with Her Highness soon. In terms of human relationships, Selûne and Louis were similar to being couples, and soon was her bosom friend. She naturally wanted the two to meet, hoping that they could live together in peace. In Selûne's opinion, this possibility was very high. The Goddess of Love and Beauty wasn't an extreme god like the god of war. At the same time, the relationship between the Goddess of Earth and the Goddess of Love and Beauty was very poor. Even if Louis was hostile to the Goddess of Earth, they had a common enemy. In terms of temperament and feeling, they should be able to live peacefully. Support us at hosted novel A Broken Bar. While the Silver Moon Goddess was troubled by Soon and Louis's relationship, the Goddess of Love and Beauty, Soon, was not troubled at all. This was a goddess who brought together the beauty of the multiverse. Her divine authority of beauty was a fundamental concept. Even races with different aesthetics from human beings would think that she was the embodiment of beauty. Soon was the most passionate goddess among the gods. Her character was also kind, romantic and full of fantasy. Your Highness Layla, we have new neighbors. Besides the Goddess of Love Soon, there was a beautiful young girl. She wore magnificent and intricately woven dance clothes. Her every movement exuded a feeling of exuberance and joy, casting away all the sorrows of those who stayed with her. She was the subordinate god of the Goddess of Love, the Goddess of Joy and Happiness. She possessed the divine authority of joy, happiness, dance, and others. She was the most elegant dancer among the gods and had won over many of them with her skills. The entire Arbora realm was filled with many beautiful and talented goddesses. This only included those gods that had ascended. If a period of time passed, there would probably be more beautiful goddesses appearing in the Arbora realm. Yes, Your Highness Soon. This god is the most famous god among all the gods at the moment. He is just a new god, but no one probably expected him to reach level 7 in just a short amount of time. Layla used her characteristic joyful tone to chat with the Goddess of Love. It was as if where she was, all troubles would be forgotten and only happiness would remain. Her Highness Selûne and His Highness Louis had given birth to a child. I also could not believe it when I found out. For an ancient goddess, there must be a deeper meaning in Her Highness Selûne's choice. The Goddess of Love and Beauty's fiery eyes flashed with curiosity. Once I establish my divine kingdom and finish creating my incarnation, I will go meet His Highness Louis and invite him to our Brightwater domain, hoping that he is easy to contact. However, building the divine kingdom and creating an incarnation is not something that could be done overnight. Your Highness Layla, there are too few believers now. But even if there are only the two of us, we can still hold a private banquet, so why don't we go take a nap for a while? The Goddess of Love and Beauty, who was in deep thought, was quick to reveal her own passionate hedonistic nature. Sounds like a good suggestion, Your Highness. Shall we invite Her Highness Selûne and Her Highness Lara? Layla said cheerfully. Before condensing their incarnations, Her Highness Selûne and Her Highness Lara would not come out of the Gate of the Moon. They wouldn't like other people visiting, so we should go invite them a little later. If His Highness Louis is easy to contact, then we can also invite him to our banquet. I'm happy to have a male god as a neighbor, even if Her Highness Louis is a dragon. The Goddess of Love and Beauty smiled. Her extremely passionate and melodious voice would captivate both men and women. If mortals heard it, they would immediately fall under her overwhelming beauty. The gods living in Arbora were mostly female, so it was difficult to find a male god. The ratio of men to women among Soon's followers was so disproportionate that it often gave her a headache. Love and beauty were good ways to attract women, and this was what she did. A broken bar, a broken bar. In Dragonblight, Louis sat atop his divine throne in the sleeping dragon temple with one hand propped up on his cheek. The whole Dragonblight felt empty as there were no believers or other living things inside it yet. This emptiness made Louis feel the urge to catch another living thing before the believers made this palace lively. Other gods were still expanding their divine kingdoms and condensing their incarnations, but Louis finished all the work long ago, leaving him at a loss on what to do. Finishing the creation of the rules of the Divine Kingdom and expanding it throughout the Divine Kingdom could not be done overnight, so he was a little bored. The Azatars seem to be natives of the Arbora realm. Why don't I just go catch a few of them to be my angels and divine servants? Just as Louis thought so, he raised his head to look at the skies. A summoning of the gods? Is this a meeting of the gods? Louis, who was sitting on his divine throne, sensed a strange fluctuation from high beyond the skies. The fluctuation came from the astral realm. There, a special plane existed that no mortal, demigod, or devil from hell could find, except the gods. This was because this place was the meeting place of the gods of the pantheon. The astral realm was akin to the Earth's endless and vast space where galaxies, planets, and stars existed. The only difference was that Sans Soleil was made up of layers of different realms, making it closer to a three-dimensional structure. The astral realm was a barrier that surrounded Sans Soleil. It was infinitely wide and contained countless mysteries and resources. It was too big for mortals to survive on their own, and even gods could fall and die if they made mistakes there. It wasn't without reason that it was called the graveyard of the gods. The infinite expanse of the astral realm was too much for mortals to travel through, but the gods were capable of moving to the very edge of it if they wanted. If they did so, however, then they would cross Sans Soleil's crystal wall system and enter another system. When that happened, their faith would disappear and they would become mortals. So no god was stupid enough to do such a thing. Under normal circumstances, Louis would also never cross the crystal wall system, but thanks to the space-time wormhole provided by the Terran civilization, he had found a bug in the system that he was abusing as much as he wanted. As a result, Louis was more concerned about the space-time wormhole compared to the intelligent brain. If it disappears, Louis might immediately lose all faith coming from Earth. He would not be able to advance his power as the origin of order and won't be able to become the serpent of order. However, the intelligent brain did not know this, which allowed Louis to use it as a means of threatening it. The Pantheon's call for a meeting of the gods was not compulsory. It was up to the gods to participate or not, since this was not a people's congress. Gods were the most arbitrary existences in the world. Since no one had the power to rule over all the gods, every god had the same status no matter how powerful they were. Only those in a master-subordinate relationship were exceptions. Since the creation of the Pantheon, it had not been used very often, but a war between two divine systems was usually settled in the Pantheon through negotiations. That way, a divine war could end peacefully in the presence of the gods. But it was currently the start of a new era, and some gods had activated the ability of the Pantheon to invite all gods for a meeting. In Louis's opinion, no god would refuse to come to this meeting for that reason. All new gods that had been resurrected and newly ascended gods would appear in the Pantheon. In the era of the gods would set basic agreements that they must abide by. This was similar to a law or agreement between nations. However, with the new era, many of the gods had changed, so naturally, a new agreement had to be made between everyone and each other. Louis could guess that there was no big change in the agreements. There would only be slight changes as compared to the previous era of the gods. After all, the past agreement had been used for hundreds of thousands of years without any problems. The Pantheon wasn't going to be held yet. Every god had just ascended not long ago, so many of them had to construct their divine kingdoms, set up the rules and laws, have their bodies sleep, and condense an incarnation. No god had the leisure to go to the meeting as safety was a god's first priority, and would probably begin when the gods had finished most if not all of their preparations. Louis was the oddball. Other gods were still constructing their basic facilities, but he had already finished constructing the foundation and was already advancing in his great construction. Other gods haven't even started condensing their incarnations, but I already have mine thanks to the divine authority of time and some divinity. Soon, the meeting of the gods will be held and everyone's minds will be focused on it, but now is not the best time. Louis suddenly had an idea. Instead of waiting for the kingdoms of Scylla and Dan Buzel to attack, he could take the initiative to attack the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth. Even if they were powerful gods at their prime, they also needed to follow the basics and were probably condensing their incarnations, with the upcoming meeting of the gods in their minds. This was the best chance for him to make a move which could also be called a cheating under cover of a diversion. Louis immediately contacted his daughter Alexia with his divine link to her and asked her to prepare for war. What was his public rationale for starting one? There was never a need for one in this world. A broken bar. In Dragon City, Alexia returned to her beautiful dragon body that was surrounded by moonlight. She was lying on the mountain of treasure that Louis had left behind. From time to time, she would grunt. Drool was dripping from her smiling mouth. As she rolled around, the gold coins and gems under her body clinked. Suddenly, Alexia opened her eyes. A pair of inverted dark golden pupils emitted divine power and dragon's might, causing the elven maids around her to kneel on the ground. Tell Lisfer, Cisna, Roselia, and Wyatt to come to see me. A broken bar. Invite Pope Cluny to come to my palace as well. He should have also received the message of Father God. Although Alexia looked childish, she already possessed a majestic commanding voice. She used an order to command Lisfer and the others to come, while she had invited Pope Cluny. From this, it could be seen that she understood the separation between the church and state. The elven maids who were kneeling on the ground lightly responded and hurriedly went to pass on her command. Soon, Nola walked into the hall in her shadow dragon form. She looked at the dragon on top of the throne with a complicated face and sighed. In the past, there was an awe-inspiring and terrifying dragon sitting there, but now, that dragon had exalted his throne and became a true god, while his daughter had been left to inherit his throne and rule in the mortal world. Is there going to be a war, Lady Alexia? Nola asked respectfully. She did not dare underestimate Alexia. The other party was a demigod who could kill her easily. Moreover, the other party was a child born between two gods, so that no one could stand above her in status. A god was a real ruler of the world. The child of two gods would become an incredibly glorious existence. Unlike those lazy dragons, Nola had lived in the human world for hundreds of years. She understood human politics clearly and knew what was going on when Alexia summoned those people. The people Alexia called were people managing the military, while the internal affairs were carried out by a different group of people. After decades of development, Dragon City had long since formed a mature government where military, politics, and religion were separated. Further, God had made a decree for us to take the initiative to attack. Lady Nola. Alexia was now respectful towards this dragon that she originally disliked. This was all thanks to Louis's teaching. In terms of ability and strength, Nola was considered one of the top powerhouses on the main continent. She could be considered at the top of the world if gods were not included. Moreover, she was Louis's believer, so Louis paid attention to her. In order to develop power in the main continent and to increase the authority of the church, there needs to be a powerful group protecting and supporting them. Louis did not understand the world of gods too much, so he delayed the battle a bit. But he soon found out that the gods would take their sweet time creating their incarnations rather than completing them immediately. Had he known this, Louis would never be on the defensive and would have attacked earlier. But nothing was too late yet. There was still a chance to correct his plans. This is the first task given to me by Father God. I have to complete it perfectly and I hope you can help me, Lady Nola. Alexia expressed her respect to this mighty queen of calamity. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. I obey your orders, Lady Alexia. The dragon god had promised to retrieve my flesh for me. For that alone, this Nola shall serve you. Seeing this elven dragon show respect to her instead of showing hostility, Nola was also happy. She already considered Dragon City as her own territory. Moreover, she had God's blessing, had countless servants taking care of her, got to eat delicious food, and lived a comfortable life. How could she be willing to run back to a deep forest to become a wild dragon again? With these thoughts, she would naturally find a way to be on good terms with Alexia. who was now the lord of the city. And now, it seemed that Alexia had changed due to the influence of her father god. Dragon God above, this is a really good start. The Queen of Calamity thought so. A broken bar. Your Highness Shai, why have you come here instead of building your divine kingdom? Inside Dragonblight, Louis saw that the goddess of darkness had once again arrived. He was not surprised at her arrival and even felt that it was natural. As your subordinate god, I don't need to build a divine kingdom. Moreover, that kind of divine kingdom is not something that I want. Her muslin danced and displayed her delicate and enchanting body. Her eyes seemed to contain shyness and charm as well as endless mysteries that made people impatiently want to go deep into her body and explore her dark secrets. She seemed like a blowing breeze in front of Louis. You have come at the right time then. You should pick a random piece of land in my Dragonblight as your territory. But you don't need to rush. We can first go to the Pantheon and listen to the thoughts of the gods. Louis smiled and said courteously, I obey your will, Lord God. Shai saluted and smiled, but her beautiful eyes were full or serene. The boundless darkness that was contained inside seemed to envelop everything and possess everything. Dragonblight was nearly 1 million square kilometers in area, but despite its size, very few intelligent creatures resided within it. In an ideal scenario, the land should have been bustling with all kinds of creatures. For now, however, it seemed desolate. As a god, Louis could not just cause his believers to die faster so as to enrich his divine kingdom. He could only wait for a generation of humans to die. But after thinking that other gods were in a similar state, Louis's mood was much better. Even the gods could not escape the thought of looking at things this way. Louis had already prepared for the goddess of darkness' arrival. Now that Shai had temporarily set aside her divine authority of darkness and inherited the identity of the god of kobolds, her divine power was not sufficient enough for her to create her divine kingdom. Moreover, she had become Louis's subordinate god with her new identity, so other gods would easily become suspicious of her building her own divine kingdom. Moreover, Shai's divine kingdom, the Dark World, could not be created with her identity as the kobold god. She needed to wait until she returned to her true identity as the goddess of night and abandoned that divine position. Since that was the case, it would be better if she didn't build a new one. After receiving Louis's approval, she directly came into Dragonblight and picked 1/10 of an area to become her divine kingdom. Louis also gave Shai authority over her chosen plot of land. From that day forth, it would be under Shai's management, though it still belonged to Louis. Only when their contract was over or when Shai fell would the land return to Louis's hands. The fact that Shai was living inside his Dragonblight relieved Louis. Under his own nose, it wouldn't be easy for this goddess to cause any troubles. Your Highness Shai, I allow you to change and transform your divine kingdom as you wish, but please don't turn it into your dark world. Louis warned Shai. A god's divine kingdom was close to a god's preference. Dragonblight was made over Louis's preference for nature, while Shai on the other hand preferred never-ending darkness. If she built a kingdom similar to the Dark World, then it would be easy for other gods to find her. Please don't worry, Lord God. I have my own arrangements and will deal with this issue properly. Some of the kobolds like dark caves, so I will transform my divine kingdom into a crypt. It would be darkness, but also different from my divine kingdom. Shai and Louis walked side by side under the stars of Dragonblight as they talked. Louis would observe the beauty of the goddess from time to time. The landscape of a divine kingdom was usually to the god's preference. It could be turned into perpetual night or day. Louis's divine kingdom had alternating seasons, a sun, and a moon. This not only represented Louis's divine authority of time but also represented his preference for change and dislike of stillness. With the goddess of night's assurance, Louis felt assured. Shai was so cunning and sinister that she would absolutely not make such a mistake. However, Shai's choice still showed a part of her nature. She was already at her lowest yet still ensured that her living environment was in her favorite appearance. Sometimes, the gods were truly stupid creatures. After discussing the division of the divine kingdom as well as assigning their duties, Louis smiled and said, "It's about time, Your Highness Shai. Let's go to the Pantheon." As a new god, I'm excited to see the place. You may be disappointed when you get there. The Pantheon is just a place for gods to settle disputes, and isn't special in any way. Shei smiled sweetly. Her veil was naturally made to block the vision of the gods. Louis felt that her smile contained cruelty and an evil charm. He admired her beauty, and in the next 3,000 years, he could continuously taste her charms and might even make her his own forever. As the two gods joked, they separated a part of their divinity and sent them to the Pantheon. The Pantheon was located in a small world inside the astral realm. Anyone who was a god would immediately know where it was located, while those who weren't gods would never be able to find it. The gods would never let their real bodies or avatars enter the Pantheon. This was also to take care of weaker gods. Some weaker gods could only make a few incarnations, and their incarnations were put into different roles. If an incarnation was put aside from important work just to attend the meeting, many weak gods would feel a large amount of pressure, so the gods would only use a strand of their divinities to go there. This pantheon had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. After Louis asked about it, Shei told him its origins. In the beginning, the ancient gods possessed the power of the origin and changed the world at will. As a result, the gods would always solve problems by force and never negotiate. After that, the rules of the world changed, resulting in the ancient gods requiring faith. Thus they needed to find more diplomatic resolutions to disputes. It was under this situation that the gods got together to discuss and agreed to build the Pantheon, which would become a meeting place for the gods as well as a place for negotiations after disputes. There was no building older than the Pantheon in the world of Sans Soleil, and it was just as immortal as the gods themselves. Upon arrival, Louis noticed that the Pantheon was built in the form of a multi-layer irregular temple. It had no roof or floor, instead having dozens of chairs floating in the void. Behind each chair was a stone pillar that stretched endlessly above and below it. The otherwise vacuum of the astral realm was now filled with ether, a colorless substance that connected the many realms of Sans Soleil together. This location had thus been termed the Etheric Sea. According to Shei's explanation, the gods had deliberated for a long time in the past. No matter what the Pantheon was built to look like, the symbols or substances used would favor one group of gods over the other. In the end, the ancient gods had deliberately replaced the surrounding scenery with something like the Etheric Sea, which had no use other than connecting realms and did not belong to any god. The Pantheon had 4 levels of seating that symbolized divine power ranks. The stronger the gods were, the higher their position was. As one of the gods to reach level 7, Louis naturally sat at the top. Find the original at hosted novel. When his divinity entered the Pantheon, he was automatically sent to his corresponding position. Louis's divinity transformed into a vague dragon shape that emitted the aura of his main divine authority. He also began to look around after sitting down. The first thing he saw was Shei, who was directly located below him. Her body was blurred and distorted to look like a kobold, and the aura she emitted was also the divine authority of kobolds. This method of stealing the sky and changing the sun can even hide her identity in the Pantheon. It sounds correct since the Pantheon is like a program, so it should not be too difficult to fool. Just as Louis was thinking this, he noticed a gaze in front of him. Louis hurriedly looked and saw a figure shrouded in moonlight. He immediately knew that it was the Silver Moon Goddess Selûne. The Silver Moon Goddess nodded her head and transmitted her happiness. Louis replied with a smile. Although the two gods did not speak, they used their eyes to convey their words. Afterward, they looked at the surroundings to find out what other gods were present. The whole Pantheon was very quiet as all of the gods appraised their surroundings. Under the Silver Moon Goddess, Louis saw another familiar god. It was the Unicorn Goddess Lara. After a brief glance around, Louis saw how the gods were arranged. The gods were arranged in terms of godhood, divine system, and alliance. Those with high-level godhood sat at the front while those that were weaker sat behind. Those with the same divine system sat together and those who were under alliance sat close to each other. I have an alliance with Selûne, so we sit close to each other. She is in front of me, indicating that her godhood is higher level than mine. In this Pantheon, the standings of the gods are clear. Thinking of this, Louis was already prepared to go meet some of the gods he wanted to see. But before he could move, He felt two gazes on him. These two were none other than the goddess of magic, Miss Misela, and the goddess of earth, Chaunta. Louis's mood shifted as he returned their gazes. Just like the other gods inside the pantheon, the goddesses of magic and earth also had hazy appearances. Only the aura of their divine authority could be felt on the surface. The goddess of magic's aura was obscure and difficult to understand due to the nature of magic, which hinted at endless knowledge. On the other hand, the goddess of earth let out a mild and elegant aura like farmers emitting vigorous joy while working on the land during spring and summer. If Shei had not told me that she had regained her original self, the air surrounding her seemed to be peaceful and unwilling to go to war. It was definitely an aura that was worthy of many gods' respect. This was the truth. In the era of the gods, there might have been some people who could not see eye to eye with the Mother Earth goddess, but no one hated her to death. She did not appear publicly much and also looked like an old lady to the point that some people even forgot that such a god existed. If she had not grasped the divine authority of earth and farming that were closely tied with human livelihood that allowed her to possess level 18 divine power, then many people might have forgotten her. The significance of the Mother Earth goddess Chaunta among humans could be described as the god of the land and grain. This was the origin of Chaunta's power. Shei warned me to keep myself young at heart. Although gods are physically immortal, the spirit will still decay and grow old along the river of time. This was similar to words spoken by Taoists. Chaunta was a good example for all the gods, telling them what the gods would look like if their minds grew old. If she was still the same, Chaunta might have given up her own divine authority by herself after tens of thousands of years and lived a reclusive life. However, the Terran civilization's invasion was instead a big help to her and allowed her to regain her original appearance and vitality. Chaunta had given all the gods a cautionary example and used herself to tell the gods how to maintain their spiritedness. Otherwise, they would one day be physically immortal but spiritually aging. Thinking about this, Louis felt that the goddesses living in the Arbora realm had more comfortable lives. They would have banquets and live a life of pleasure, making it impossible for their spirits to decay. The three gods did not say anything, but their gazes were intertwined. What surprised Louis was that the goddess of magic was hostile to him, but her hostility was relatively light, while the goddess of earth's hostility was unusually strong. After thinking about it, Louis could vaguely guess why that was so. The goddess of magic was currently in her third generation. The original first generation's nature had been greatly reduced. As a result, the current generation did not have much ambition. Even if Louis took away a part of her divine authority, it was not harmful to her at all. As long as Louis did not interfere with her magic network, they would not become arch-nemesis. On the other hand, Chaunta was different. Chaunta had now recovered her original self, which was a young and lively girl. She also had plans to make everyone return to the matriarchy, which meant that she had a lot of ambition. Louis had taken away a part of her divine authority, which was something that she could never accept. Lacking a portion of her divine authority would mean that she would not be able to reach level 20. Compared to the goddess of magic, I should pay more attention to Chaunta. This goddess has always maintained above level 18 godhood and mostly level 19 is the true threat. Louis felt a headache. If possible, he really did not want to make enemies with such a god, but Louis was now a god, so he could not just grovel in front of the other gods. If he did, everyone would laugh at him. He would lose his majesty and dignity. As a result, he would never take the initiative to return the divine authority. Once I become the Serpent of Order, I will crush you to death with a finger if you do not submit. Although he had such powerful gods as enemies, Louis was not afraid. His future was unlimited, and everything now was just a momentary gain or loss. Louis nodded to the goddess of magic and goddess of earth. Although everyone was already showing their true face, no one was rogue enough to start shouting in this pantheon. They still maintained the most basic reservations. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. At the same time, Louis had seen all the gods present. The three gods at the highest position were the goddess of mourning, Laurentia, the god of war, Marcellus, and the goddess of earth, Chaunta. These three gods were gods of the human divine system and were temporarily the strongest gods. In Louis's point of view, These three were at level 9 or 10. It was likely that they could reach higher, but they probably decided not to shoot themselves in the foot or were perhaps still consolidating their faith. Now, the theocracy had fallen apart, but the existence of the theocracy had laid a foundation for the goddess of mourning and god of war. This allowed the two of them to directly intervene in their own church and possess enough believers that supported them, so it made sense that they could occupy the front row. Chaunter also had a lot of secret movements and even set up the Feminist Witch Council, which previously included Shei. This meant that her ability to maintain her position was also expected. The gods under the first three were also quite spectacular. There was the Dragon Divine System, Louis, and the Elven Divine System Sloon. There were also the four main gods of the Elemental Divine System, namely the goddess of the Wind Element Akadi, the god of the earth element Grumbar, the god of the water element Istishia, and the god of the fire element Kosuth. These four elemental gods were the incarnation of the elements. They lived in the inner plans of the four elemental realms. Their followers were the major elementals, and they had little influence over the main continent with only a few believers there. As a result, all the gods maintained respect for them but did not pay them any mind. Moreover, the four of them were hostile to each other in ways similar to Shei and Saloon. Other than the four elemental gods, there was also the god of beastmen Gwen, the god of dwarves Moradin, the god of gnomes Gael, the god of halflings Yondla, and the list goes on and on. These non-human gods and goddesses were now alone without any subordinate gods. Other than the beastman divine system and the human divine system who had been fighting, the other gods and goddesses had their own businesses, so there was no need to concern themselves with them too much. In fact, the last dragon divine system was the same, but now that Louis was the dragon god, he had broken through racial restrictions and began to compete with the human divine system on the main continent. Louis gazed at each one of the gods, but the only ones that nodded back in a friendly manner were those from non-human divine systems that had no hostility toward him. These non-human gods would also sometimes unite together to fight against the human gods. In the past, the dragon god was too arrogant and did not interact with other gods, so it wasn't able to make any friends and alliances, but they saw that the new dragon god was different from the past one. Their ambitions and differences could be seen especially when the new dragon god had stirred up a storm on the main continent. If they could get help from the dragon god, they could improve their position greatly. What surprised Louis the most was how friendly the god of war was to him, but thinking again, the god of war did not have any clashes with him. Moreover, the goddess of mourning was pressuring him, so it made sense that he wanted to have a good relationship. The complexity of the relationships of the gods was even more chaotic than in a human kingdom, because some gods had conflicts entirely due to divine authority, and these conflicts might not even be intentional. After looking past these gods, Louis looked at those gods below level 5. There was the goddess of the unicorns Lara, his subordinate god pretending to be the god of kobolds, Shei, the god of power Cord who the barbarians believed in, the goddess of winter, who the primitive female tribes in the northern highlands believed in, the goddess of spiders who Louis had met before, and her subordinate god, the god of mollusks. The goddess of magic and the goddess of love and beauty also belonged in this category. The goddess of magic had not yet constructed her magic network, as a result, not many mages placed their faith in her, so she was still weak. Once she finished doing so she could gain a lot of faith and strong divine power. On the other hand, the goddess of love and beauty had been defeated by the goddess of mourning and god of war in stealing believers in the theocracy, but with her teachings, it would not be difficult for her to be able to gain more believers. One of the most striking to Louis was a domineering god that was also the new god of fairness and law, Toa. It was said that in the era of the gods, there was an extremely powerful god who held only two divine authorities, a justice and fairness. This allowed him to become a high-tier god, but this god had already fallen. His most important divine authority of justice had been taken away by the goddess of mourning, and the divine authority of fairness had been taken by this new god. Fairness and law are also very promising divine authorities. Louis sighed. In addition to this, there was also the newly ordained goddess of joy, god of knowledge, and so on and so forth. Although this was just the start of the new era, there were already a lot of gods. In this pantheon, 20 to 30 of the gods were the real rulers of this universe. By the time one last god sat down, all of the gods who had ascended had arrived. My fellow gods, a new era has arrived. The pantheon has opened, and here, the meeting of the gods begins. As the strongest god at the moment, the goddess of morning spoke out. The goddess of morning's words descended upon everyone, but there was no reaction at all, and neither applause nor booing. The audience simply waited for her next words. Your Highness Laurentia, you initiated this meeting, so hurry up and say what you want. Everyone is busy with things and we do not all have time to waste on frivolities. The god of war, Marcellus, spoke out. His voice was like a metallic staccato and like spears and swords clashing. It was husky and contained the harshness of war. The god of war and the goddess of morning were having some rivalry between them at the moment. Louis leaned on his throne and looked at the two gods with a smile. From the looks of it, the god of war possessed a competitive spirit, making him quite dissatisfied that the goddess of morning was above him. The other gods did not say anything, but from their expressions and gestures, it was clear that they were in agreement with the god of war's words. The gods had just ascended, so it was more important than anything else to gather their incarnations and perfect their divine kingdom. His Highness Marcellus is right. If you have anything to say, please just say it. We are gods, so there's no need to add fanciful words like mortals. The Silver Moon Goddess supported the god of war's opinion. She stared at the goddess of morning with vague hostility. Laurentia was indifferent to the god of war's words, but this orderly good god had ferocity in her eyes as she looked at the Silver Moon Goddess. Louis became curious and carefully observed the Silver Moon Goddess. It finally dawned on him that when the Silver Moon Goddess ascended, she had surprisingly recovered a part of the divine authorities of light and sun. As the first goddess of the sun and light, Saloon had lost her important divine authorities in her battle with Shai. It was then taken by the goddess of morning, who used her divine authorities of light and sun to gain the status of a powerful god. However, Saloon was the essence of light. This gave the goddess of morning some restrictions in her power. If the goddess of morning possessed the complete divine authority, then she could also tear off Saloon's essence and become the new essence of light. But Laurentia is very smart. She let Saloon go knowing that obtaining the two complete divine authorities would make her arch-enemies with Shai. In order to let Shai continue to target Saloon, she did not take the complete divine authority and only the majority of it. But Laurentia also did not expect that Saloon would once again take back a portion of the divine authorities when she was ascending. Now, Laurentia possessed the divine authorities of morning, noon, and a majority of light. On the other hand, Saloon had obtained dusk and a small part of light. The combination of all these was the complete divine authority of sun and light. It could be said that the two gods were now mortal enemies. No, it's not like Laurentia didn't anticipate this situation. She had already predicted this and made two preparations. She had taken the god of justice's divine authority to leave a back door for herself. Thinking of this, Louis sucked in the cold air. None of these ancient gods who had survived for hundreds of thousands of years were easy to deal with. This group of gods who had survived the era of disaster was simply a group of old foxes. If the goddess of morning could defeat Saloon and obtain the divine authority of sun and light, she would immediately be able to reach level 20 and become the strongest among the gods. Even if she lost the battle, she still possessed the divine authority of justice. As long as it was in her hands, she could reach level 16. She was simply invincible no matter how she fought. Whether she lost or won, she would still be a high-tier god. Justice also matched Laurentia's nature. Only at this moment will I recognize you as the strongest, Louis joked in his heart. He knew that if he had not encountered the Serpent of Ordre as well as other miraculous encounters, he would probably not be able to do anything to this goddess. With my alliance with Her Highness Saloon, it's also possible that I will have to go up against Laurentia Broken Bar. However, the Mother Earth Goddess also wants to become as god with level 20 divine power. She might have a bone to pick with the Goddess of Morning, and if the Goddess of Morning learns that the Mother Earth Goddess has returned to her original nature, she may also dislike her. Hey, There's much fun to be had. Louis became more and more interested in the relationship between the gods. It was really very complicated, and every god could be an ally or an enemy. Even if they were life and death enemies, the gods would not make a move inside the pantheon. Here, everyone was only a projection through divinity. There was no one stronger than anyone. After the words of the god of war and the goddess of silver moon, the goddess of morning continued. Everyone here is either a god who has survived from the era of disaster or a new god. A broken bar. The past agreement of the gods has long expired, and the vast majority of the gods who signed the agreement have also fallen, so now is the right time for us to sign a new agreement in the presence of all gods in the pantheon. After the words were spoken, an agreement inscribed in the void appeared in front of each god. It was written in the language of the gods and had a great deal of content, but the gods understood its specifics with just a thought. The agreement was mainly about one thing. That was the gods were strictly forbidden from fighting on a large scale on the main continent and forbidden from destroying the main continent. If any of the gods violated the agreement, they would band together and attack the offending god. This was completely understandable to Louis. The main continent was the source of faith for the gods. Although this realm was tough, combat between gods was still capable of destroying it. This would affect all the gods and even make them lose the authority to rule the world. This was something that no god could allow. It could even be said that the gods had an obligation to protect the main continent. The gods protected the main continent and obtained faith and power in exchange. Seconded. A broken bar. Those ancient gods looked over the agreement and did not find anything different from the past agreements, so they all agreed to it. The new gods also agreed to it, as it was something good for all the gods, so naturally, no one refused or even dared to. The four elemental gods also agreed. Although their source of faith was not on the main continent, the four elements had only given birth to four gods. Leaving aside how the four were against each other, them uniting together against all the gods was like hitting a stone with an egg. This agreement was the most fundamental and important agreement among the gods. The goddess of morning had already anticipated this. Her figure that was bathed in light flashed. A stone tablet appeared in the center of the pantheon. The gods focused all thoughts on the plain stone tablet, and in the next instant, the words in the agreement were carved onto the stone in all languages of the world. Then, without anyone having to mention it, everyone's thoughts remained on the stone and pressed with their divine nature and divine power to indicate that they signed the agreement. At that moment, Louis, for the first time, felt the power of all the gods. They intertwined with magnificence and grandeur, seeming to contain the foundation and supreme authority of this world. With the endorsement of the gods, the tablet became an extraordinary divine artifact that stood at the center of the pantheon that also symbolized the covenant of the gods. When a new god ascends, just let them come to this pantheon and have them leave their mark on top of this stone tablet. With the words of the goddess of morning, the first and the most important event of the meeting ended. In the future, any new god would have to leave its mark on this stone tablet. If any god did not sign their name, the gods would probably join forces to annihilate them. This was equivalent to a charter for the gods. However, gods were beings that did what they wanted. It was impossible to use only the agreement to bind them. The only thing that could make the gods comply was only this line. As for other matters, gods would not care. Even if a god were to kill a mortal with a single finger, no other god would care at all. Naturally, even if a god wants to kill someone, it wouldn't be easy to kill those that were specially protected by gods. For example, if another god wanted to kill Alexia, Louis would definitely interfere and they would be subject to retaliation. For the second matter, it is about the god of death. Now that a new god of death has not been born, the underworld remains unmanaged. In order to prevent the demons of the bottomless abyss and the devils of hell from stealing souls from the underworld, I propose that everyone send an incarnation to be stationed in the underworld. The first goal of this is to deter demons and devils, and the second is to guide your own believers back to your divine kingdom. This will be the status quo until a new god of death is born to take over this work. The goddess of morning spoke out once more. Her voice was soft and contained a righteous aura that would easily gain the trust of most of the gods except for the evil gods who would feel displeased. Seconded. A broken bar. There was nothing much to say about this. No god would refuse to do something when it comes to their own believers. As for the god of death, the title might look lofty, but the god of death did the most tiring miscellaneous work. All of the gods' believers were assigned to the god of death upon their passing before being forwarded to their respective deities' divine kingdoms. It was a mundane position with few benefits. For the third matter, there are many of you who have just ascended, so you may not know about the matter that happened 30,000 years ago. What I am going to discuss now is the details of the era of disaster as well as the problem of the goddess of night. A broken bar. The goddess of morning's words caused an uproar and the pantheon turned chaotic. Louis also secretly glanced at the well-behaved Shai close to him and revealed a thoughtful look. Analyzing the characteristics of the god's divinity and divine authority. A broken bar recording in progress. The highest intelligent life of the Terran civilization, according to the highest edict of the Terran law, shall fully analyze the characteristics of the gods. Using the divine body, divinity, godhood, divine authority of the five-colored dragon god as template. A broken bar beginning analysis. The prior conditions have been met, the limits of the highest intelligent life form have been lifted, full power computing has been unlocked. Warning, insufficient energy, calculation terminated. According to the Terran law's highest edict, the highest priority is to obtain energy to analyze the gods. We need the host to return to Earth to find the lost energy sources. A broken bar. In the pantheon, the gods looked at each other. The ancient gods looked calm, but Louis noticed their emotions fluctuating. It seemed that the devastating blow caused by the Terran civilization on the world of San Solil left an unforgettable trauma in their hearts. The new gods were in chaos. Those that had been able to ascend in this era so quickly were ancient demigods who had lived for thousands of years. They used thousands of years to sharpen themselves, waiting for the time to come. When the new era came, they quickly took advantage of the opening to ascend in one fell swoop. But even these demigods had only lived for a few thousand years and the most of them only knew bits and pieces of information. There were simply too few records and images left behind during that dark era. Now, the goddess of morning Laurentia took the initiative to talk about the era of disaster. How could these new gods not be excited? Searing gazes were pointed at the goddess of morning. Even Louis looked at her, wondering what the goddess had in mind. The goddess who sat at the top of the gods was also shaken. Her state of mind was also not as smooth as expected. She pondered for a moment before speaking. As beings who hold the authority of the gods, everyone has the right to know of the events of the era of disaster. I will tell everyone what happened, but please do not let mortals know of this content or it will undermine our majesty. Under the eyes of expectant gods, a ball of light separated from the body of the goddess of morning. This was a part of her memory. For gods, rather than using words to explain, it was better to bring out their own memories to let others see with their own eyes. Louis calmed his mind and touched the memory of the goddess of morning with his divinity. The space-time in his vision changed and entered the goddess of morning's perspective. He came to the world of San Solil 30,000 years ago. In the sky, white clouds rolled, and green grass swayed under the blue sky. The main continent of 30,000 years ago was displayed in front of Louis's eyes. Compared with the current era, the main continent was much larger 30,000 years ago. Even the terrain and landscape was also very different. Louis was surprised to find that the humans had developed an alternative civilization built on magic. The magic of this era was prosperous and even Louis saw several floating land masses in the air which were actually floating cities. If the floating city was a part of a divine kingdom, then any god could bend the rules and create one. But a floating city on the main continent would require a god to spend divine power. Mortals who could not use divine power were actually able to make floating islands with magic, showing how incredibly powerful those mages were. Louis carefully compared and projected. If it was 30,000 years ago, San Solil's overall war potential was much greater than modern Earth's, although technologic access was determined by social and economic status. The strongest groups of mages in this era were powerful enough to overthrow Earth's civilization without the need for the gods to step in. This was a time when magic was highly developed. Louis realized that he had underestimated the civilization of the world. It appeared that the mortals of this world were much more developed 30,000 years ago. Although the per capita standard of living and the total amount of material resources were still lacking compared to modern Earth, they had still developed a prosperous civilization. But in some high-precision technology and overall war power, the magic civilization of this era was stronger. In this era, people seemed to be living in happiness and peace. Seeing this era, Louis felt that it was a miracle constructed by mortals of another world. He raised his head to the sky and lowered his head to the ground. Because it was mainly from the perspective of the goddess of morning, Louis was able to observe a lot of things. For example, he was able to see that the gods of this era were immersed in the arts and enjoyed basking in their desires. They possessed all the power of the world and never imagined that the world would have any changes in the next thousands of years. On the other hand, in hell and the abyss, demons and devils were carrying out wars. While the major realms were also prosperous, painting a colorful multiracial world. Louis could imagine this happening easily in a world where magic was developed to the extremes. Suddenly, time in his vision began to accelerate. One day, a dozen huge wormholes opened up in the skies of San Solil. Louis could immediately tell that these wormholes were the same as the ones that he was using. According to the explanation of the intelligent brain, this kind of space-time wormhole was the crystallization of the highest level of technology that the Terran civilization possessed. It was not used for cosmic travel, but specifically for crossing the crystal wall system. Normally, it was very difficult to open a space-time wormhole, but what they did was equivalent to secretly chiseling an underground passage. Seeing dozens of space-time wormholes, Louis knew that the Terran civilization had been preparing for a long time. Rays of destruction spewed out from the huge holes. They swept the entire main continent in one fell swoop, and the floating cities in the sky were blasted down. The earth was plowed flat. The mountains were chopped to pieces. Oceans evaporated, and even the entire continent began to fall apart. For the Terran civilization, destroying an entire planet was simple. In just a few moments, the apocalypse had arrived and countless creatures died. The magical civilization of the main continent was instantly destroyed, and less than a tenth of the population remained. The Terran civilization did this probably to leave a bit of the magical civilization for their own research. In the end, it left a part of the main continent alone, which was the current form of the main continent. The saturated attack of the Terran civilization on the first appearance had caused the gods to almost lose all of their faith. The weak gods instantly fell from the stars, while the stronger gods were able to maintain some power, but were also close to falling. Immediately after, Louis saw what could be called the end of the world. It was no wonder the Terrans called San Solil a barbaric civilization. In just 3 days, their high-tech spaceships and weapons had spread all the way from the heavenly mountain to the bottomless abyss. The 17 major realms of San Solil were invaded and destroyed to the point that almost all mortals had perished. At this time, the gods finally reacted. Although the main continent had collapsed and the gods had lost a majority of their believers, the remaining gods were still powerful. With hundreds of thousands of years of history, each of these gods had hundreds of millions of believers. These believers had generated faith that allowed the gods to survive. At that moment, the surviving gods, whether good or evil, banded together and began a defensive counterattack. Louis enjoyed himself as he watched something that Hollywood movies could never capture. This was simply a war of epic proportions. It was a war between civilizations, between worlds. It was a one-sided massacre, indeed, but not the massacre of the Terran civilization against the gods, but the gods against the Terran civilization. The Terran civilization's advanced weaponry was indeed powerful. In Louis's opinion, destroying the solar system with it would be simple, but in the face of a god, these weapons were not useful at all. Even the best spaceship or biological weapon of the Terran civilization were rendered useless. For example, there exists a divine skill called life and death which mid-tier gods and above possessed. If they used it, the other party would instantly turn to ashes as long as they were not gods. Although the Terran civilization was not weak, it was still on the level of mortal civilization. The gods might be afraid of these powerful weapons, but at the end of the day, They were mortal weapons. Destroying a battleship was as easy as killing a mortal for those powerful gods. It was even countless times easier than killing a demigod. Even if they were able to travel to distant universes and could destroy planets with high-tech warships, a single flick of a finger from the gods would destroy everything. Technological weapons were so detailed that a single item breaking could cause an explosive chain reaction. This was the disparity of rank. Louis instantly understood the true meaning of this. If the Terran civilization did not sneak attack and destroy the source of faith, they would not be able to compete against the gods at all and would have been one-sidedly annihilated without being able to do anything. Although the Terran civilization was losing, the gods had also lost the source of their powers. They were also walking closer to the edge of death. The countless prayers of the believers in their divine kingdom were the only thing keeping them alive. This was the tragic part of being a faith-based god. Seeing this, Shai felt that if she did something, the gods would certainly be defeated and she could complete her ultimate wish of returning everything to nothingness. At the critical moment, she chose to betray the gods. Shai's betrayal was simply in line with her nature as the god of darkness. From a god's point of view, it was impossible to blame Shai because she was originally the embodiment of darkness and serenity. However, Shai's betrayal had cost the gods dearly, but also indirectly led to the destruction of the Terran civilization. In this war, the Terran civilization had both succeeded and failed. Their success lay in the fact that they had decimated the gods' foundation. As a result, the gods had lost their ability to act freely and faced a race against time before they were completely destroyed. The remaining life forms on San Soliel couldn't sustain their existence. The end of the gods was in sight. The only way for them to survive was to drive the Terran civilization out of their world before they fell so that they could recuperate and escape from the crisis. This was a real race against death. The Terran civilization could be said to have conducted a successful opening battle. But at the same time, the Terran civilization had failed. Their initial attack relied on a great deal of luck. Although the Terran civilization had sent out scouts in advance, the end result of that was concluded with the San Soliel being a vulnerable civilization. The Terran civilization even looked down on the so-called magic that could make cities fly. In fact, the report was not wrong. With the power that the Terran civilization observed, they were indeed weak. But even if the Terran scouts observed magical wars, there was one thing that they never fully understood: the gods. The gods did not live with mortals. They hardly fought in front of mortals, so no matter how much the Terran civilization investigated, they could not find any information on the gods. In the end, the Terran civilization passed it off as the gods being some stronger people in the magic world. From the performance of the legendary powerhouses and demigods, they concluded that the gods could not be that much stronger. This was the wrong perception that brought about their failure. The Terran civilization could never have imagined that gods and mortals were already different creatures. There was no comparison between the two at all. The Terran civilization's success in wreaking havoc on the 17 realms made them arrogant, but under the united power of the gods, they were immediately suppressed. From being the strong, they had become the weak that were being hunted. During this moment, the goddess of night, who was part of the stronger side, chose to betray them. Shai had contacted the technological civilization and then clearly and unmistakably told the Terran civilization of their miserable situation and their weakness. It was then that the Terran civilization understood that the gods were created through faith and that they were on their last legs. In fact, as long as they went on the defensive and avoided fighting, the gods would fall on their own. This time, the situation was reversed once more. The Terran civilization did not fight the gods head-on anymore. They did not send any biological weapons or technological weapons to confront them. Instead, they fought a war of attrition with their special capabilities and advantages. With the level of the Terran civilization's technology, they had long solved the problem of having no energy. They began to use a variety of long-ranged weapons to attack the gods' divine kingdoms, so as to consume the gods' last reserves of divine power. The Terran civilization utilized the space-time wormholes to hide against the gods after launching long-range strikes so that the gods could not do anything. Moreover, the gods did not dare leave the crystal wall system, as that would turn them into mortals. They had already guessed that those space-time wormholes were connected to a different universe, so they did not dare go in at all. They could only stay passive and be beaten to death. It was easy to imagine how much hatred the gods had towards Shai. They could have survived the war, but now the situation had turned out once more. It was at this point in time that the Terran civilization thought became lax. With the thought that they were winning, they gained a deep curiosity to study such incredible creatures, which was a common problem for almost every technological civilization. As a result, they had chosen to try to capture Shai, who had been in contact with them, to study her. Unfortunately, they failed to do so, and Shai escaped the attack of the Terran civilization. At this time, the five-colored dragon god who had lost a lot of faith and was about to fall launched an all-out attack before he died. He alone rushed into the space-time wormhole. Even if he degenerated into a mortal, he still tore apart the Terran civilization's army, which was consistent with the dragon's cruelty and madness. At this time, none of the gods knew that the space-time wormhole was different from magic. While in the space-time wormhole, the five-colored dragon god not only did not turn into a mortal, but also discovered a possibility of going to the alien universe. But unfortunately, the five-colored dragon god was already exhausted. He could not pass the news to the gods and was beaten to death. It was also fortunate that the dragon god did not spread the information, otherwise, the gods who knew this would rush into the space-time wormhole. If that happened, the Terran civilization would not be able to fight against them. If the gods gained the techniques of the Terran civilization to cross dimensions, the gods of San Solil would have been able to gain faith from various dimensions. If that happened, Louis would not be here now. Louis's biggest guard now was the only remaining space-time wormhole of the world of San Solil. In the end, the five-colored dragon god had fallen. The gods had prepared for this eventuality because they assumed that the wormhole was a path to death, and any god who entered it would become immortal. The Terran civilization also obtained a valuable specimen, a powerful god and a dragon at the same time. This time, the Terran civilization was waiting to overthrow the gods and completely occupy the world of San Solil. They planned to study the existence of the gods to allow their civilization to evolve once more. Everything should have been so, but Shai had a deep grudge at the Terran civilization for attempting to capture her. After coming in contact with them, Shai understood civilization enough. One of the most important things that she understood was that although the Terran civilization was technologically advanced, they were all mortals and no gods existed among them. Moreover, their power lay in external objects instead of something within them. This gave the gods something to take advantage of. Shai informed the gods of all this. Although the gods hated her for her betrayal, the survival of San Sol was more important. The gods did not understand the technological civilization, but after knowing that these horrible war machines were all made by mortals, they all made a decision. The final outcome was that the 20 or so powerful gods who were still alive burned all their divinity at the cost of their godhood and created a powerful curse on the entire race and civilization of the Terran civilization. This curse could never be explained by technology since they could not understand how divine power worked. The Terran civilization collapsed under the curse created by the gods' sacrifice. In the end, the war between the two civilizations ended in a lose-lose situation. The world of San Solil was almost completely destroyed and not many lives survived. Most of the gods also fell and only a few managed to awaken. They all fell into a deep sleep and only 30,000 years later did some of them wake up. The Terran civilization's battlefront collapsed. Even the most important research ship that was studying the five-colored dragon god had crashed on Earth. As a result, the information from the world of San Solil greatly influenced the culture of Earth, resulting in magical creatures like elves and dragons appearing in their literature. Then, the Terran civilization's intelligent brain accumulated the power to modify Louis's genes as a human with their unbelievable technology and turned him into a lizard. After which Louis was guided into the intelligent brain's lair to become its experimental subject. It then turned him into a dragon and sent him to the world of San Solil. This was the conclusion Louis came to after watching the memories of the goddess of morning and combining them with the information he had. It had a high likelihood of being correct in his opinion. Perhaps Louis was the only one who knew the detailed history of both the Terran civilization and Sans Soleil. Even those gods who lived 30,000 years ago did not know the final end of the Terran civilization, nor could they have known that the Terran civilization's research ships crashed on Earth. In that case, the entire Terran civilization should have collapsed, which is exactly the same as what I guessed. Louis guessed that the Terran civilization had been dealt a huge blow when such an important research subject was just left on Earth without anyone looking for it. Now, he knew that the gods sacrificed themselves to send a curse to the entire civilization. This meant that even if the Terran civilization had not gone extinct, its situation was not much better and was definitely far from its peak era. But the gods were actually in a similar situation. The world had just regained its vitality after 30,000 years. If the gods were to return to their glorious era, it would take a few tens of thousands of years. There was no winner in this war. No, there is a winner in this war, and that is me. Louis felt enlightened. He obtained the crystallization of the Terran civilization's most important research and also received the strength of one of the strongest gods of Sans Soleil. If there was no war that caused both sides to almost collapse, how could he have the chance to rise? The entire pantheon was silent. Those new gods who had just ascended thought about the significance of the history of this era. Some of the gods had great mood swings. Apparently, these new gods did not expect the so-called era of disaster to be such a scene. It could really be said that it was a disaster for the entire world, a disaster for the gods. But why did the Terran civilization invade the world of Sans Soleil? Could it be that this civilization is extremely aggressive? Louis muttered in doubt. It's because of the soul. Suddenly, the voice of the intelligent brain echoed in Louis's head. The intelligent brain could not probe Louis's thoughts, so it only responded when Louis muttered this. So, he did not expect the intelligent brain would simply answer his doubts. So Louis continued to ask without reserve. The Terran civilization is highly advanced in the field of biotechnology and can easily create any organ or even replicate an entire body. But even so, the Terrans will still die naturally after 1,000 years. According to research by countless Terran scientists, every creature has a soul. Even if their physical body can be immortal, the soul cannot be the same. After researching about the soul for countless years, they still could not make anything of it. Instead, they inadvertently discovered the civilization of Sans Soleil, which was a world largely proactive in things related to the soul. According to observations from outposts, Sans Soleil was a civilization that was categorized as a backward indigenous civilization. Thus the Terran leaders launched a preemptive annihilatory strike. Louis sat on his seat, ignoring the whispers of the surrounding gods as he continued to listen to the intelligent brain. At this time, Louis finally knew why the Terran civilization would launch an invasion of the world of Sans Soleil. It was because the magic civilization of Sans Soleil was a huge allure to them, the temptation of eternal life. Since it was impossible to observe and study the soul by means of material science, then it would be possible to study the soul by means of magic. For the Terran civilization, this was the biggest hurdle, and the soul remained only a theory, but Sans Soleil's magic treated the understanding of the soul as a baseline for further arts. The soul might even be able to materialize in this world, like how Nola could use her soul and shadow energy to transform herself into a shadow dragon. Even if her physical body was gone, she continued to stay alive. The advanced biotechnology of the Terran civilization was able to create an eternity of a physical body, and the world displayed to them the mystery of an eternal soul. They could hardly resist the temptation to harmonize the two. The observations of the Terran outposts were not wrong. The magical civilization of Sans Soleil was truly backward compared to the highly advanced technological civilization of Terra. That was why the Terran civilization was able to conquer all 17 major realms in just 3 days. In war, there was a theory of the first strike. In a war between two civilizations that had developed large-scale thermonuclear weapons, whoever struck first would be able to occupy an absolute advantage, or even destroy the other side in one fell swoop. Moreover, The huge gap in civilization allowed the Terran civilization to dominate San Soliel in just 3 days. The reason why the Terran civilization left a portion of life was to enslave these living beings and then seize the entire magic civilization's research results to allow the Terran civilization to evolve. From this point of view, the civilizational war made sense. No matter what race, each one had limitations in their own thinking. Even the various races on Earth had different thinking in terms of philosophical research. Some philosophers studied the relationships between man and objects, some between man and God, and some between men themselves. With one planet having such diversity in thought, how could such a huge galactic race not be the same? Eliminating the other civilization, extracting their core essence, and using it to modify and strengthen themselves to make the entire civilization evolve fell under the principle of the strong eating the weak. If the Terran civilization truly won the war, they would be able to obtain information on magic and the gods. After 10,000 years passed, there was no telling how far they would develop. Unfortunately, they took one wrong step after another. Their greed for immortality and their disdain for the indigenous civilization has turned hundreds of thousands of years of development into ashes. I wonder what has happened to it now. Thinking like this, Louis asked the intelligent brain once more. In the past, Louis had asked this question before, but the intelligent brain answered that it didn't know. Even though, however, it could not answer. And so Louis began to think it was truly cut off from its creators. If the host wants to know about the present-day situation of the Terran civilization, please quickly return to Earth and find the missing energy sources. With sufficient energy, this assistive unit can explore the star field where the Terran civilization was located today. In just a few phrases, the intelligent brain once more brought up the topic of energy sources. Louis guessed that its energy reserves were minuscule. Towards this, he sneered and did not say a word. He could not spoil this foreign entity attached to him, but he would still return to Earth to gain benefits. He could not give up on the faith he could gather from Earth. The simplest way to make faith stable was to create miracles from time to time so that the human race would not forget about its existence. Louis did not bother paying attention to the intelligent brain anymore and instead continued to look at the gods of the pantheon. Except for the crazy gods, most of the gods had reeled in their emotions. After the initial commotion, the place went silent again and all eyes were on the goddess of morning. Your Highnesses, this is the truth of the era of disaster. The entire world of San Soliel was almost destroyed once by a foreign civilization. Although they were weak, they possessed powerful weapons and abilities. It's been 30,000 years since then, and they have not launched another invasion. But we can't let our guard down. I hope that everyone's incarnation would pay more attention to any abnormalities when you move around the major realms. The goddess of morning's words caused the gods to nod. The era of disaster caused the gods to fall from the skies like meteor showers. It was extremely terrifying. Among the hundreds of gods, only tens had survived. For the newly ascended gods, they did not want to die, so they did not dare let down their guard. They had just gained immortality. So how would they be willing to just fall? Secondly, let us talk about the goddess of night, Shei. We have gained a decent understanding of this alien civilization and are confident that if they invaded again, we could pay a small price to solve the crisis, but we have to pay close attention to Shei's presence. 30,000 years ago, Shei betrayed the gods and caused many of us to fall. We have to be careful about Shei joining forces with the alien civilization again. Therefore I propose that your Highnesses issue oracles to your respective churches and do their utmost to eliminate the remnants of Shei's church in the main continent and make sure that Shei wouldn't have the opportunity to ascend once more. The goddess of morning's words made Louis exclaim. This was simply a bloodless killing of one's enemy. Although there were many divine authorities in Shei's possession, as long as she had not ascended, those divine authorities would automatically move. If the gods really united in attacking Shei like this, then she would fall after 1,000 years and lose her divine authority of darkness. However, Shei was also very strong. She betrayed the gods and almost annihilated them through treachery, but in the end, She also betrayed the Terran civilization and allowed the gods to pay a price in destroying them. She was truly worthy of possessing the divine authority of betrayal. He was thinking if he could just expose Shai. In the past and in the present, Shai could already be called one of the most powerful gods in San Solil. She had played herself and was now rat on the streets that everyone wanted dead. I agree with Her Highness Laurentia's proposal. As expected, the goddess of Silver Moon was the first to support Laurentia. They might have been enemies in the struggle over divine authority, but in the face of Shai, the two might even be able to join forces. I also agree with your highness' proposal. Later, Miss Misela, the goddess of magic who had a long-standing feud with Shai, also agreed. With the two gods taking the lead, the other gods began to follow up, which blocked off all of Shai's exits. When Selûne saw this, her entire body that was enveloped in the glow of the silver moon was a little shaken. It was easy to imagine how joyful and excited she was. She had fought Shai for millions of years and almost died to her numerous times. She had suffered time and again, but now, it was Shai who was going to be finished. Louis looked at Shai who was beside him. The fake god of kobolds was also speaking angrily against Shai's crimes. Her acting skills were simply amazing, which made people feel that the kobold god also had deep hatred against Shai. However, Louis knew that it was impossible for Shai to be calm inside and wondered if the goddess was now regretting making an enemy of the gods. There is great danger in sheltering Shai, but there is also great benefit in taking her in. Money comes from danger, and Shai has great uses. I can't give her up for the time being. Now that the gods are on the same side, Shai would be in a worse situation. The only one she can rely on is me. As long as I don't ask for too much, she will definitely satisfy me and submit to me. There are many divine authorities in Shai's body. Other than darkness, she should be willing to give up all other divine authorities to live. Louis's eyes lit up. He made a decision in his mind and quickly scanned all the gods once more and kept their main divine authorities in mind. The god of killing should already be dead. Even if a new god obtains the divine authority of killing, it would be impossible for them to master it. It wasn't that a demigod could become as god just because they had divine authority. They were also required to understand it. Even if a demigod were to obtain a complete divine authority, they would usually lose a part of it because new gods had a hard time in keeping hold of divine authorities. As for legendary rank powerhouses, even if they gained divinity, they would take thousands of years to combine with the divinity to become a demigod. This was the real and harsh difficulty of ranking up in the world. Louis was an odd man out. He had become a god from a mortal in one fell swoop without any difficulties. The majority of the divine authority of killing should be in Shai's hand. Louis was now prepared to make Shai pass him the divine authority of killing. Killing could also be called murder. It was a powerful divine authority in terms of both faith and fighting power. If Louis could obtain the complete divine authority and support it with a dream and a time, he could definitely become stronger than the powerful Prince of Lies who had traumatized the gods. He could become the king of killers. In the previous era of the gods, there existed a powerful god nicknamed the Prince of Lies. This god had completed the divine authority of doom and possessed about 70% of the authority of killing, and the complete authorities of lies and illusion. With the power of these four divine authorities, his godhood had reached level 19, becoming the most powerful god at that time and bringing fear to everyone. This Prince of Lies was an expert at single combat and no god could defeat him. If he could obtain the complete divine authority of killing, then he could reach a godhood of level 20 and have a chance at becoming the god of gods. Unfortunately, the last portion of the divine authority belonged to Shai. Although the Prince of Lies was strong, it was absolutely impossible for him to snatch the remaining part from Shai's hands. The reason why this god was strong was irrelevant to his divine authority of death. He only relied on the divine authority of killing, lies, and illusion. These three alone gave him extraordinary combat ability. Now that the Prince of Lies had fallen, his divine authorities had been lost and other gods had snatched them up. Louis could threaten Shei with being attacked by the gods and demand the divine authority of killing from her hands. The remaining portion of the divine authority that she possessed was the most difficult thing for the gods to get their hands on, but it was currently simple for Louis. The combination of killing, time, life, and dream should not be weaker than the combination of killing, illusion, and lies. It should even be much stronger. As long as I obtain the divine authority of killing, I can obtain a powerful attacking force. When the time comes that I have a full grasp on the divine authority of dragons, then I can even reach level 20. Louis's heart gradually calmed. With his future plans, it wouldn't matter even if another god obtained the divine authority of killing. The new god would not be able to have a complete grasp of the divine authority, and at the same time, he could establish majesty for himself. Divine authorities like war, killing, and destruction were extremely offensive in nature, but unfortunately, most of the divine authority of war belonged to the god of war. Unless he fell, others would not be able to obtain it, so Louis gave it a pass. The divine authority of destruction, on the other hand, was completely scattered. Many gods, including powerful gods, held a little in their hands, making this divine authority almost impossible to complete. The most likely complete divine authority of killing should be with Shei, but now Louis would substitute her. Your Highnesses, the meeting is adjourned. Next, please send an incarnation to the underworld after condensing them, and let us gods temporarily share the authority over death. After deciding on 3 important matters concerning the gods, the goddess of morning directly adjourned the meeting. Louis was about to leave when he saw Laurentia suddenly look at him and speak with a beautiful voice full of justice and light. Your Highness Louis, as a new god and a pioneer, I hope that you will not interfere too much with the affairs of the main continent. Louis did not expect that the goddess of morning would direct her words at him. This caused Louis, who wanted to lay low, to suddenly become the center of attention of the gods. The gods all looked at him. Both new gods and ancient gods held curiosity in their eyes. Only the ancient gods had other thoughts running in their heads. They were smart enough to guess that Louis had inherited the legacy of the past dragon god from his strong rise. In the past, when all the gods have not ascended yet, Louis's dragon city became famous all over the continent, but everyone had been preparing to ascend, and as a result, they were unable to visit his dragon city. After ascending, Louis was the only god among the new gods to reach a high level of 7 in just a few short days. The speed of his rise had beaten even some of the ancient gods who had lived past the era of disaster. The vast majority of these gods were friendly. Deities would not easily make enemies, especially against a promising god like Louis, unless there were fundamental conflicts of interest. The goddess of love and beauty's gaze was filled with passion. Louis could feel her prickly gaze even in the pantheon. In the goddess of love's point of view, Louis and Saloon had given birth to a child, meaning that love had existed. This was also what the goddess of love was after. Mortals spread love easily, but there were extremely few cases of gods in love. If every god could fall in love, then the goddess of love might even be able to reach level 20 in an instant, but unfortunately, this was only her fantasy. Is that a threat? Becoming the focal point of the gods didn't give Louis any discomfort. Thinking back, he had felt apprehensive when being watched by dozens of people in school, but now he was able to remain calm in front of actual deities. Louis first thought that the goddess of warning was trying to threaten him, but he was able to see Laurentia's sincere gaze and gentle voice. No, not a threat, but a polite admonition. Almost no other god had the same system as Louis, who had both controls of church and state. If he only did this among dragons, no one would care. He was the god of dragons, so no one would say anything, but Louis had gained the faith of humans, beastmen, elves, dwarves, and many others. Louis's method was to force the power of kings to serve his divine right so that his church would become the state religion of the country. The advantage of this was that missionary work was very fast because faith was mandatory. On the other hand, there was also a huge disadvantage. If his faith was too uniform and his dragon city was captured, he would immediately lose most of his believers. Another point was that if Louis's dragon city invaded other cities and forcibly transformed the faith of those he invaded, then it was easy to make enemies of the gods there. The churches of other gods were also rooted in major countries, but no one controlled the state like him. The other churches only preached. Although this was slow, it was very stable. No matter how the state changed, faith wouldn't change much. The goddess of morning was precisely cautioning Louis of this, telling him that his missionary approach would leave him with unstable faith, as well as make it easy to establish enemies. In other words, the goddess of morning was befriending him. Louis understood her meaning in an instant. It seemed that the goddess of morning was afraid that Selûne would go all out against her, but since the goddess was full of good intentions, Louis could not afford to be cold towards her, and responded in a warm voice, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness Laurentia. I have no plans of expanding my influence on the main continent. And even if some gods are aggressive, I also have my means of fighting back." Louis was quite eloquent in replying. The gods had already noticed that Dragon City was initiating a march. He said this not only to show that he did not intend to seize the faith of the other gods and would not mix in church and state affairs too much. At the same time, he let the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth take the blame because this war was originally provoked by them. Humphrey, the goddess of earth and goddess of magic, of course, knew what Louis was referring to. They both grunted to express their dissatisfaction. At the same time, they were surprised that Louis had found out about their plans before they even began to act. They began to wonder if there were any spies in their church, but this seemed highly unlikely. "Ha ha ha. I would like to wish you a great victory, Your Highness Louis." At this time, the god of war Marcellus suddenly spoke out, causing the faces of the goddess of magic and goddess of earth to grow ugly. In this world where gods exist, blessings from a god were the real deal. Although the blessing that the god of war gave might not make Louis instantly win the war, it could at least increase the chances of victory by 10%. The god of war spared no effort to express his goodwill. Louis smiled. For the god of war, he hoped that war would increase more. The more wars existed in the world, the stronger he became. If the god of war was thrown to modern Earth, his level would definitely drop as only constant skirmishes took place, with large-scale conflicts being thrown to the back burner. The god of war hated peace the most. "Thank you for your blessing, Your Highness Marcellus." Towards the god of war's goodwill, Louis accepted it all. With that, the meeting of the gods ended with many gods having different thoughts. A broken bar. On the main continent, on the summit of a canyon that led towards the Seven Kingdom Alliance, Alexia's body stood at the highest point of the canyon. She wore a gorgeous crown while wearing the legendary silver armor of the ancient elves that was painted with exquisite and magical patterns. Her petite body looked majestic and her cloak fluttered under the fierce wind. Her hands folded on the hilt of a fine long sword. This sword was one of Alexia's claws that had been directly infused with Louis's divine power, creating a lesser divine artifact. This was also the method dragons chose to use their weapons in their humanoid forms. For example, Louis used his own tail and turned it into a lance. In the sky, a huge shadow dragon swept across the sky. Beside it were hundreds of dragon riders. In the distance, an adult red dragon was also moving on the ground. This red dragon was the same red dragon that had barged into Dragon City. Alexia promised that if it helped the city win the war, then she would relieve it of the duty of laying eggs. Naturally, the main reason was that the essence of this red dragon had been drained. At most, it could only lay a few hundred dragon eggs, but it did not know this. After learning that he did not have to bear the shame of laying eggs as a male dragon anymore and under Alexia's demigod level of pressure, he did not even think of disagreeing. Tens of thousands of troops marched in this narrow canyon. Darkness covered the canyon from end to end as soldiers marched shoulder to shoulder with each other. There were a total of tens of thousands of human knights, beastmen warriors, elven rangers, and even a group of 100 mages and priests. In addition, they had also recruited from the druids and hippogriff knights of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This was Dragon City's military strength. This military power was still far from what the theocracy or the Subla Empire could command, but now that the two countries had fallen apart, it was already considered a powerful military among the many territories. This is the property left to me by Father God. I will bring victory to Father God. The young dragon was like a queen as she watched her army advance into the distance on the expedition. In the sleeping dragon temple in Dragonblight, Louis sat on his royal throne while meeting with Shei. The dark goddess had returned to her beautiful dancer form as she sat on her throne, positioned lower than Louis. Her starry eyes, which were as dark as ink, gazed at Louis as she smiled. "Your Highness Shei, do you know what I called you here for?" The two gods just stared at each other for a long time before Louis broke the silence. "Lord God definitely has something to ask of me. After the meeting of the gods in the Pantheon, your thoughts have changed." Shei quietly spoke with a crisp and pleasant cadence. Louis nodded his head and did not beat around the bush. "Your situation among the gods is extremely bad. I am now a little dissatisfied with the price you have paid." Louis and Shei were both aware that both of them were smart people, so there was no need to test the words. In order to save time, Louis just blurted his thoughts. "Are you going to break the agreement?" Shei's eyebrows were slightly knitted. Her serene eyes shot a hair-raising gaze at Louis. However, Louis was not worried. He smiled and said, "The so-called agreement asks for equality and fairness between both sides and needs to be complied. This is why we signed the agreement in the first place. But the amount of danger and trouble that I am risking is too much. This agreement is now in a state of repeal and the River Styx oath has been invalidated. Even if I violate it, there will not be many repercussions. But you are different. If the gods knew that you have ascended, you would fall under the encirclement of the gods and die." Louis's tone was soft yet serious. Shei's face became ugly. She had lived for millions of years, and yet when had she ever been threatened by God or other people for that matter? Naturally, there were none that dared to threaten her, and if they did, they would have already ended up 6 feet under. But now, her head was lowered. No matter how much displeasure Shei felt, she could only give up as long as it was not her last resort. "Lord God, it is already the truth that you have taken me under you. If you give up on me right here, you will also be suspected by the gods." Shei did not have much leverage. She could only ask in a way that would reduce her losses. "The gods all know that you have a way with words, Your Highness Shei. I could just say that I, a new god, was deceived by your sinister and cunning nature. I think the gods would understand this, as this is also the time when I am achieving an understanding of being a god. There are also a lot of gods waiting to see you fall." Louis was unperturbed by Shei's small threats. The gods were practical creatures. As long as Louis did not do anything really harmful to their shared interests, they would take his words to be true. "You have had close contact with the alien civilization and used their means of fighting. Are you not afraid that I will tell the gods about this?" Shei probed. "The gods will not believe your words, Your Highness Shai." Broken bar. "Of course, it doesn't really matter if they know." Leaving aside the new gods, the ancient gods have actually long guessed that I had inherited the legacy of the 5-colored dragon god. During that dark era, the dragon god had indeed charged into a different universe. Since I was able to obtain his legacy, then they will just assume that I was able to understand some of the abilities of the alien civilization. I did not intend to hide this from the beginning. In the past 30,000 years, my existence and traces do not exist on the main continent or any of the other realms. The gods are not stupid and can easily guess that I am not a dragon of the main continent. They would probably come to the conclusion that I belong to a different universe, but no matter how they try to guess, I am now one of the stronger gods in this universe and have thoroughly integrated into this world. With my interests in line with the gods, they would not make enemies of me just because of these speculations. Doing so is unwise, as this is just the start of a new era, so the gods will not be willing to accept any turmoil. Louis's words made Shei silent. In the end, she sighed. "You have successfully persuaded me, then tell me directly, what do you want, Lord God?" "The divine authority of murder on your body." Louis stated his terms simply. The divine authority of murder was the same as the divine authority of killing. It was just that because it had been separated and the Prince of Lies had always called himself the god of murder, as a result, its name had changed into murder. Integrating it back together would make it into the divine authority of killing. Shei revealed an expectant look. She smiled lightly and spoke in a way that made it hard to tell her feeling. You always catch on to important points at the most critical moments. From this ability alone, you could be called a powerful god. Shei sighed and praised Louis's choice. This new dragon god was truly ruthless. One moment he was hooking up and kissing you, and the next moment, he would turn against you without mercy after finding out that he had lost on benefits. His vision was also extremely accurate. After finding out that the god of murder was not around, he immediately used this situation to force Shei to hand over the divine authority of murder. He truly knew how to hit where it hurts, and even Shei could only surrender and agree. The current goddess of night acted in a way that did not seek merit or fault. As long as she could keep her divine authority of darkness, she would still be able to remain at level 17 or 18 in the future. She could even give up all other divine authorities for that purpose. This dragon is quite calculating for adding in the clause of fairness. He had already planned this far. In a situation like this, Shei could only resign herself and opened her hand to show a crystal-like rune that was the embodiment of divine authority. At her peak, Shei had possessed the complete divine authority of killing, but unfortunately, only 30% had remained. Without any reluctance, she directly passed this divine authority to Louis. Louis did not feel much joy from obtaining this divine authority, as everything was in his calculations. This was naught but a predicted result. If it was the completed divine authority, Louis would take a few years to comprehend it, but with only 30%, Louis directly took it in and used divine power to analyze it, hoping that it would come in handy in the next battle. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness Shei. Your divine kingdom is not yet completed, so I will not keep you here. After Louis gained what he wanted, he tried to push her out. Shei did not stay either. The two only needed to look at each other as everything was contained in their gazes. The goddess of night left the sleeping god temple and looked back at the temple with a trace of incomprehension in her eyes. How much divine power has he left stored up? This was the thing that Shei could not understand the most. Louis had about 500,000 believers, with not everyone being a true believer, as some were only pseudo-believers. In terms of believers at the moment, this could be said to be the largest group, but it should be impossible to have so much divine power just from that. Louis not only condensed an incarnation with his divine authority of time, but also seemed to still be planning to burn divine authority to analyze the divine authority of killing to become stronger for the next war. In this process, Louis had also transformed the laws of his divine kingdom and even attached his divine kingdom to the Arbora realm. This also consumed divine power. With the power of the current gods, even the goddess of morning would not be able to do what Louis did. He still has more secrets. Shei pondered for a moment. As the lady who was known to grasp secrets, she was itching to know Louis's secrets. She wanted to pick off everything about him to see what he was hiding. Although the goddess of night had picked off Louis's clothes and served him with her mouth and tongue, she could not probe his heart. A broken bar. In the kingdom of Sula's royal palace, the monarch was discussing with the higher-ups of the Church of the Goddess of Magic and Goddess of Earth. Suddenly, a magical aura spread throughout the entire palace as an illusory doorway appeared. The doorway was an illusion that could not turn solid. This was because the palace was protected by a magic formation that prevented mages from easily using portals and other spells for assassination. Seeing the doorway, King Sula looked at the senior bishop of the Church of the Goddess of Magic beside him. The bishop nodded lightly, signaling that the portal was a mage from his own order. After King Sula's gained proof, the illusory doorway took shape and a mage stumbled out of the portal. His face was full of frost, and his robes were tattered. He panicked and shouted, "Lord Bishop, Your Majesty, this is not good. The army of Dragon City has broken through the southern gateway and taken 3 cities in a row. They are now on their way to the capital." "Impossible. How could they march so fast? How could the southern fortress be so easily breached?" King Sula fiercely stood up with a face full of shock. The country of Sula was only a principality. Its land area was probably the size of a slightly larger province in China, which could not be compared to the Sublime Empire at all. But now, The Subli Empire was almost completely divided, and the gods would not allow such a huge empire to exist now and in the future. The world would soon be full of countries the size of duchies. The country of Sla lacked fighting power, so it was waiting for the strong support of the two churches and also waiting for the incarnations of the two goddesses to condense. But the king did not expect that Dragon City would have such a strong military even if it was founded only 10 years ago. With the size of a principality, having 3 cities broken through was a dangerous thing. In the Sleeping Dragon Temple, Louis had completed the task of creating 3 incarnations. The Dream Incarnation, the Time Incarnation, and the Killing Incarnation had been completed. It wasn't that the gods needed to assign one divine authority per incarnation. If they wanted to, they could put all divine authorities into one incarnation and deploy multiple divine domains, but separating them made the incarnations purer. The amount of divine power an incarnation possessed had an upper limit. When their divine power was exhausted, it would be destroyed. Placing divine authorities on different incarnations would display greater power unless one day Louis reaches a high-tier divine power. In that case, he could just make one incarnation that was as strong as his real body. For the following battle, Louis had increased his godhood level again and reached level 8. Name: Louis Galacrond. Godhood level 8. Divine authorities: Dragon, not activated; Dream, Life, Time, Earth, incomplete; Magic, incomplete; Killing, incomplete; Mining, incomplete. This was Louis's basic status now, and mining was simply negligible. The godhood level was a very mysterious thing. It was possible to notice every level up with the naked eye. The godhood level of the incarnation was half that of the main body. If the main body was level 6, then it could create 3 incarnations all at level 3. If the true body was level 7, then it could create 4 incarnations at level 3. There was no such thing as level 3.5. Thus, with Louis good at level 8, he could create 4 incarnations at level 4. This was equivalent to being capable of fighting against the weakest gods. The goddess of magic seems to be at level 4, so she isn't a threat to me. The only issue is the Mother Earth goddess. Her godhood is a higher level than mine, but it's not that much of a threat. With how much time had passed, she should only have 1 incarnation. By paying a certain price, I am able to solve the problem of incarnations. This would decide the victor of the war. Louis was obtaining a surplus of divine power thanks to the faith from Earth. The faith that he gathered from Earth was so high that even if the faith of the gods of San Soliel was added up, it would not even beat Louis. While other gods were carefully calculating their divine power, Louis was splurging in such a big way. Louis just used it all up to create multiple incarnations in one breath. But it's still not good to waste it like this. The main usage of faith from Earth should be to progress on becoming the source of order. This time, in order to deal with the Mother Earth goddess, I wasted it to create my incarnations. But it can't be helped. For Louis, becoming the Serpent of Order was his goal, so fighting now was not too meaningful. The moment he possessed and analyzed the power of order would be the moment he would become the ruler of the gods. This time, it was impossible to kill the Mother Earth goddess or the goddess of magic. To kill them, he would have to break into the other party's divine kingdom and fight there, but the difficulty of doing this was great. Louis could not do it alone. In the same way, even the goddess of magic and the Mother Earth goddess could not attack his divine kingdom. Even if they dared to come and fight, they would just be punching bags with nowhere to run. At the moment, conflicts were done through faith. As long as Louis won the war, he could occupy part of the 7 Kingdoms alliance. If he slowly converted the faith of the people there, he could use it as a basis to become a high-tier god. After waiting for the divine power to cycle back and be replenished, he sent the 3 incarnations away. Louis decided to directly go to the goddess of magic's home and prevent her incarnation from influencing the war on the main continent. Louis was confident of Alexia and Dragon City's military strength. He had built the city from scratch and developed it with Earth's resources for more than 10 years. Under Alexia's command, he believed that 1 or 2 duchies could not win. If she couldn't, Louis felt that it was better to give up on such a daughter as it would be too shameful. Louis's only task was to stop the other gods' intervention. As for the rest, it was best to leave it to mortals. A broken bar. In the royal palace of the kingdom of Sula, the king of Sula was listening to the reports of his men with a gloomy face. Your Majesty, we have already notified the kingdom of wealth, Chios, the plateau of Tumibia, the kingdom of knowledge, Agaron, and the kingdom of music, Evermea. The kings of these 5 principalities have explicitly stated that they will not send troops. What about Dan-Buzil? The king of Sula asked in a hurry. Dan-Buzil was the initial country in the alliance that joined forces with him. If even Dan-Buzil did not send troops, the king of Sula would accuse its king of being a despicable person. The king of Sula had already anticipated their other kingdoms being unwilling to front troops. Initially, the 7 kingdoms worked together to defend against the threat of the Beastmen to the east and the Sublime Empire to the west, but now the Sublime Empire was already falling apart. The Sublime Empire royal family was only left with their capital, which was under the rule of the king. The rest of the empire had been split apart by the gods. The current Sublime Empire only existed in name only. Without the threat of the Sublime Empire, the threat of the Beastmen alone was not enough for the 7-kingdom alliance to exist. Moreover, the war with the Beastmen was a racial war. Even without something binding them, human kingdoms would spontaneously unite together to fight them when necessary. So now, the 7-kingdom alliance was unrelated to the invasion of Sula. The king of Sula actually hoped for assistance from Agaron the most. The ruler of the Duchy of Agaron was already an ascended god and had become the god of knowledge. This god had already abandoned his mortal throne and developed his church, but the current king of Agaron was his descendant. If the king of Sula could gain his support, then it was the same as obtaining the support of another god. Unfortunately, the god of knowledge had just ascended, so he was cautious and did not dare intervene in the war against other gods. Why did all these gods have to wake up while I am ruling the country? The king of Sula cursed in his heart. Among the mortals, the ones who had the least faith in gods were the kings and rulers. There would always be a conflict between the church and the state. These rulers who enjoyed power were absolutely unwilling to hand over their kingship to the divine. However, the gods did not care whether the rulers of the country believed them or not. The gods only cared about the quantity and quality of the believers. How many were the rulers in the world, and how many were the commoners in the world? There was simply no comparison between the two, so the target of God's mission has always been the common people. As for the quality of believers, the gods naturally wanted the strong to believe in them. The faith of the strong was much more than ordinary people, which is why even though dragons had a small community, the dragon god was still able to become a high-tier god. Each dragon contributed faith that was worth 1,000 humans. Before the king's ministers could reply, they heard an extremely seductive voice from the palace hall. King Dan-Buzil has sent 30,000 troops to the capital of Sula to defend against our common enemy's invasion. The king of Dan-Buzil understands that we share a common fate. The king of Sula heard this seductive voice. His look drifted for a moment, followed by his sight locking onto the enchanting woman that appeared in the palace hall. The woman's delicate body was shrouded by a red robe and her face was heavily veiled. She had pale white long hair that carried a deadly enticement. Her every movement caused eyes to look at her and people to murmur words in excitement. The king of Sula was not weak by all means, but cracks had appeared in his mind as happiness flowed in his blood. That's right. What he felt was happiness rather than fear, as if dying in the hands of this enchanting woman was his life's greatest joy. When he came to, the king of Sula looked at the woman in shock and fear. Who are you? To be able to break through the palace guard's anti-magic formation, this woman was at least a demigod. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I am representing Dan-Buzil and have brought an army of 30,000 to help you. The woman's voice was fiery yet lazy. With a wink of her eyes, even the female priest of the Mother Earth goddess felt herself blush and actually moved towards this woman. Since when did the kingdom of Dan-Buzil have such a terrifying existence? This thought flashed through the king of Sula's heart, but he was quickly filled with joy. Dan-Buzil had sent an army of 30,000. Adding that together with his army and some conscripted soldiers, he now possessed an army of 80,000. Moreover, the Church of the Goddess of Earth had promised to send a demigod to help, while the Patriarch of the Church of the Goddess of Magic also said that he would join the war. Although the king of Silla was dissatisfied with this amount of powerful forces, he felt that with the addition of his own country's two legendary rank powerhouses, he could defend the city, hold off the army of Dragon City, and launch a counterattack. Although demigods were strong, they had to spend a lot of divine power to eliminate an army of tens of thousands, just like when Louis came to this world, and it was hard to witness this kind of thing. Demigods accumulated divine power slowly. Coupled with the revival of the gods, how much faith would be left to the demigods? As a result, today's demigods were stretched to the limit. Each demigod only had so much in reserve, so they would not waste it killing ordinary soldiers. Thus, the number of mortals in the war was meaningful. For a legendary rank powerhouse, killing tens of thousands of people was not difficult. Most of the soldiers were also powerhouses, though a bit lower in ranking. As a result, demigods would not be able to do anything and understood the difficulties of marching on. This would result in their retreat rather than them wasting their precious power on mortals. When the Sublime Empire was in its heyday, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were truly enough to make everyone, except the gods, back off. Outside the capital of Silla, the soldiers of Dragon City were marched doggedly through the countryside, banners unfurled, and spears sharpened for combat. 40,000 of its soldiers crossed to the foreign territory with the intention of enacting a slaughter. The campaign so far had been extremely successful, with them taking 3 cities smoothly and surrounding the capital of Silla on 3 sides. War was fought with resources, food, weapons, and morale. If the whole city was surrounded on all sides, then the enemy soldiers would fight to their last dying breath, but as long as one path was left open, then when the enemy was placed at a disadvantage and morale collapsed, they would think of living. At that time, when the enemy runs away, they would be attacked by a hidden ambush and win. This was how Earth's cold warfare was fought, but in the magical world, there were many means to cope with the crisis. For example, the Holy Iris Order that Louis fought with before forcefully raised their morale with the blessing from the god of war. That said, Earth's ways of war were still very useful. Although the capital of Silla was not as big and majestic as Dragon City, it was still a considerably large city in Sans Soleil and had operated for more than 1,000 years. Even if the civilization of Sans Soleil was similar to the Middle Ages, Sans Soleil was magical in nature. The walls of the city alone were made up of magic and erected to be more than 30 meters tall, which would not have been possible in the Middle Ages. With the city centered between hostile forces, the chilling wind that blew through its eaves, edifices, and squares left the inhabitants feeling anxious. The commander and soldiers of the army of Silla looked at the distant forces that carried a majestic and imposing aura. Every one of them gulped their saliva and felt a chill in their hearts. The soldiers of Dragon City were all full-time soldiers, which was a rarity in the current era. At a time when material resources were scarce, it was impossible for soldiers to only focus on training all day. Only knights had the privilege to do so. Training knights would require a lot of material goods that were usually donated by the nobility, but this could only raise about a few hundred of them at a time. These knights and their relatives together formed the elite branch of a country's army. For the kingdom of Silla, these kings of elites only numbered a few thousand, and at the height of the Sublime Empire, there were less than 100,000 of them. Dragon City not only received material support from Earth but also raised its army with technical knowledge from Earth. It became one of the strongest cities on the main continent, and as a result, merchants and nobles from all over the world would visit it, resulting in increased economic strength. As a result, many people considered Dragon City as heaven on Earth. With money, soldiers did not need to farm. They could leisurely train, and after 10 years, Louis had subjected his soldiers to harsh training, raising an army of more than 40,000 elites. Moreover, hey, take a look, those soldiers are wearing heavy armor. The commander of Silla poked his aide beside him and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The world of Sans Soleil was still using outdated methods in mining. Even the dwarves who were its experts did not necessarily have a high yield. Thankfully, their existence meant that Sans Soleil was not too far behind in the refining of mineral deposits when compared to Earth, and due to the existence of magic and the dwarves' racial talents, the quality of smelted metal could be even better than on Earth. However, the world ultimately fell far short in terms of the scale of the industry. Although the quality of the batch of steel that Louis obtained from China was worse in quality than those legendary armors in San Soliel, it was more than enough for ordinary soldiers. Moreover, those legendary-grade armors were scarce and impossible to mass-produce. Dragon City had captured more than 10,000 dwarves to work for them. As a result, these armors that the soldiers were wearing were all enchanted, causing the weakness of steel from Earth to disappear. The black, heavy armor would serve as excellent equipment in a war. If this was on Earth, not all soldiers could wear heavy armor, but in San Soliel, the existence of powerhouses made it possible to equip every soldier with one. This was especially true for the beastmen. The heavy armor was thicker and heavier, and they loved to use blunt weapons to attack. Anyone unlucky enough to be hit by them would have their skulls bashed in. These beastmen, why are they so quiet? A broken bar. The soldiers on the walls of Salam uttered incredulously. They knew that beastmen swarm people by rushing forward, unlike humans who were always in formation. It could be said that battles with beastmen were chaotic, but the beastmen of Dragon City seemed to have become unnaturally orderly. The physical qualities of beastmen far exceeded that of humans, but the beastmen kingdoms were poor and had bad agriculture and mining abilities. Even having a decent weapon was rare for them, so they always relied on their inherent physical abilities to fight. Even so, humans and beastmen both suffered when the two sides were at war. Seeing how the beastmen of Dragon City were all wearing heavy armor and were arrayed in neat rows, the Solarian spectators were astonished. These beastmen with their powerful bodies in combination with the armament skills of dwarves were simply going to be unstoppable. Most likely, these soldiers would become the bane of many countries. Moreover, this was not the end of things. Worst of all was the red dragon flying in the sky. Everyone knew that adult red dragons were the incarnations of destruction. Every time one flew over a city, it would strike fear into the hearts of the inhabitants and even soldiers. This might have been still fine if it was just a red dragon, but the red dragon was also wearing armor. I've long heard that Dragon City is extremely rich and even ordinary citizens can eat food fit for the lords. A broken bar, but these a broken bar. This is too much. This is the first time I'm hearing about armor for dragons. Even the commander of the country's army could not help but shout. His scalp numbed at the sight of the dragon. Dragons were already strong as a species. Their scales alone were hard to penetrate and only truly strong people could pierce past them. And now, this dragon was wearing armor that was enchanted by dwarves. Other than legendary rank powerhouses and demigods, who could contend against it? Ordinary soldiers couldn't even break past its scales, let alone its armor. No one expected Dragon City to be so rich in metal. Even the Dwarven Kingdom in the north couldn't bring out that much. The people of San Soliel did not know that this was nothing in the face of modern mass production on Earth. China was originally the world's #1 steel-producing country, and they even had a surplus without much land to use it on. It was easy for Louis to exchange a large amount of steel with items from San Soliel any time he wanted. The steel consumed by Dragon City wasn't even a fraction of China's monthly production. With this steel, Louis had a sudden whim of letting people create armor for his dragon body. He originally wanted to play around with this armor, but now that he was a god, there was simply no use for it. In this war, they by chance had a red dragon that could be sent to the front lines. Alexia had taken out her father god's redundant armor and let him wear it. The dragon quickly grew quite fond of it and contemplated stealing it away once he regained his freedom. Although the number of soldiers in Silla was more than twice that of Dragon City, and they had walls as tall as 30 meters as well as the support of legendary rank and demigod powerhouses, they still felt that they had little chance of winning. Even demigods would flee in the face of this powerful 40,000-man army. Demigods were not stupid. They would not waste their precious divine power fighting these elite soldiers, especially when the other side also had a god's backing. By looking at the strength of both sides, the gap was enough to make them want to flee. The other side was just too fucking rich. This was the true way to fight a war. Compared to ambushes and plots, the most righteous way to win was to take the money and throw it against the other side. This was how the richest country on earth played with war, by being rich. A broken bar. While the forces of Dragon City and the forces of the Kingdom of Scylla were confronting each other, Louis had crossed realms to the Elysium, the realm of bliss, and directly stood in front of the goddess of magic's divine kingdom, the heart of magic. He just stood behind the doorway and let out a provocative look. In the goddess of magic's divine kingdom, heart of magic, Miss Scylla sat on her throne with an unusually ugly expression. Louis's incarnation stood at the entrance of her divine kingdom, so how could she not sense it? "How did he find me?" the goddess of magic whispered helplessly with a trace of annoyance on her face. This time, she had conspired with the goddess of earth and took advantage of Scylla's millennium-old hatred of Nola to send troops against Dragon City. The two goddesses had calculated well and secretly prepared armed mobilization. Then they would attack after the two goddesses finished their tasks. Every god had the ability to block the perception of gods with equal or lower godhood for a period of time. Since the goddess of earth had a higher godhood level than Louis, the two gods used this ability to confuse his perception. By the time his perception was restored, the army of Scylla would have already approached Dragon City. At that time, the goddess of magic and goddess of earth could block Louis from supporting Dragon City, and use the power of Scylla's army as well as their churches to force Louis into a passive position. The two goddesses did not intend to kill Louis, as not only would it be difficult, but he was allied with the goddess of Silver Moon. If the two goddesses moved in to kill, then the Silver Moon goddess would intervene, costing them a lot in the process. They only intended to force Louis to hand over the divine authority of magic and the divine authority of earth. Since these were not Louis's main divine authorities, then from the two goddesses' point of view, Louis would obediently hand it over when he was placed in a dangerous situation. Everything had already been prepared, but they did not expect information to leak somehow. From then on, the dragon had been ruthless enough to send an army to attack Scylla first, flushing all their plans down the drain. The goddess of magic was also surprised at Dragon City's military power, but she was more confused at how information was leaked out. Those mortals really can't hold up the wall. The churches of the two goddesses were trustworthy, as it was impossible for members of the church to betray the goddesses. So thinking about it, the only person that could leak the information was the king of Scylla. However, how was he able to create an incarnation so fast? With Louis banging at her door with his incarnation, Miss Scylla could only hastily create her incarnation. It barely reached level 2 and was also very unstable. Search hosted novel for the original. Even if her divine authority was very good at fighting, compared with Louis's dream incarnation at level 4, she had no possibility of winning. It should be the power of time. As the goddess of magic, Miss Scylla was smart enough to come to the conclusion of how Louis was able to quickly create an incarnation. The divine authority of time was something that the second-generation goddess of magic possessed, but they also lost it quickly. The third generation had not even seen the divine authority of time before. Gods were characteristically immortal, so gods did not fear time. Their time was already long and constant. Any ability related to time was useless against a god, but even if the divine authority could not directly affect the gods, it was still a unique ability that could do many unimaginable things. For example, Louis used it to create incarnations instantly. In a way, as long as Louis had sufficient divine power, he could create incarnations endlessly. Other gods would need years to finish making one, while Louis only needed a few hours. If Louis had sufficient divine power, no god could fight a protracted battle with him. This was the power of time. It did not affect a god directly but affected every other aspect. Sire Broken Bar, I'd better go out and take a look. If I'm seen as afraid to come out when a new god is banging on the door, the other gods will certainly laugh at me. The goddess of magic smiled to herself. In a flash, her incarnation left the heart of magic. She originally thought that Louis would go find trouble with the goddess of earth because she was a bigger threat to him, but she did not expect that the dragon was a pushover who came to her instead of Chaunter. It was complicated to make gods fall, so saving face was important. If the gods were mocked, they could be laughed at by people for thousands of eyes. Every person had their own temper, let alone the gods who did whatever they wanted. Louis stood with his hands behind his back outside the goddess' divine kingdom. He was determined not to enter the goddess of magic's divine kingdom, as that was tantamount to looking for death. His incarnation had a godhood of level 4 which was the same as the goddess of magic's true body, but under the pressure of the divine kingdom, he wouldn't be able to beat her. Standing at the door and taunting the goddess of magic was the correct way. As expected, Louis did not have to wait long. Light flashed in front of him and the incarnation of the goddess of magic appeared after. This was the first time Louis met the Miss Misela. The meeting in the Pantheon did not count, as there was no way to see the face with just divinity. What appeared before him now was the true incarnation of the goddess of magic. The goddess of magic had seen Louis from afar when he lit up the divine authority of magic. At that time, Louis had been surprised, as being watched by a god was not a good thing. Who knew that after a few years, his fear of the goddess of magic was unfounded. His godhood level was now higher than hers, making him unafraid of her. Rather, it was this her who had to be afraid of him. The world was simply unpredictable. Miss Misela was a very young and beautiful human woman in appearance. She wore a simple and elegant dark silk robe that was translucent. Her glamorous body could be seen from underneath it, causing her body to be outlined beautifully. In addition to the silk robe, her dress was quite conservative and only exposed her arm and neck. Her skin was white and translucent as though flooded with the light of magic. Her flowing black hair was like the midnight sky that radiated with a mysterious light. It was said that the second generation of the goddess of magic was a ball of light and only ever appeared before mortals that way. On the other hand, this third generation took on a human form. Your Highness Miss Misela, good day. When Louis was sizing up the goddess of magic, she was also doing the same. They did so for a long time until Louis placed his hand on his waist and bowed slightly. Even if the two sides were at war, gods would always maintain basic manners among themselves unless both sides were arch-nemeses. Good day, Your Highness Louis. The goddess of magic performed a traditional mage's greeting. Her face was gentle but her tone was cold. I never thought that Your Highness Louis would come to my divine kingdom. It would be a sin to miss welcoming you. Since my heart of magic was recreated, you are the first god to come visit. Why don't we go to my place, drink a glass of wine, and discuss the mysteries of magic? This goddess of magic was also quite powerful. She first tried to be polite, then directly distorted Louis's intention, as if Louis really came here just to visit her divine kingdom and discuss the mysteries of magic. She believed that Louis would never dare enter her divine kingdom. According to Shai and Saloon, the first two goddess of magic were extremely loathsome women, but this third goddess had a mild character. If I didn't have a choice, I wouldn't want her to be my enemy. Being bullied at her front door was something shameful for old gods like the goddess of magic. But she did not just shout and attack. Instead, she was here chatting about normal affairs. Louis knew that the goddess of magic was not afraid of him. The only reason why people would be afraid was that they knew they would die. If one knew that they were not in danger, then there was nothing to be afraid of. So, the goddess of magic being gentle and light-hearted was part of her character, not because of her fear. I appreciate your kindness, but let's not beat around the bush. Your Highness Miss Misela, you must know what I came here for. If you stay and construct your magic network peacefully during this time, I think I would not have any conflict with you, Your Highness. Louis's tone was unusually mild. Hearing this, the goddess of magic turned gloomy. Louis's words were tantamount to a threat, which was shaming the goddess. If she was a temperamental god, she would have already begun waving her fists after being blocked and looked down upon by a newcomer. The goddess of magic took a deep breath. Just as she was about to continue to say something, an old voice appeared beside the two gods. Your Highness Louis, if you can return to your dragonblight to sleep, I think Her Highness Miss Misela and I would not have any conflicts with you. Hearing this voice, the goddess of magic was surprised and happy. She knew that the incarnation of the goddess of earth had arrived. At the same time, she was also relieved. She was uncertain when facing Louis alone. But even if the goddess of earth was not good at fighting, her godhood level was high enough to suppress others with force. In the goddess of magic's opinion, The two of them working together formed a foolproof defense. How could Louis not perceive the arrival of a divine incarnation? He smiled and turned to look and see a middle-aged woman with a face full of kindness and peace. "Your Highness Louis, the earth and magic divine authorities in your hands are not very useful. Holding them would only make you enemies with me and Miss Mizilla. It is a very unwise act. How about this? Return to me the part of the divine authority of earth in your hands and I will give you the complete divine authority of crops in my hands. What do you think?" The goddess of earth's proposal caused not only Louis, but even the goddess of magic to change her expression. The role of the divine authority of crops was very great. Many farmers believed in this divine authority. It could be said that exchanging this would cause the Mother Earth goddess to lose out a lot, as it would decrease her godhood by at least 2 levels. In normal circumstances, Louis would not refuse. In the eyes of the gods, Louis refusing was the same as not giving face to the Mother Earth goddess. Louis raised his eyebrows. This ancient goddess truly knew how to give him hard problems. He had expected that the Mother Earth goddess would appear in a younger form, but he did not expect her to appear as a middle-aged woman. This meant that she did not yet want the gods to know that she had reverted to her original form. The fact that the Mother Earth goddess was rarely involved in strife was indeed enough to make those gods who know nothing let their guards down against her. So that's how it is. The goddess of earth had planned to give up on agriculture and instead focus on the more general concept of earth. Although the domain of agriculture allowed her to stay as a powerful god, it also limited her growth. In her hands were the divine authorities of summer and autumn. Once she obtains the complete divine authority of earth as well as spring and winter, with the cycle of seasons and the power of the earth, she could reach level 20 godhood. Adding her motherly nature to that would allow her to return the world back to a matriarchal state, a broken bar. In other words, this goddess was more ambitious than I expected. She plans to use the culture of the main continent as a means to help her become the god of gods. Gods were not without desire, otherwise, they would struggle to reach a high level of godhood. Every god had the desire to become the god of gods, but to obtain that chance, one had to have a godhood of level 20. This requirement alone made it difficult for the gods to succeed. Since the gods has become faith-based, no one has ever reached a godhood of level 20. The Prince of Lies had once reached a level 19 godhood and planned to reach level 20 through means of killing, but because he had gone overboard, the gods had banded together in fear and took away his divine authority of doom, preventing him from staying on top. Chanta had been the next best candidate for this, but she had problems maintaining her vitality and lost the motivation to move forward. Even if she possessed level 19 godhood, no god had felt that she was a threat. But who could have imagined that the catastrophe that swept the world instead helped this goddess regain her youth and vitality? In addition, her godhood could reach level 19 and she was on good terms with most of the gods due to her temper. It was most likely possible for her to reach level 20 with no one finding out. Once she did so, it was possible for her to become the god of gods. No matter how high or low this was, Louis could not allow it. If the goddess of earth truly became the god of gods, then he would never have the chance. Therefore, he could never give her the divine authority of earth. This was simply helping the enemy. I appreciate your good intentions, Your Highness Chanta, but my divine authority is quite complicated and messy enough. Before I perfect my divine authority, adding any more would just be a burden to a new god like me. The once Prince of Lies is an example of this. Because of his overly powerful and complicated divine authority, he had been ushered into madness. This is a lesson taken from the past. However, I am flattered that you would give me one of your most important divine authority. Louis still rejected Chanta's offer. Moreover, she used this method to warn the goddess of magic and plans to use her mouth to spread it to other gods. For the goddess of earth to give up her important divine authority, there was definitely something strange about it. If Louis directly told the gods that Chanta had regained her youth and was seizing more power without sufficient evidence, the gods would not believe him. Realistic creatures like gods would not go against powerful gods just for speculation. Therefore, he could only use euphemisms to remind them. As expected, after hearing Louis's words, the goddess of magic's mysterious eyes flashed with understanding. As smart as she was, She began to doubt the Chaunter. For some reason, Chaunter laughed. It seems that Your Highness Louis has a huge misunderstanding of me. I am a very old god who has lost her vitality. The immortality of the body is different from the immortality of the mind. I have already gained some understanding of the thoughts of my old friend, the Lord of the End of all things, and how he gave up his divine authority and lived a life of seclusion. I can give you the divine authority of crops, and I hope that you will return a part of the divine authority of earth to me so that I can fulfill my last obligation as the goddess of earth. Chaunter's words stopped the goddess of magic from overthinking. In the era of the gods, Chaunter already had thoughts of living in seclusion during the era of the gods, so in the goddess of magic's opinion, these were the real thoughts of the goddess of earth. Noticing the change in the goddess of magic's expression, Louis sarcastically thought, "You cunning old lady. It would be strange if I believed you." However, this old lady can really talk. A few words from her already stopped the goddess of magic's doubts. Louis certainly knew about the god known as the Lord of the End of all things. It was the oldest god of death who was once powerful beyond comparison, but no one imagined the god of death to take the initiative to give up his divine authority of death. As a result, he fell from a powerful god to a weak god. This might seem incredible to the gods, and they would at most attribute it to the Lord of the End of all things losing its vitality, which resulted in him giving up his divine authority. As one of the oldest gods that lived in the same era as the goddess of earth, other gods would think that her thoughts were the same as the god of death. However, Louis did not think so. After Louis came in contact with the source of order, he suspected that the god of death had glimpsed a shot at level 20 godhood and had come in contact with the source of death in this world, which would allow them to become the god of gods. This god was clever to give up his divine authority and assist the new god of death to remove the vigilance of other gods. Then he would secretly study the source of death to one day become the god of gods. However, the Lord of the End of all things was a tragic god. He had given up his divine authority to become weak, and by chance the Terran civilization had invaded the world, killing him in seconds. No matter how smart he was, he could not imagine that it was not the gods that killed him, but a foreign civilization from beyond the crystal wall system. He clearly could have become the god of gods, but never imagined that he would fall before he could succeed. None of the gods had even suspected him. Your Highness Chaunter, your offer is truly moving, but as a dragon, my pride does not allow me to hand over what I have in my hands. Even if you want to exchange, I cannot do so. Dragons do not let others covet their property. If you really want to get your hands on the divine authority of earth, then come take it. As a dragon, I hate these kinds of win-win situations the most. This might be normal from a self-righteous god like you, but I shall firmly say no. Louis pretended to be arrogant. He used his identity as a dragon to fool Chaunter and let her think that he refused due to his arrogance and not because of his goal. Chaunter and Miss Mizilla believe his words because a dragon's arrogance was the most troublesome thing in the world. The goddess of earth appeared angry and shook her head at Louis. The five-colored dragon god also had such a temper. He did not communicate with the other gods and remained arrogant to the end. I thought that Your Highness Louis was different, but now it seems I was wrong. You are the same as the once five-colored dragon god. Like all dragons, you are stubborn to the point where you don't know what compromise is at all. Such a character will make you suffer a great loss. You old hags all use the same annoying tone. Stop spouting rubbish and let us use power to solve the problem. When have we gods done things in such a gentle manner? Louis also showed that he was angry at Chaunter's provocative words, but much of this was faked. Your Highness Miss Mizilla, it seems that His Highness Louis is stubborn. We should join hands and make him submit. You are right, Your Highness Chaunter. Dragons are notoriously stubborn. You have given him such benefits yet he still won't listen. Even the gods won't feel sorry for him, right? The two gods gradually surrounded Louis. Your Highness Chaunter and Your Highness Miss Mizilla, you think that you could take a bite out of me, a broken bar from the surface. It might seem like I am not your opponent. After all, how could one incarnation of mine be able to beat the incarnation of two powerful gods? Seeing Louis show a good-natured look, the goddess of magic was slightly uncomfortable and probed. Your Highness Louis, Are you waiting for reinforcements? If you are waiting for Her Highness Selûne, then I advise you not to wait. If she makes a move, the Spider Goddess will definitely stop her. Even if the Spider Queen is not her match, she could still stall for a while. You misunderstand me, Your Highness Miss Mizela. I am not waiting for reinforcements, for I alone am enough to finish the both of you off. As Louis's words fell, the two goddesses wondered what kind of nonsense he was spouting, but they suddenly felt something and looked to the side. There a male figure with bronze hair and pupils came out from nowhere. This was Louis's time incarnation. How do you have so much divine power? How could you use the divine authority of time to create two incarnations? The goddess of magic uttered in shock, and even the goddess of earth became depressed. Ha, Your Highnesses, I wonder if you still have enough divine power left. Let's just see who's underestimating who here. Louis laughed out loud. His dream incarnation suddenly transformed into a huge emerald dragon and spouted a dragon breath. War was fought with resources, and a war between gods was no different. With no qualitative gap in power, whoever had more reserves of divine power had the greater advantage. In terms of faith, Louis had the 7 billion people of Earth as his believers that no other god could match. The emerald dragon was hundreds of meters long. Its size rivaled that of a small mountain, and it emitted a supreme sacred aura as it breathed emerald fire. The scale and power of this fire were far superior to the best Louis could do when he was still a demigod. The green flames licked at the very reality they came into contact with, dragging the physical matter into the world of dreams and even, for a moment, confusing the goddess of magic and plunging her into the dreamscape as well. It was only when the dragon breath was close to her that she woke up. She broke out in a cold sweat as the flames made for her body. With a small shout, she began to burn with the flame representing her endless magical knowledge. This was the most powerful attack she had mastered, a mystic fire. In an instant, the goddess of magic used her trump card, with the godhead of her incarnation being unstable, and Louis's level being far above hers, coupled with his mastery over dreams, the slightest negligence would spell her defeat. A battle between the gods did not drag on for too long. The winner would often be decided in a few rounds. The strong and the weak were always obvious. After blocking Louis's emerald dragon breath, the goddess of magic immediately turned around and charged towards Louis's time incarnation and cast Great Mage's Disjunction with her hands. Louis's time incarnation wielding the dragon lance was shocked and hastily put it away. Although the chance of her breaking genuine divine equipment was low, the probability increased due to the goddess of magic's nature. If a mage were to be able to successfully crack divine equipment, they would never do it out of fear of divine retaliation. But the goddess of magic did not need to be afraid. She could do it as she pleased, since there would be no loss upon her failing. Louis's dragon lance was the tail of his real body. Although it was invulnerable, it could still be injured when it cracked. It was best if he did not use weapons against the goddess of magic. Even without the godhood, she was still a powerful god that had once reached level 15, but she was poor in close combat abilities. As a dragon, Louis could be called Miss Mizela's worst enemy. Although Miss Mizela was the goddess of magic and a dragon's resistance towards magic was non-existent in front of her, Louis was the god of dragons. He is a dragon and a god, meaning that his magic resistance was high to no end. Even if the goddess unleashed magic, he would be able to ignore it if it was not too high a level. Claws, teeth, tail, wings, and every other part of a dragon were lethal weapon. Louis only needed to spout dragon breaths from time to force her to retreat. Louis had completely given up on using magic against Miss Mizela in fear of her using it to turn the tables on him. After all, compared to her, he was practically a newbie, and any of his attacks would have openings she could exploit. The goddess of magic clenched her teeth as she cursed at Louis's shameless fighting style. She gestured with her fingers and 7 star-like objects began to revolve around her. They appeared like metal caltrops and in the next instant hurled towards him like meteors. Seeing the projectiles, alarm bells rang in Louis's head, but he wasn't able to dodge it in time. In the next instant, he felt pain on his body and blood flowed out. His body's defenses weren't able to block these 7 stars at all. The moment they penetrated his body, Louis knew that they were genuine divine weapons. Why are the weapons of these gods getting more and more bizarre? Louis cursed. The goddess of night had disc-like blades which could be considered normal. The silver moon goddess had a hammer that could crack open skulls and was simply inconsistent with her elegant appearance. On the other hand, this goddess of magic did not even have staff and instead was using darts. Louis might have been injured, but this was not enough to force him to retreat. The goddess of magic also understood this. After throwing those 7 stars, she stepped backward and entered a portal. At the moment they were fighting at the entrance to the goddess of magic's divine kingdom, the heart of magic. As conflict here would affect her divine kingdom, she did not want to continue. Seeing the goddess of magic opens a portal towards the astral realm, Louis's dream incarnation also followed suit. But when half of Louis had just entered, he noticed that the goddess of magic cast dimensional anchor, which caused him to become stuck in the doorway. At the same time, the 7 stars smashed onto his body again. Louis used his dragon breath to break up the 7 stars and broke free of the dimensional anchor, with divine power to completely enter the astral realm. Ha ha ha. As expected of the goddess of magic, any magic I use would just make me suffer a big loss. Louis laughed out loud. The goddess of magic did not say a word. Her palm suddenly turned into a giant translucent hand that was more than 1,000 meters in size and slapped Louis. At the same time, her other hand pointed forward as she cast mystic fire. Her expression was quite tense and could not relax. A broken bar. On the other side, Louis's time incarnation had long since entered the astral realm with Chaunte's incarnation. Gods were immortal. They were a constant in time, and so the power of time was useless against them. It was impossible to turn back time just to reverse the state of the gods. Although it was hard to affect other gods with the divine authority of time, it was easy to use it on one's own body. Louis compressed his own time and then shouted. The lance in his hand danced, turning into countless rays of light that stabbed towards the goddess of earth. With Louis's ability, even if he was not a warrior, he could wave his lance thousands of times per second. Under the power of time, he could compress 10 seconds into a second. In a flash, he could stab more than 100,000 times. With his tail transformed into a divine weapon, it could be said that he was invulnerable. The goddess of earth already lost her composure after seeing that terrifying attack coming in. She did not even think and activated her divine domain. The incredibly thick earth infused with divine power blocked the attack in front of her. Louis's thousands of strikes were poking at it, creating thousands of holes but failing to completely break through. The collision between the spear and the divine domain of earth caused powerful aftershocks. The terrifying impacts caused a shockwave that swept everything away. At the moment they were surrounded by asteroids and rocks, but in an instant, everything was shattered into pieces. The two only collided was once and everything within 10 kilometers was turned to nothing but particles. Clearly, they were powerful as gods. This was why gods did not fight on the main continent. Even if the main continent was strong, it could not withstand the fallout of their contests. Everything could change with just a single wave of a god's hand. Louis and the goddess of earth were still weak gods, but they were already more terrifying than a star fleet. They could destroy everything at will across the void. For example, Louis possessed the divine authority of time. If he met with a Terran fleet, he could just snap his fingers and twist the opposite side into raw materials under the domain of time. Other than the need to consume divine power, replenishing divine power, and other troublesome matters, becoming a god is great. Louis sighed and longed to become like the ancient gods who did not need faith. Those gods did not even need to replenish divine power and could just use it as much as they pleased. It was no wonder why the rules of the world changed. The gods only played around every day until the world was destroyed. Find the original at Hosted Novel. The goddess of earth was not that good at fighting. After exchanging blows a few times, her divine authority itself was not suited for fighting. The goddess of earth had only relied on her divine level to suppress her enemies, and when her domain was active, she was like a turtle in its shell that could not be penetrated. Louis's time incarnation was only for support. Its offensive capabilities were not that strong. For a moment, it was only a competition to see whose divine power ran out the fastest. On the other side, Louis's dream incarnation was fighting more fiercely with the goddess of magic. The goddess of magic would hurl a variety of spells at him with just her fingertips. As the goddess of magic, she had mastered an uncountable number of spells. Compared to the battle of divine power with the goddess of earth, fidgeting with the goddess of magic was a fight of skill, but both sides were still injured. As expected of the once ancient god. She has an abundance of fighting experience. Even if her incarnation is unstable and my godhood level is higher, I can't win in just a short period of time, Louis secretly exclaimed. As he had expected, these gods, especially the old ones, were really difficult to deal with. Thinking so, Louis deliberately created an opening for himself. As expected, Miss Misela, who was more adept in fighting than the goddess of earth, did not miss the chance and seized it. The 7 stars flew out once more, followed by the mystic fire. Louis gritted his teeth and braced himself. The 7 stars penetrated his body one more, and the terrifying flames were like maggots that ate Louis's divine energy. Even Louis could not help but cry out at the pain. Seeing that she had the advantage, Miss Misela was overjoyed. She did not feel that this was planned by Louis. She believed that while Louis was powerful, he was not yet experienced in a battle between the gods. He could not compare to a god as old as her who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The goddess of magic was ready to take advantage of this victory, but suddenly, she sensed great danger. Her whole body chilled, causing her to stiffen. An extremely subtle but cold and piercing killing intent came from the skies. Killing had appeared. A murder, a assassination, a slaughter, and others could all be called a killing. In the age of the gods, the Prince of Lies obtained most of the divine authority of killing and turned it into murder. With his divine authority of lies and illusion, he was able to kill many gods. This god did not always rely on pure frontal assaults to win, but used clever language and tricky schemes. Many of the weak gods were killed by him like this. But although murder was powerful, it only worked better against the weak gods. It was less useful in the face of gods who were strong in combat. The part that Louis gained by coincidence was the part related to assassination. In addition to the dream incarnation and the time incarnation, Louis had also created a killing incarnation, but he did not display it out in the open. It was like a poisonous snake lurking in the void, and once it moved, it would go in for the kill. Louis used his dream incarnation to bait the goddess of magic into an opening. This combat-experienced god had truly fallen for it and attacked Louis's dream incarnation. Miss Misela understood the concept of not giving the enemy a chance to breathe, but this approach also placed her in danger. Just when the goddess of magic turned her defense into the attack to kill Louis's incarnation, her emotions, her divine power fluctuations, and her timing were all captured by the power of killing. The killing incarnation that had been lurking in the void finally revealed its fangs. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, Louis chanted, and a pitch-black figure stabbed at the snow-white neck of the goddess of magic like an arrow. Unlike many other gods who only had one genuine piece of divine equipment, Louis could turn every part of his body into a divine weapon. Although these divine weapons did not have complex characteristics like other gods' divine equipment, Louis only needed them to be indestructible. What's more, Louis inscribed many runes on these weapons with divine power. If this was an online game, then there were 2-3 additional stats to the weapon. Even an ordinary adult dragon's teeth could become legendary weapons, let alone the teeth of the dragon god. In this world, there was no material that could withstand the teeth of the dragon god. Louis could kill concepts, matter, life, gods, and everything he wanted. Although there were many divine authorities in the world, there were only a few divine authorities that were made for pure combat. Although the divine authority of destruction was powerful, only a few people believed in absolute destruction as their faith. On the other hand, this world was built on the idea of survival of the fittest. So no matter what race they were, everybody had to kill. War, on the other hand, was not only powerful in battle but also had a powerful following in this chaotic world. A little bit of killing was gathered at the tip of the dragon-tooth dagger while the incarnation moved silently. Even the gods would not be able to perceive the incarnation of killing, as this was the essence of assassination. Naturally, Louis's divine authority of killing was incomplete. If he could, he would coat the entire blade with killing. The domain of the goddess of magic was shredded like paper. The dragon-toothed dagger easily tore it apart, and a viper-like figure came behind the goddess of magic. Only when the figure was close by did the goddess perceive the arrival of danger. However, at this distance, no matter what the goddess of magic did, she could not do anything but utter words of surprise. Killing incarnation. Her heart and soul shook. She did not expect Louis to have mastered the divine authority of killing. What came to her mind first was not the divine authority of killing in Shai's hand, but the one in the hands of the Prince of Lies who had already fallen. Not only the power of the five-colored dragon god but also a part of the divine authority of the Prince of Lies. The goddess of magic was horrified. It was as if she heard a death knell ringing in her ears. The sound, which came from an extremely distant place, shook her soul, guiding her on the path towards death. Killing was the process, death was the conclusion. At that time, he wanted to use these two divine authorities to attack the gods and rule the heavens. Unfortunately, these divine authorities were too powerful for him to master and eventually drove him to madness. He was deprived of death by the gods and did not recover. Correction, Prince of Lies had the divine authority of death, not doom. The dragon-toothed dagger soundlessly punctured the goddess' neck. Blood spilled out from her skin and quickly spread to turn into a blood-colored collar on the goddess. Off with your head. The voice of the incarnation of killing was cold and ruthless. There was no laughter or excitement, just a layer of calm. Splitter-dash. Louis grabbed the goddess' head with his left hand and twisted it off from her body. Divine energy dissipated from the body and the head as the goddess of magic died, while her headless body spouted blood like a fountain. The headless body of the goddess trembled and began to shrink dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a cute child, dressed exactly like her previous form. After being assassinated, the goddess incarnation had almost fallen and only a little amount of divine energy remained. Her body could not maintain her normal state and became smaller and smaller to make sure that the incarnation did not disappear. The childlike goddess was full of shame and anger. Her distorted face flashed with pain. Although the gods could make their incarnations not feel pain, the divine authority of killing could reverse this effect and bypass their efforts. There were also other divine authorities that could do this, such as pain, sadism, and so on. Each of their attacks could make enemy gods feel a soul-crushing pressure. The divine authority of killing was ultimately incomplete. If it were, the goddess of magic's incarnation would have disappeared without leaving any traces behind. However, Louis was calm. Now that the goddess's incarnation was only like this, it was impossible for her to retaliate. On the other hand, after seeing that Louis was hiding an incarnation with a terrifying power like a kill, the Mother Earth goddess had already begun her retreat. Her incarnation had already exchanged a few rounds with Louis's time incarnation, causing her to lose a lot of divine power. But she wasn't injured. The gods had just ascended and this was their most important moment. She did not want her avatar to fall yet. The Mother Earth goddess was only good at overwhelming people with her godhood level, but in this situation where the godhood levels were similar, her divine authority could not win the battle. I can't continue fighting. Before reaching godhood of level 19, I can't fight with this dragon. A broken bar. Maybe I should obtain the divine authority of spring and winter first. The Mother Earth goddess made an immediate decision and pulled back from Louis's time incarnation. She had to wait until she reached a godhood of level 19 or obtained the divine authorities of spring and winter first. With the power of earth as defense and the arcane ability of the four seasons as offense, she could contend against Louis. The gods of spring and winter weren't strong. With her means, there was a great possibility of her obtaining them. This time, she stopped thinking of fighting Louis and first thought of obtaining the two divine authorities first. The gods were such creatures. They never cared about time, knowing that their plans could span for as long as thousands of years. In the goddess' view, this was just an opening battle that could take tens of thousands of years to settle. Chaunter, were broken bar. Suddenly, Louis let out an astonished expression. He was so angry that he dropped all manner of respect. Louis had been fighting the goddesses while observing the proceedings of the war. The war on the main continent had been going smoothly without any problems, But Louis's divine perception changed and the battle was different from what he perceived. Alexia was in danger. It was only then that Louis knew that the goddess had altered his perception with the skill of the gods. At this time, the goddess of earth had prepared to run away, so he released the alteration, allowing Louis to sense the change on the main continent and take this chance to escape. Louis's dream incarnation immediately dissipated, and by using their heavenly possession, he took control of Alexia on the main continent, allowing the goddess of earth to quickly retreat. However, from Chaunta's expression, it seemed that she was also a bit surprised at what was happening on the main continent. At the same time, both the goddess of earth and goddess of magic could not believe how Louis had so much divine power. All other gods had poured all their divine power to create a single incarnation, but Louis had not only forced out 3 incarnations, each one was also quite powerful. Because of their mistaken impression of Louis, both of them were forced into defeat this time. The goddess of earth was still in the better position as her whole body was intact, but the goddess of magic had suffered a complete loss. For a period of time, she would not be able to create an incarnation. She would need time to accumulate divine power. With how she had just ascended, she had no incarnation to ensure the development of the church. Her step would be slowed down, which was a huge blow to her development. Why is it only me who is miserable? Seeing how Chaunta left, the goddess of magic wanted to complain but couldn't. If she could maintain her current incarnation and restore it by just infusing divine power, she would not need to spend time to recreate a new incarnation. But obviously, Louis would not give her this chance. Just as the Mother Earth goddess retreated, Louis's time incarnation again compressed time and blocked the goddess of magic's retreat with absolute speed. He cooperated with his killing incarnation to completely eliminate her. But at this time, everything that was happening on the main continent was of greater concern to Louis. In the main continent, outside the capital of Sela, Alexia stood on top of a scaling ladder, wearing the finest armor of the Elven Kingdom and holding a long sword. Her silver moon-colored hair swayed in the cold, stern wind, and her dark golden inverted pupils gazed at the majestic city walls in front of her. She pursed her lips as she exuded a cold majesty. The barrier is almost broken. Alexia eyed the magic barrier protecting the outer walls of the besieged city. Central City, the previous Dragon City, was defended by extremely powerful spells that enveloped its walls. If Louis hadn't poured out a lot of divine power to destroy the barrier when he took the city, then it would not have been so easy to bring it down. Alexia had ordered all forces of Dragon City to siege the capital for 3 days now. Today, she was going to break the last layer of barriers protecting it. Are the catapults still working? She asked an elven adjutant standing next to her. He bowed his head and quickly replied, "Lady Alexia, the catapults were created by the dwarves in a rush, causing their quality to be quite poor. We also couldn't bring too much ammunition, and so far we have exhausted our projectiles." Alexia smiled and nodded. Under normal circumstances, breaking this kind of barrier would require one to break the magical formation, and the best way to do so would be to use heavy weapons like catapults. But due to the long-distance march, they were unable to stock up as much as they liked. Moreover, the stones used were not ordinary stones, but enchanted stones. As a result, if the magic formation of the enemy could not be broken by the catapults, then it was impossible to break the barrier. The ground and air forces simply could not take a single step inside the city. The war this time is still too hasty and inadequately prepared. Too much ammunition was wasted at the southern fortress earlier. Alexia shook her head and muttered to herself while her adjutant did not dare speak up. Fortunately, the god prepared for a long time. Alexia looked uplifted. Her inverted pupils seemed to glow when mentioning her father. Send up the mage corps, and have them show the fruits of their training. Yes, my lady, the adjutant responded. He raised the flag and shouted the orders. To break a magical barrier, other than using enchanted stones, the best way was to use magic. Magic was the worst option because it required mages who needed to take a rest to recover their magic after each volley. It could be called a siege weapon with great power and slow employment. The mighty forces lined up in Dragon City's military formation opened up the way, revealing a legion of 400 or 500 mages wearing robes. Seeing the mage legion, the soldiers on the walls of Silla panicked. Magic was ultimately a mystery that only a few people could master. Even in the world of sword and magic, the status of mages was far beyond that of warriors and knights. There were even believers of the Church of the Goddess of Magic on the city walls who turned pale and muttered, "Who is really the Church of the Goddess of Magic?" The nearly 500 mages on the side of the Dragon City were not very high level, but not even the Church of the Goddess of Magic could currently output so many of them. "Fireball spell ready." A six-ringed mage's voice echoed through the ears of the Legion. This mage came from a poor family in Dragon City, and he was found to have strong magical talent after testing for recruits. In just a few years, he mastered a six-ringed spell and became the Archmage March's disciple. Even the legendary mage Nola would occasionally teach him. He was trained to be a future leader of Dragon City. The fire elements danced. Under the call of 500 mages, the temperature of the battlefield began to rise. The mages whispered incantations in an unusually clear and consistent manner. Their hand postures also looked ordered and neat in a militarized manner. In Dragon City, the service mages had learned two spells, Create Cement, and Create Stone. On the other hand, mages that were part of the military were not required to learn them, but instead, they learned the three-ring spell, Fireball, to a deep level of mastery. Fire. 500 fireballs were shot at the walls of the city like cannonballs, blasting at the barrier. Deafening roars sounded continuously and splashed with sparks. The entire scene turned red and even the sky was dyed the color of flames. Prepare your spells, and repeat. The next round of spells arrived abruptly, and another 500 fireballs shot up in the sky. This was the common sense that Louis had instilled in the mages of Dragon City. Fireballs are invincible. Although the spell level is not high, the effect of so many fireballs creates a terrifying explosive force. Except for fire dragons, or it would kill most things. Alexia exclaimed, "Truly a group that Father God created." Shield soldiers at the ready. The elf dragon's face was solemn, and the adjutant beside her unfolded the flag. The human commander, Wyatt, saw the banner and bellowed an order. The human legion neatly and uniformly raised a heavy shield. Wyatt took a deep look at the elven troops behind him. He joined the army at the age of 18, and 10 years passed. He, from an ordinary man, had become the commander of the human troops of Dragon City. He could never forget the beautiful male elf he saw on the training grounds on that day 10 years ago. Nor could he forget being saved by that same elf on the battlefield in the Shadow Realm. The Dragon God Church did not prohibit homosexuality. In order to get that beautiful male elf's favor, Wyatt had paid 10 years of self-sacrifice and diligence to become a powerful warrior and was already stronger than the elf was. Moreover, he was the general in charge of the humans and led the army in battle. Not long ago, in his arduous pursuit, the elf finally gave him the response that he wished for. For his love for the Dragon God, and for Lady Alexia, he wanted to obtain victory. Infantry advance. Armor broken bar. The human soldiers in iron boots advanced neatly. The clattering sounds of metal from thousands of people whooshed throughout the battlefield. The people of Silla felt their insides hurt as they trembled in fear. After 3 rounds of fireballs, the barrier finally shattered. In the next instant, a dense rain of arrows was fired. The soldiers defending the city could not allow the mages to continue firing magic, so they quickly tried to suppress them with a rain of arrows. Alexia's previous order was to prepare for this. The infantry soldiers in heavy armor raised their large shields. The mages were long protected by enchantments of their armor and spells to avoid arrows. Although the dense rain of arrows was terrifying, the amount of damage it did was not much. 4th round of spells, ready. The 6-ringed mage shouted again. The fireballs these mages were firing were different from ordinary fireballs. They were strengthened fireballs. The preliminary spell preparation was too long and consumed too much magic power. These could not be used for normal skirmishes and could only be used in war. Another round of fireballs flew out. Now that there was no more barrier, the fireballs exploded on the walls. As the walls were constructed from a blend of magic and masonry, they were as strong as steel. That said, screams, wails, and moans still erupted at intervals. The walls might have been strong, but the fragile human body simply could not endure the impact. Limbs and arms flew in all directions, and some unlucky soldiers were blown to bits. The smell of burnt flesh spread in the air. The legendary powerhouses of Sla could not endure anymore. The commander shouted and prepared to lead the elites to kill the enemy mages. If they were allowed to continue their attack, then his troops' morale would be greatly reduced. But when the legendary rank powerhouse just leapt out of the wall, he saw a rain of black dots flying over in his direction. He was appalled and immediately jumped back into the wall. These were arrows that were shot by the elven rangers of Dragon City. If they were only normal arrows, the legendary powerhouse would not be afraid, but in this rain of arrows, he sensed that some of them were from a legendary rank ranger. Let alone the elites who were following him, even he himself would be injured when hit by these. In the end, they would be surrounded and die. In the face of the army, other than demigods who could ask for their gods to descend on them, legendary rank powerhouses did not have the ability to sway the battlefield. They might be like Superman on Earth, but in the world of San Soliel, if one side had legendary ranks, then the other side would also have legendary ranks. They simply restrained each other to prevent the other from creating too big of an effect. The fifth round of fireballs was again blasted on the city walls, causing hundreds of casualties among Sola's soldiers. By this time, the mage corps of Dragon City was already out of steam. Alexia decisively had them retreat and issued a new command. All forces, attack the city. She knew that the next would be the most brutal siege. In the sky, the armor-clad Red Dragon acted as the vanguard and headed directly for the city, followed by 200 Dragon Knights and more than 100 Hippogriff Riders borrowed from Silver Moon City. Surprisingly, there were also Griffin Knights on Sola's side. Although their number was only 100, they also bravely charged forth to kill. On the ground, ladders were attached to the walls and soldiers drew long swords from their waists. Elven druids stepped forward and called forth the power of the earth element to turn into a powerful bear. They all launched attacks together with the humans and beastmen. Kill, kill, a broken bar, a broken bar. The tragic sound of slaughter echoed through the city of Sula. The clash of soldiers and horses, the bloody blades piercing into bodies, the black smoke burning into the sky, and the rhythmic shaking of drums, all of this framed an extremely tragic scene. At this time, gods with the divine authorities of war, killing, pain, and so on, must have felt cheerful at how they are becoming more powerful. The sturdy beastmen in armor raised sandbags and rushed to the moat under the protection of human shield bearers in front of them. They filled the moats with sandbags while the druids and mages with some more power also helped by summoning earth elementals, thus piling the moat with mud. The soldiers on the walls were firing wildly with their bows. Logs and stones cascaded down the walls, bowling over the unfortunate among Dragon City's troops. Cisna led the elven rangers up the siege towers and aimed at Scylla's archers. The mages of the Church of the Goddess of Magic were also prepared to bombard the enemy forces, but with Cisna protecting the elven rangers, most of the magic was intercepted. Compared to human archers, elven rangers were better in terms of skill. Not only could they cover a further range, they were also more precise. In just a short amount of time, the moat was filled thanks to the bravery of the beastmen and humans. One by one, siege ladders were brought out. There were even soldiers who set up battering rams to break down the gates below the city. Under the impact of the dragon head of the battering ram, the gates of Sula were rattled. The soldiers of Sula gathered at the opposite side of the gate and supported its frames, trying to prevent it from breaking. Even if their hands were soaked in blood, they still gritted their teeth and shouted angrily. There was never any injustice in war. On both sides existed heroes. Big Bear, Bear 2, lead the elite soldiers of the Beastmen and charge up with me. Lisfair revealed a bloodthirsty smile. For Beastmen, war was the best wine, and to kill or be killed in battle was what every Beastman warrior craved. By your command, Lady Lisfair. First team, second team, follow Lady Lisfair and charge. Kill them, enslave them, show them the power of us beastmen. If you don't want to be ridiculed when we return to Dragon City, then let the wounds on your bodies and the heads of your enemies be proof of your glory. The two bear warriors were named that way by Louis and were the strongest among the beastmen aside from Lisfair. They had come to the city with Lisfair 10 years ago, And now, after having sufficient good and training, they too had reached the 9th rank, allowing them to easily kill hundreds of soldiers with ease. Lisfer on the other hand had been at the 9th rank for many years. If she had not lost the duel for chieftaincy, then she would have long achieved legendary rank. Now, her chance was here once more. The best place for beastmen to pile up fame was the battlefield. She wanted to show her bravery to everyone on the main continent and have a resounding victory. She planned to use this war to reach the legendary rank. Beastmen, gather your courage. There is no retreat. Follow me and kill. Led by Lisfer and the two Bear brothers, the teams of elite beastmen climbed up the ladder against the rain of stones and arrows. They slashed and killed at every sight. These beastmen all wore heavy armor. Ordinary weapons could not pierce through it. In addition, the beastmen did not fear death when fighting. Even in the absence of any protection, they could fight bravely and fearlessly. Now that they were armed to the teeth and possessed steel axes and heavy clubs, they tore through the battlefield. In an instant, they cleared out an open space. Blood flew everywhere. Skulls cracked, limbs and arms separated from torsos. Screams, roars, and moans of pain were all over the place. There were several elven druids that had also become bloodthirsty due to the battle. Seeing the beastmen opening up space on top of the walls, they gave up their spells and transformed their bodies to fly up the walls. After landing, they transformed into bears and fought with the beastmen together. On the other hand, the weaker druids stayed in the back. They used their spells to summon their animal companions and followed the army forward. Good. Alexia stood on the head of the high view of the whole battlefield and praised. Lisfer and the courage of the beastmen increased everyone's morale. The shouts of people killing echoed all around the place. From time to time, the soldiers of Dragon City would rush into the city and pave a bloody path or be killed by the other side and thrown out of the city. Both sides had casualties. However, the soldiers of Dragon City were full-time soldiers who had undergone severe training. Each of them had several years of military training, wore steel armor, and possessed steel weapons. This tipped the battle in their favor. The priests of the Dragon God Church also had the means to kill the enemy, but at this time, all of them were under the leadership of a bishop. The divine arts that they held had been changed to healing divine arts. Louis had given the priests the power to heal through the divine authority of life. As long as they did not die on the spot, anyone could receive treatment to be saved. Dragon City was rich and possessed a strict militaristic tradition. The pension of fallen soldiers was no joke, and if disabled in war, people would also be given easier jobs. There would never be any soldiers who went unsupported, which was a rare occurrence in San Solil. Naturally, this is also because Dragon City's population and territory were not too big. As a result, the soldiers of Dragon City were willing to fight bravely. As long as they participated in the war, they could be promoted and live like noble lords. Even after death, they would ascend to the Dragon God's divine kingdom and live with God. Lady Roselia, I know that you do not like this kind of war, but according to the agreement between Father God and Her Highness Laurentia, you need to serve Dragon City. I will not ask you to go into battle to kill the enemy, but I hope that you can protect those beastmen. Alexia pointed her hand at Lisfer and the elite beastmen on the far side of the city. These beastmen would definitely become a thorn to the enemy's side. So the elven dragon had guessed that the enemy would soon send legendary rank powerhouses to attack them. Thus, Alexia had Roselia protect them. Paladins were rare on the main continent and had a hard time ranking up, but every paladin was powerful without a doubt. Roselia might have just reached legendary rank, but with a paladin's characteristic, ordinary legendary rank powerhouses were no match for her. Even if two legendary rank powerhouses came at her, she would be able to handle it. As a paladin, I will strictly abide by my doctrine. Lady Alexia, you do not need to request me for things like this, just issue me orders. Roselia nodded to Alexia. She leapt up like a bird and flew towards the far side of the city. Not long after, Alexia could see an outbreak of intense light and energy. As she expected, the Solar side had dispatched a legendary rank powerhouse. Alexia remembered what Louis had said to her. Although Roselia believed in the goddess of morning, she could trust her. After paladins made a contract, they would not break it even if the gods they believed in told them to. The power of order was the source of a paladin's power. At the same time, Alexia could not give Roselia anything too important to do. It was enough to just treat her as a good tool. Alexia acted strictly in accordance with Louis's request. The creator of the world, the twin serpents of creation, collided to create the world. Order and chaos were at the origin of everything, so the paladin's power that came from order would possess such a powerful and terrifying power. Alexia watched the battlefield with cold eyes. She did not feel anything seeing the sacrifices of both sides. This was the inherent cruelty of dragons. Moreover, she had already seen the same massacre in the previous 3 cities. As a result, war no longer made Alexia feel uncomfortable. War was a good way to nurture the people of this world. Now, Alexia had an aura that truly fit a king. The difference between the legendary rank powerhouses of my side and the enemy's side is big. Moreover, I still possess a terrifying creature like that red dragon. The enemy is also on a lower level compared to us in terms of soldier quality. Now, the only thing I need to worry about is the demigods. However, demigods are not too problematic. They would not try to fight to the death. Alexia pursed her lips and thought about possibilities she had not yet thought of. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. Besides, even if they become desperate, Father God will protect me. Thinking so, Alexia watched with her lips curled. In the sky above the capital of Scylla, Nola descended on the city in the form of a shadow dragon. She spewed her dragon breath from time to time, bringing destruction and death to the city. Occasionally, she would use necromancy to summon skeletons to make the city become more chaotic. As the Queen of Calamity who exterminated kingdoms 1,000 years ago, Nola knew how to bring fear to humans. On the other hand, the Red Dragon began a killing spree. As an adult Red Dragon in armor, most attacks were not painful at all. A single bite from him and enemy griffins would be swallowed in a mouthful. After noticing the soldiers in front of the city gates below, he let out a dragon roar and spewed out lava like dragon breath. Dozens of soldiers were instantly turned into black charcoal. The appearance of the red dragon caused a commotion among the soldiers at the city gate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the soldiers of Dragon City finally pried open the doors. The gates are broken. The city is open. Kill. Follow me and kill. A broken bar. Hadash, a cavalryman in heavy armor finally saw the gates open. This person immediately charged and pierced into the heart of Scylla like a sharp knife. The gates are broken. I will personally go out to stop the other side's demigods. I will leave the command here to you. Alexia held her long sword and said to her adjutant, May the light of the dragon god be with you, Lady Alexia, for the god is always watching over me. So said Alexia with irrefutable pride. A roaring fire burned through the city of Scylla. Civilians hid in their homes and in their cellars, listening to the gruesome killing outside. In the world of San Soliel, cities were poorly planned, and even the noble districts of the once Sublia Empire were chaotic. Therefore, the soldiers of Scylla were unable to form effective strongholds within the city. On the other hand, Dragon City had been reconstructed by Louis with modern Earth cities as a template. There were many strategic choke points that would make it difficult for any invading force to maintain their advance and keep control of it. Every street could be a battlefield that trapped soldiers on both sides. But the capital of Scylla was different. Due to poor and chaotic planning, the fighting here was completely chaotic. It turned from a large-scale army battle to small-scale group battles. The soldiers of Dragon City were used to group battles when they trained to fight in alleyways. In this chaotic battle, hired adventurers also had a bigger advantage as they usually comprised less than 20 people and were good at this kind of combat. Dragon City's soldiers were too well equipped and trained. With the initial chaos, the soldiers were able to quickly adapt to this method of combat. Following the death of the Griffin Knights of Scylla, the two dragons and dragon knights occupied the air. Scylla's situation was already becoming more precarious. Alexia stood on the city wall. With a casual wave of her sword, the head of the enemy soldier beside her was lopped off. If it were possible, Alexia would prefer to turn into a dragon to fight. For dragons, their bodies were the strongest means of combat. Unfortunately, Alexia was still a baby dragon even if she was a demigod. Her dragon form did not have much combat power, so she could only use her demigod powers to fight. The city is as good as destroyed. We can just replan and rebuild it. I do not want this kind of messy and dirty city anyways. Alexia leaned on her long sword and gazed at the burning city that was filled with shouts and screams of soldiers. Louis had passed on a lot of modern knowledge to Alexia, therefore, Alexia had gained a modern aesthetic, making her feel dissatisfied at this extremely disorganized city. Is it coming? Alexia's mind tensed and she looked ahead. From the empty space, a portal appeared and two figures walked out. One of them was a woman wearing the robes of the Church of the Earth Goddess. She appeared to be a middle-aged woman with gentle eyes. At first glance, she looked like a normal village girl, but Alexia did not dare look down on her, because of the strong aura she was exuding. Other than this demigod was an old man wearing mage robes. Seeing this old man, the red dragon became furious and lunged at him. This old man was the legendary mage Eden who summoned him to the San Soliel mountain range and fooled him into attacking Dragon City. His eyes reddened with rage. If not for this old man, how could it have attacked Dragon City and been captured? In the end, he was conditioned by that abominable female dragon and subjected to her disgusting magic, and forced to lay 3,000 eggs as a male dragon. This was such a big shame that it didn't dare seek revenge on Dragon City and ended up blaming all its mistakes on the mage instead of looking for reasons from its own greed. However, his face flashed with shock when he just reached halfway. He thought nothing and immediately turned in the other direction because he found that Eden had the scent of a demigod. How could the mage become a demigod in just a few years? The red dragon was confused. Even if he was proud, he was not stupid. Facing off against a demigod was simply foolish even if he had a deep grudge. This time he could pretend not to see him as his own life was more important. Compared to the red dragon, Alexia could see through the mage more easily. The chosen one of the goddess of magic? The elven dragon's eyebrows knitted slightly. She looked up and down at the old mage in front of her and was a bit doubtful. He doesn't seem completely like a chosen one though. Although the old mage in front had the scent of a demigod, it was unstable and incomparable to the woman of the Church of the Goddess of Earth. Alexia thought for a second and probably guessed that the goddess of magic only arbitrarily picked her chosen one just for this war. Gods had to be cautious when selecting their chosen ones as they would need to be capable of grasping their divine art. Even if Louis intended to choose Pope Cluny as a chosen one, he could not do so because he hadn't finished doing so. As expected of the goddess of magic, being a powerful god, she forcefully created the chosen one with her divinity. Alexia secretly sighed. This was the power of the ancient gods because they had a lot of divinity. They could waste some of it. Louis could not beat them in terms of divinity. I am Eden, the chosen one of Her Highness Miss Misela, the goddess of magic, and the patriarch of the church. It is a pleasure to meet you, born of the great dragon and the silver moon, Lady Alexia. Eden said courteously and performed a formal mage salute. His temper might have been mild, but he was well educated. The other person, a believer of the goddess of earth, was a genuine demigod. She showed a kind smile and said, I am Archbishop Pamela of the Church of the Mother Earth Goddess. I am here by the goddess' order to stop you, Lady Alexia. As powerhouses, unless they were arch-nemeses, they would still maintain basic courtesy, the same as the gods. I am Alexia, daughter of the Silver Moon, and beloved of the Dragon God. I greet you too as the Lord of Dragon City, Alexia said in a proud tone as she swung the magnificent longsword in her hand and raised her head slightly. She was not afraid of this pair of demigods. In addition to confidence in herself, she knew that it was hard for demigods to die. Every demigod had a hard time reaching that level and hoped to become a true god one day. As a result, battles between demigods weren't usually deadly. The vast majority of demigods died only because they failed to ascend. Only a small portion died in battle and war. As long as demigods were not impatient in ascending and did not provoke any gods, they could remain immortal. Therefore battles between demigods usually stopped at some point. They would not arbitrarily waste their precious divine power and not place themselves in dangerous situations. "I'll ask for your guidance." Alexia's cold and lovely face emitted a faint moonlight. Eden and Pamela also smiled. A surge of divine power rose which contained their understanding of divinity. In contrast to the tragic battlefield, the three demigods were smokeless fires. A broken bar. Inside the royal palace of Scylla, King Scylla paced. His face was full of fear, and whenever he listened to the battle report, his hands and feet would feel cold. The gates of the capital had already been breached, and the soldiers of Dragon City were already eating away at the whole city inch by inch. There had even been a few bold soldiers who directly charged toward the palace, but luckily, the 2,000 elites sent to guard the palace had stopped them. That said, blocking this tentative attack was not enough. The king of Scylla knew that the situation was now a mess and the Scylla was about to fall and soon his palace would be besieged. He absolutely could not escape. The fear of death made King Scylla calm down. He paced in place for a long time. When he saw the beautiful woman with the thick veil appear once more, he still mustered up his courage and spoke, "Lady, I wonder when you will personally help." King Scylla had a bit of trust for this woman of unknown origin because she had brought 30,000 Danbusel soldiers into the battlefield that were currently fighting with Dragon City's forces. He could not see through this woman's strength, but he could guess that she was definitely a demigod-level powerhouse. If a demigod was willing to spend divine power, it was enough to change the tides of battle. The woman with pale hair lightly glanced at King Scylla with her demonic eyes, causing his heart to beat faster and giving rise to a wave of lust. The situation has already developed to this point. It's time for me to make a move. The woman's lazy and demonic voice contained a honey-like sweetness that made King Scylla's face happy. Then this woman extended her hand. It was white and translucent as if all the magic of the world's beauty was in those jade hands. When it reached out, all colors turned gray and the hand was the only white thing that existed. It was like a black hole that attracted all gazes. King Scylla looked at the hand and gulped as he watched it approach him. Nearer, nearer, nearer. A broken bar. The hand touched the neck of King Scylla. He felt a cold feeling that made him feel that he could give up on everything as long as he could stay in contact with the hand. In the next moment, before he could grab the hand, he felt pain as his neck snapped and his body collapsed to the ground. "See, I have made my move." The woman smiled and whispered. Her eyes were full of desire as she looked at Alexia in the distance. "What a beautiful soul that gave rise to my desire. As long as I can get your soul, my harvest will be enough this time." Greed flashed in the woman's eyes as she made a gesture to cast a spell. The entire city of Scylla lit up with magical formations in all corners. "Kill. Please. Don't kill me." "Mama broken bar broken bar I don't want to die." A broken bar. The city of Scylla had become a hell on earth. Soldiers whose eyes were reddened with bloodlust did not bother distinguishing between the combatants and non-combatants before them as their blades hacked out in all directions. This was, after all, the frenzy of war. And there was no time to make distinctions between targets. The sound of burning houses, children crying, and women's sorrowful wails spread throughout the city. The local soldiers even entered civilian houses to hide and counterattack, and in order to kill the invading forces of Dragon City. When they rushed in, however, there was no need to grieve for both sides, and no one needed to feel guilty. This was because the god of war would forgive them. War meant plundering everything that the other side owned. The gods of both sides would also forgive everyone involved. Even those soldiers who died in war and went up to their god's divine kingdom would be praised and commended by the gods. The impermanence of human life and death was just a momentary drama for the gods to watch. This was the difference between immortal gods and mortals. It was a great difference in rank. The capital of Scylla was different from Dragon City. It was one of the kingdoms of the Seven Kingdom Alliance that had long been infiltrated by the gods. There were many churches in the city, but because the gods were still fighting for faith elsewhere, the kingdom had not yet been divided and the churches of these gods were small and occupied a small corner. The civilians who could not face the war would run to their respective churches of faith for refuge, and the respective churches would welcome these fugitives. Because of their fear and terror, these civilians would have stronger faith. Pseudo-believers would also become true believers. How could the gods and church hierarchy not be happy? So the gods were actually happy at this war where countless were injured and even more dead. The god of war was happy, and the gods on both sides were happy. Even those who were not involved in the war were happy. The tragic death of mortals was a great harvest for the gods. The major churches took in some fugitives whose homes had been burned, but the priests of these churches were selective. If the other party was a soldier on any side of the war, even if they were believers, the gods would never take them. This was in order not to offend the dragon god. At the same time, the soldiers of Dragon City also pretended not to see these churches. As long as they did not take in enemy soldiers, then Dragon City would not casually slaughter these clergymen. This was an unwritten agreement among the gods. Scylla is soon going to change hands. I'm afraid that this majestic ancient city that stood for 1,000 years will be extinguished today. A priestess of the Church of the Goddess of Love and Beauty gazed at the burning city and sighed darkly as he was followed by a chorus of prayers. The priests of the Goddess of Love and Beauty all wore revealing and tight-fitting clothes. This 30-something priestess looked at the young teenage believers taken in by the church, watched them kneeling in prayer at the holy emblem of the goddess, and felt a pang of satisfaction. The priest's main job was to gain more true believers. This time, the war in Scylla had helped her finish her assigned quota. With the number of believers she gained today, she may be able to rise in the ranks within the church. How could she not be happy at being able to rise in rank and be closer to her god? If the church was a bit more bigger and could take in more people, their priestess would want the war to be bigger in scale. Forgive me, goddess above. How could I desire war? The thought that popped into the priestess' head made her jump in shock. She hurriedly knelt down to pray. The relationship between the Goddess of Love and Beauty and the God of War was never very good. The thought of revering war was simply a wrong and blasphemous act. In ancient times, the Church of the Goddess of Love and Beauty focused more on love and lust. The goddess priests at that time were divine prostitutes. As long as believers donated money, they could have a shot with the goddess priests and enjoy her followers' company. Now that society had become more civilized, divine prostitutes no longer appear in the mortal world and priests had become proper priests. In some divine kingdoms, there were still divine prostitutes, but they were only beautiful believers with a strong faith that served the gods after they die. These believers considered it a reward and honor to make the gods happy with their own bodies. The relationship between a god and their believer was inherently complex. A broken bar. The war continued on. Just when the battle was in full swing, mysterious magic formations appeared in many corners of the city. The moment these magic formations appeared, the powerful people who were fighting in Scylla City temporarily stopped their respective battles. This saw a broken bar. Alexia and the two demigods fought back and forth, but with all of them restraining themselves and not pouring out their all, the aftermath of the battle between them was not as fiery compared to the legendary rank powerhouses. The young elven dragon was slightly distressed. She parted her hair blocking her eyes and said in a serious voice, "This is the smell of demons." Such a strong demonic aura. This is a demonic ritual for a large-scale sacrifice to summon demons. Do you want to sacrifice the city to summon demons and resist Dragon City? Such a thing will not be forgiven even by your respective gods. Alexia's gaze was sharp, like a sword piercing into the hearts of Eden and Pamela. Eden and Pamela trembled as they were also confused about the situation. Both of them looked at each other and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. After which they shook their heads and said, "Lady Alexia, I think we might have to stop fighting for the time being. We don't know of the current developments. There should be powerful demons involved and fighting each other would only benefit this third party." Seeing that they were both sincere, Alexia also eased a lot. She also did not think that these two would be so underhanded just to win, especially when they were at the top of their respective churches. Gods detested demons and devils, not because of the destruction and devastation they bring, but because the souls taken by them would not return to their god, but it would be eaten by them and become new demons and devils in the abyss and hell. The soul of every believer and devotee was a god's precious property. and such behavior was tantamount to theft. If these two demigods dared to summon a massive amount of demons by sacrificing people, the first to be enraged would be the gods behind them. I also think so. We should save our strength and divine power now to face what may happen next. The situation now is quite bad. Alexia agreed with Eden and Pamela's words. Afterward, she directly closed her eyes. As a divine child, she wanted to contact her Father God and obtain divine revelation, a power that only a divine child or a chosen one possessed to communicate with the God at any time. But soon Alexia gave up because Louis did not contact her. In her thoughts, Alexia guessed that her father god was fighting with the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth. The silver moon goddess was also occupied by the spider goddess, so Saloon could not pay attention to this battlefield. Now, Alexia could only rely on herself. After a slight pause, Alexia commanded the soldiers of Dragon City, warriors of Dragon City, listen to my order. Temporarily stop the battle in hand and retreat. Retreat outside the city. It was easy to invade a city and required a bit more diligence to take away the city, but compared to the gains, the threat of demons made Alexia more alert. Dragon City's military training placed importance on soldiers obeying orders. Although they were excited about killing and were confused at their lord's orders, they did not resist and retreated in an organized manner. In an instant, the whole city of Scylla became quiet. Suddenly, many soldiers of Scylla began to twist in agony. Their whole bodies seemed to be controlled by a mysterious power and were turned into pieces of flesh. As these pieces of flesh burst into a bloody mist, the shrill wailing of souls echoed in the city. Banshees cry. Someone is sacrificing the soldiers of Scylla. Alexia saw what was happening in the city. She saw that the soldiers of the city burst into a bloody mist. Their souls were being sacrificed for a huge demon summoning ritual that encompassed the entire city. This was a demon's method of doing things. They would open a door to the abyss at the cost of souls and flesh and blood. That way, demons of the abyss could descend in their full form. The demons of the abyss were extremely terrifying. They lived in endless killing and rebirth. Every demon grew up with death all around them. Although there was no order, no normal human army could resist a legion of demons. No, what's being sacrificed are not the soldiers of Scylla, but the reinforcements sent by Dambuzel. Eden could tell at a glance that those being sacrificed were not natives of Scylla. That woman! Eden and Pamela exclaimed at the same time. They thought about the mysterious woman who brought in the reinforcements from Dambuzel. The two did feel the woman was strange beyond belief, but they did not think too much about it. They only felt that it was great to have more strong people on their side, but they never imagined that the woman was related to demons. Giggle. Giggly broken bar. A broken bar. Now that you know, don't you think it's all too late? Suddenly, an extremely enchanting and seductive demonic voice seemed to be whispering in the ears of the three demigods. The voice was extremely beautiful and demonic. Not only Eden, even Alexia and Pamela felt lust ignite in their hearts. Their reason burned with desire and could not wait to become playthings of the owner of the voice. A female demon figure appeared in front of the three. This female demon did not try to maintain human appearance anymore and appeared in demon form. Upon seeing the female demons, Alexia's pupils shrunk and exclaimed as if she lost her voice, "Succubus Queen?" That graceful and beautiful succubus possessed a potent demonic charm. Her elegant features seemed capable of charming the very universe, and a pair of horns curved out of her forehead as she gave a seductive smile. The succubus was much taller than humans, but her body proportions remained excellent and well sculpted. A pair of demonic wings sprouted from her back, and a slender tail snaked down from her coccyx. The succubus wore a revealing red dress that perfectly reflected her exquisite figure. A studded belt wrapped around her waist further emphasized her curves. Her white porcelain-like skin was exposed in front of the crows. Whether it was Alexia, Eden, or Pamela, all of them entered a trance as their faces flushed with lust. This was Melkanthet, the queen of the succubi. If the goddess of love and beauty, soon, was the embodiment of beauty on the extreme good side of the world, Then the succubus queen Melkanthet was the embodiment of beauty on the extreme evil side of the world. It could be said that the two of them were the two most beautiful people in the universe. The succubus queen bewitched everyone and quickly approached Alexia. Her fiery red eyes met Alexia's, causing the latter, who was just about to regain consciousness, to fall into an illusion once more. Alexia whimpered and the frequency of her breathing accelerated. "Cute little girl, you're finally moving in love." Giggle. Giggle tilde. The succubus queen laughed delicately. Her seemingly woozy voice was like countless women arousing the depths of people's erotic longing. As long as people had a speck of sexual desire, they would be attracted to the voice of lust incarnate. Melkanthet's ivory legs moved under the hem of her dress, causing a kicking sound. She slowly drew her golden whip from her waist. This was her favorite weapon, called the A-Lover's Lash. The tip of the whip had 3 sharp blades in the style of an executioner's whip. All enemies that were taken by her beauty would then be beaten and killed with the whip. Moreover, the person being tortured by her whip would not resist at all and willingly accept her abuse. The 2 demigods were horrified to see the succubus queen appear on the main continent. They hurriedly retreated backward and did not dare block her path. Although the succubus queen was not in her territory and did not possess a virtual godhood on the main continent, she was still not someone an ordinary demigod could face. Blocking her was simply seeking death. Seeing that the succubus queen's target was Alexia, Eden and Pamela were both relieved. The two had no intention of going to save Alexia, who was originally their enemy. If she could be taken out by the succubus queen, then they were willing to see the result. "Cute little girl, don't struggle. Be good and let mommy take you to the abyss and transform you into a succubus. Mommy will love you well." Giggle giggle tilde. The eyes of the succubus queen were full of chaotic frenzy. Alexia's soul was like a delicious meal that emitted a charming fragrance. Demons and devils love the pure souls of the main continent. Generally, demons would become stronger if they could eat such souls, while abyssal lords like the succubus queen would turn pure souls into powerful demons. Although there were abyssal worms born in the abyss at every moment, these worms would likely only turn into the weakest of demons. After countless battles and miraculous luck, the worms might become powerful demons, but the chances of this were too low. They were far less efficient than demons transformed from the souls of people of the main continent. This was one of the reasons why demons wanted to come to the main continent and harvest souls. They not only enhanced their own power, but they could also obtain powerful subordinates. The moment Melkanthet saw Alexia, she was immediately smitten by her beautiful soul and vowed to bring it back to the abyss. As long as the soul of the elven dragon could be turned into a succubus, Melkanthet believed that the newborn succubus would be very powerful, and with little nurturing, she might become a new abyssal lord. If she had an abyssal lord-level subordinate who was loyal to her, then she could break the unfavorable situation that she was currently facing. As for the retaliation of the dragon god and the silver moon goddess, she was not afraid at all. Her territory was at the 578th level of the bottomless abyss. Even the gods would not easily be able to reach it. In her own territory, she would possess a virtual godhood that could make gods afraid to come. She could completely ignore the rage of the gods for her own gain. Melkanthet raised her whip and lightly swung it. The whip made of gold bound Alexia's body with the 3 blades placed on her vitals. The succubus queen did not dare be careless and continued to bewitch Alexia with her endlessly lustful voice. Her special ability, a charm gaze, continued to lock onto Alexia. Alexia was still a demigod. If Melkanthet was slightly negligent, Alexia could still escape. Success. "Mommy is here to love you, my sweet little baby tilde." Melkanthet happily smiled. With a pull of the whip in her hands, Alexia's body was divided into 3. Although the chaotic and demonic energy of the abyss was not as powerful as divine energy, demigods were not true gods. They did not have an abundance of divine energy to use. Facing the shameless sneak attack of the succubus queen, Alexia, who was not experienced in combat, was directly caught in a desperate situation. The succubus queen used her long tail and hooked out Alexia's soul. Suddenly, Melkanthet felt as if she was in a trance. The surrounding space immediately shattered like a mirror. The sky was still the same sky, and the ground was still the same ground. The fires in the capital of Scylla still continued to burn, but she felt that everything was distorted as if she was waking up from a big dream. Alexia, who should have been cut into 3 pieces, stood in front of Melkantha without any injuries, and the succubus queen's whip had already returned to her. The intertwining of reality and dream had caused her head to swell with pain as she could not feel what was real. At this moment, Alexia's eyes have already changed. It was colder and crueler, as if a god looking down on everything in the world. Her surrounding aura had also changed into a magnificent and sacred aura that transcended all mortals. God of dreams? The succubus queen uttered in horror. The eyes of the succubus queen flashed with horror. Upon seeing the sudden change in Alexia's eyes and feeling the supreme and sublime aura coming from her, she could immediately tell that Alexia was no longer Ra herself. Abyssal lords were powerful, and they were bestowed with even more power by the will of the abyss. Even a projection of theirs on the main continent was stronger than any mortal there, and each of their visits resulted in huge massacres. But they were only strong against mortals. This world was a world that was ultimately ruled by the gods and not by the abyss. No matter how strong an abyssal lord was, it was impossible for them to beat the gods. In their territory in the abyss, abyssal lords were their own virtual gods, but in the end, it was only a false godhood. There was still a big gap compared to the true gods. They were only strong in their own territory, but once they left it, they would lose their abilities. And at this moment, what appeared on the main continent was not a projection of the succubus queen but her real body. Generally speaking, it was difficult for the true body of an abyssal lord to appear on the main continent. Who knew how much scheming and planning she orchestrated to facilitate this, but now, in the face of a god's incarnation, all her schemes had gone down the drain. "Why are you here, God?" the succubus queen screamed. Her voice still remained soft and pleasant that it could make mortals fall into endless lust, but the fear in her scream was also a cry for attention. Her plans were going well. She initially only charmed the king of Danbuzil, borrowed the country's soldiers to aid Scylla, sacrificed some soldiers to summon demons, and carried out a massacre in the city to collect enough souls. As a demon lord, Melkantha also understood how gods generally acted. Gods would never descend in person to prevent a massacre. Gods were high and mighty, not human tools. As long as the succubus queen did not cause a massive outbreak of demons to appear on the main continent, the gods would not care about a simple massacre. Naturally, demons were all chaotic creatures. They did not know how to stop. Unlike devils, the succubus queen only intended to massacre the capital of Scylla at most. Then she would leave the rest of the demons to attack other cities. She would grab as many souls as she could before going back to the abyss and leaving the rest of the demons to their own mechanics. Even if they died, it would have nothing to do with her. These chaotic demons did not have much intelligence. They were only grateful that the succubus queen had brought them to the main continent to enjoy. They would not even think that the succubus queen brought them there as pawns. The succubus queen was one of those demons that had a good brain. This plan of hers had been abandoned by her after she met Alexia. Alexia's pure soul roused her desires, causing her to want to plunder her soul and bring her back to the abyss to transform into a succubus. This way, she could become her own daughter and she would raise another demon lord loyal to her. TLN, in case people are confused, abyssal lord equals demon lord. But the succubus queen knew that Alexia was different from ordinary mortals. If she made a move against her, she would definitely attract the attention of the gods behind her. But the current situation gave her a good opportunity. The dragon god was in a quagmire-like battle with the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth. He would not have the time to pay attention to the matters on the main continent. As for the silver moon goddess, the spider goddess's divine kingdom was in the bottomless abyss. Although the spider goddess and the succubus queen were not allied, they had a good relationship. She only needed the spider goddess to block the silver moon goddess, which the spider goddess was willing to do. The spider goddess was willing to carry out anything that would make the silver moon goddess feel sadness and despair. Even if she sacrifices thousands just to make the child of the silver moon goddess fall into the abyss, she would feel wonderful and laugh out loud. The spider goddess also thought to make Alexia her daughter. That would definitely make the silver moon goddess angry. Everything had been calculated properly and I only needed one last step to success. But why did everything have to crumble at the last moment? The succubus queen underestimated Louis as much as the goddess of magic did. She never would have thought that Louis, who should have been at a disadvantage, would prevail against the goddess of magic and goddess of earth combined. He had even taken out the incarnation of the goddess of magic and frightened the incarnation of the goddess of earth after paying a small price. If she had known Louis was this strong, she would never have made the plant that would put her in danger and provoke the dragon god. But now, everything was too late. At this critical moment, the succubus queen still made an instinctive choice to escape. Her delicate body stiffened in the air and suddenly became soft like a snake. The succubus queen's eyes flashed with passion. Her lips slightly opened, revealing her snow-white teeth. Her teeth were like pearls that contrasted with her red lips. Then she sent out a kiss at Louis's dream incarnation that was possessing Alexia. The queen's kiss was one of the succubus queen's abilities. Her charm was undoubtedly first-rate. Evil gods living in the abyss had already experienced her love, and even the spider goddess had been captivated by her charms. The succubus queen's demonic beauty simply transcended the bonds of gender. She did not think that such a simple kiss would captivate Louis. Capturing the hearts of the gods and making them obsessed with her would require long contact. Love at first sight was simply impossible for the gods. After using her ability, Melkanthet used words to cast a binding spell. The corrupt power of the abyss wrapped around Louis like a tentacle. From other people's point of view, it was Alexia that was being bound by the tentacles. Then after doing this, the succubus queen turned her head and ran. She knew that these little tricks would not be able to hold back a god's incarnation for long, and she was not known for her fighting ability. At the same time, many demons appeared in the capital of Sula and began a frenzied slaughter. Because of Alexia's orders, casualties among the forces of Dragon City were relatively small, while the people of Sula were becoming the demons' food. Melkanthet took control of several demons with her ability and threw them behind her. It was already good enough if these demons could stop Louis for even a second. She had also begun to activate her portal in order for her to teleport back to the abyss. Under the effects of the queen's kiss, Louis felt like he was in a spiritual trance. Although this trance only lasted a moment, Louis marveled at the succubus queen's power. He felt that she was indeed worthy of the title of the ultimate beauty of evil. Louis used divine power to immediately break free of the black tentacles that were wrapping around Alexia's body. As for the demons blocking his way, Louis ignored them as he instantly turned them into nothingness. He coldly glanced at Eden and Pamela, who were frozen in place and did not dare to move. Under the gaze of a god, Eden and Pamela felt a chill in the depths of their souls. At the same time, they understood that their goddesses had lost the battle against Louis. Thinking of this, the two demigods felt that they had fallen into an ice cave and felt terrified. The two demigods did not resist and just lowered their heads while shivering. It was simple enough for a true god to kill a demigod. They might be able to resist for a while, but that would only make a true god angry. Louis did not pay any attention to them anymore and turned towards the succubus queen far away. "You think you can run, succubus queen Melkanthet? Since you dared to make a move against Alexia, you shall pay for it." He lowered his head to look at the city that was being massacred by the demons and frowned a little. Louis looked at Eden and Pamela and said in a calm tone, "Both of you, lead the members of your respective churches and clean up the city of demons." "As you will, great dragon god." Eden and Pamela hurriedly bowed and saluted. They were grateful that they could keep their lives as the god did not bother to strike them down. Otherwise, the two demigods would really have no hope for the future. Louis controlled Alexia's body and disappeared. Eden and Pamela also hurried to contact the church members who were still alive, ready to unite the two sides together to kill the demons. This was the obligation of the churches on the main continent. "Roselia, as a paladin you are better at sensing and killing demons. Go search for those powerful demons and kill them all. As for the remaining soldiers, clean up the city of demons." Louis appeared in front of the many generals of Dragon City and gave his orders. Louis had commanded Dragon City for more than 10 years and everyone was very familiar with his speech habits. When he opened his mouth, the generals instantly knew that the great dragon god was now controlling Alexia's body. "We shall follow your orders, my lord." The crowd knelt down excitedly. Louis nodded and gestured for them to go to work. As a god, It wasn't good for him to appear in front of many soldiers. God always had to remain mysterious. Since he had already lost a few points, he could not personally solve the problem of demons. That would only make him a tool for mortals. Mortal problems should be solved by mortals even if sacrifices had to be made. A broken bar. On the other hand, the succubus queen who had run far away found that Louis was not catching up with her, which surprised and puzzled her. But as this thought came about, she instantly felt a burst of killing intent that scared her soul. The succubus queen was overly frightened. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw a cold aura suddenly appear and rush towards her neck. The killing intent was subtle and nearly undetectable until the instant before it reached her. Under her panic, Melkanthet once again turned her charm into a weapon once more in order to once again charm the incarnation of this god. But her special ability had failed this time. The cold and emotionless incarnation had brushed off her beauty and attacked. For this incarnation, it seemed as if the world was connected to its dagger that could kill everything. It could not be tempted by beauty or desire. Only killing was its true intent. The succubus queen was completely locked on by this killing intent. In a hurry, Melkanthet shrunk back her neck, dodging Louis's killing incarnation. But her beautiful horn had been cut off by the dragon-toothed dagger. It spilled out the demon blood of the abyss. The succubus queen let out a tragic cry. As a demon, she would not simply cry out in pain. This succubus queen had also grown from a weak and powerless demon. She did not think it would be a big deal to be injured. But the incarnation of killing would inject some kind of cold energy into her body whenever its dagger hit her. The coldness and killing intent would go into the depths of her soul, causing even demons to be afraid to be hurt. Damn it! The demonic face of Melkanthet turned distorted. She covered the broken horn on her head with her hand and stared viciously at the incarnation of killing. Although she was angry inside, her eyes were ready to spew out flames of hatred. But Melkanthet forced down the innate madness of demons, and chose the most appropriate way to resolve the situation: running away. Not running now was just a waste of time. The long-prepared teleportation spell was activated. Under the protection of the abyss, the succubus queen's figure quickly disappeared from the main continent and returned to the bottomless abyss. Louis did not stop Melkanthet from escaping. It was not that he was unwilling to stop her, but the killing incarnation simply could not stop her. Melkanthet's teleportation was connected to the will of the abyss. It was an ability that directly returned her to her territory. This killing incarnation was purely made for killing and possessed no other divine skills. She had surprisingly dodged this attack, as expected of the one known as the succubus queen. Louis's killing incarnation was not hidden in an ambush this time. His killing incarnation had directly descended on the main continent after eliminating the goddess of magic's incarnation. It was considered a casual act, but he did not expect the succubus queen to dodge his attack. His dream incarnation had possessed Alexia, so he did not dare send it over. If it was injured in the battle against the succubus queen, then Alexia would be the one to suffer. He did not want his beloved daughter to do so. Louis held the freshly cut demon's horn in his hand. This was his trophy. Just the horn alone had a powerful ability to tempt people's lust, causing them to do inexplicable things with it. It was also fortunate that Louis grabbed this horn. If mortals obtained it, they would immediately be engulfed in their own lust. Women would use it as a dildo while men would stab it into their anuses. What a scary horn. It possessed this kind of terrifying charm by just existing. If the succubus queen used all her powers to seduce people, the gods would probably have the urge to crush her underneath. Louis shook his head. His killing incarnation was extremely resistant to the temptation of lust. Any temptation could be cancelled out with just his killing intent. It could be called the best countermeasure against beings who used the power of charm like the goddess of love and the succubus queen. With a flip of his hand, the horn of the succubus queen was sent to Dragonblight. It was a precious part of his collection and other gods might begin to covet it if they saw it. After putting the horn away, Louis hesitated to continue pursuing the succubus queen into the bottomless abyss. The reason why he hesitated was that he had a 100% chance of losing his incarnation just by going into the bottomless abyss where the territory of the succubus queen was located. In the abyss, The succubus queen was equivalent to a low-tier god. The virtual godhood bestowed to her by the will of the abyss was not a true godhood, thus she did not possess those incredible abilities that gods possessed, and her strength was far weaker compared to a true god. However, she possessed an army of demons in her territory. Moreover, with the succubus queen's strength, Louis's incarnation that had just fought a war would have a hard time defeating a demon lord in its own territory. Moreover, the abyss belonged to the chaotic evil faction. Louis did not care about evil because he was flexible enough to go either way. Even if he did not gain the support of the abyss, he would not be weakened by it a lot, but there was one thing that he could not change, and that was order and chaos. As his desire was to become the serpent of order, Louis could not turn to the chaos faction. Even just his incarnation's temporary transformation would not do. As a result, he would be greatly suppressed by the bottomless abyss. But even so, I must go. Melkanthet dared to make a move against Alexia. If a god does not make a move after being slapped in the face like this, then they would be shameful existences. Even if I leave my incarnation into the bottomless abyss, I still need to make an example out of here. A broken bar. I had just defeated the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth. This is a good chance for me to have my revenge on the succubus queen. This would allow the gods to know that I am not easy to provoke, so those with crooked thought would hesitate. After deciding, Louis opened a portal and entered the abyss. He could not directly enter the abyss without the aid of a demon lord, but he could reach a place that was very close to it. Then he headed towards the succubus queen's territory by crossing the masterless abyss. On the way, Louis had passed other demon lords' territory, but after seeing the one who came in was an incarnation of a god, they turned a blind eye as long as Louis was not there to make a mess of their own territory. The demons who became demon lords were not madmen. Unless there were interests involved, they would not dare provoke a god. Mortals had a saying that gods were petty. Provoking a god would lead to a lifetime of trouble. This statement also worked against demons. There was a war happening every single moment in the abyss. If an immortal god was to come to find trouble from time to time, the demons would not be able to withstand it. A broken bar. A broken bar. At the 570th layer of the abyss, also known as Chandelivery, the succubus queen Melkanthet felt relieved to be able to return to her territory. But before she could have time to feel relieved, she felt the aura of the dragon god in the abyss and had locked onto her territory. Aren't all gods careful creatures? The succubus queen shouted with annoyance and pain. The god was actually going to confront her. Melkanthet did not start out as the queen of succubi. As a matter of fact, she was not even one of the original succubi in the world but belonged to the second generation of succubus. The bottomless abyss experienced a huge historical change at one point. Simply put, the current race of demons was collectively known as Tanari. Tanari had the same meaning as demons for the inhabitants of the abyss. Every famous race within the abyss, from the famous succubi, infernals, and so on, was part of this race. But the Tanari were newcomers. Prior to them, the rulers of the bottomless abyss were known as the Abra. The Tanari had initially started out as their servants. The Abra were very powerful, but because of their power, their ambitions ran out of control. They even attempted to escape from the bottomless abyss and rule over the entire crystal wall system, which was tantamount to becoming the enemy of the gods. The rulers of the world had always been the gods. The Abri attempt to challenge the authority of the gods naturally ended in failure. Demons were a race that performed betrayals without any care. As a result, the Tanari betrayed the Abria and raised banners of rebellion, facing the wrath of the gods on the outside and the betrayal of the Tanari from within. The powerful Abra were almost completely extinguished. At the same time, the bottomless abyss gained new masters. In the beginning, the queen of succubi was named Laramas. She was the first generation succubus and one of the upper rank demons at that time. Melkanthet was only her maid. Normally, it was impossible for Melkanthet to replace Laramas as the queen of succubi. However, the invasion of the Terran civilization changed the history of the world. In the face of their attack, numbers had no meaning. Demons of the bottomless abyss were almost completely purged. The former succubus queen Laramas also died in the hands of this alien civilization. Melkanthet was lucky enough to survive. When the whole bottomless abyss was recuperating, She managed to recover and rise to power after killing off all the remaining succubi of the first generation. However, she had not been the succubus queen for long enough to convince everyone. Although the majority of succubi had recognized her as the new queen, a portion still remained antagonistic towards her and wanted to drive her off the throne. For example, Shami was a powerful succubus who contended with her for the title of queen. There was also the incubus Lord Granzith who had ambitions to unite the Tanari. Other than these internal competitors, external demon lords were also eyeing the succubi. Demons had a great desire for power and great ambition. In their internal power struggles, those external demon lords, especially those who were close to Melkanthet's territory, desired to enslave the entire succubus race. It could be said that her rule was incredibly unstable. Even someone as cunning as her was quite troubled. As a result, Melkanthet gazed at the main continent. She wanted to plunder enough quality souls to fill her army and ward off the hands of other demon lords. After seeing Alexia's nearly flawless soul, she even ignored the hostility of the Dragon God and the Silver Moon Goddess. But now, not only did she not get Alexia's soul, she had attracted the anger of a vengeful god. She not only had to face the swords of demons but also face the wrath of the gods. Her situation was extremely precarious. The only thing that was fortunate about this was that unless there were huge benefits, gods would never work together with demons. Gods still despised demons to their bones. If the dragon god truly cooperated with other demon lords, Melkanthet knew that all she could do was throw her hands up in surrender and let her body be used by the gods and demon lords for fun. At this moment, she still had a chance. There is nothing to fear about a divine incarnation. In my domain, I should be able to defeat him. Although saying so, Melkanthet had an ugly expression. The existences known as gods were too incomprehensible. Even the weakest of incarnations had the power of a demon lord who had been powered up by the abyss. And gods had even more complex and diverse abilities. At this moment, the dragon god still had low-tier divine power, but once he reached mid-tier divine power, his incarnation would be far more dangerous. If a god was determined to send an incarnation from time to time to go massacre demons, no demon would be able to withstand their assault. Even if a god lost its incarnation, it would not hurt them at all. But in a demon lord's territory, every death of a powerful demon was a huge loss. When the demon lord's territory lost too many forces, let alone the gods, other demon lords would also attack and take some land. The more territory a demon lord gained, the stronger they became. Thus expansion became all demon lords' goal. Melkanthet now regretted provoking Louis, but that was how demons were. Their chaotic nature would drive them into careless madness. If she could always keep her sanity, she would probably not be a demon. The 578th level of the abyss was a filthy mess. Succubi were demons that were full of desire, especially lesser succubi who couldn't control their desires. In the entire layer, incubi and succubi mated with other kinds of demons. If a paladin came here, they would probably curse out loud and die from vomiting blood. As the queen of succubi, Melkanthet was the embodiment of lust and love. Before she obtained the title, she was only an upper-rank succubus. Compared to those lesser succubi who freely indulged, upper-rank succubi were more reserved. Although they did not have ethical and moral values, they still considered their bodies as precious objects and would only choose to give themselves to the strong. Demon nobles simply looked down on weak creatures. When Melkanthet became the queen, she burned with the fire of love and lust. In the past, she only cared about her beauty that could even charm herself, but now, she wanted to release the never-ending fire of lust in her heart. As a succubus, it was impossible for her to abstain from sex, but as the queen, she could never go find a weak demon or a mortal. The bodies of succubi were their weapons. Melkanthet wanted to enlist a powerful demon that could not only suppress the flames of her lust but also provide powerful support in battle. That way, she could firmly sit on the throne as the queen. However, demons were temperamental. They cared most about their own strength and ambition. They did not care about affairs between men and women, so Melkanthet did not dare to find a random demon lord to serve. She did not care about becoming someone else's lover, but she wanted to gain sufficient benefits. On the other hand, demons did not trust each other's promises. If she had chosen the wrong person to serve, Then she would become the medium through which her lover would interfere with the affair of the succubi. If only there was a demon prince in the abyss right now. Melkanthet secretly sighed. As the spokesman of the abyss, a demon prince had power over all abyssal lords, which was enough to make many demon lords subservient. If there was truly a demon prince, then Melkanthet would give her all to charm them. As long as she could gain their support, she would be able to stand firmly. Even if she was just treated as a concubine, she would be able to use the authority of the demon prince to improve her position. Succubi were different from other demons. They cared more about their physical desires, but because they were still demons, they also desired power. Unfortunately, the one powerful demon prince also fell. Now that the abyss had finished recuperating, demon lords were running rampant and waging wars in order to gain the title of demon prince. At this moment, every abyssal lord had the possibility of becoming a demon prince. Apart from the demon prince, she had another option, and that was a true god. True gods were more powerful than the demon prince, and true gods only focused on their own divine kingdoms and did not interfere with matters of the abyss. If she could please a true god and gain their support, then Melkanthet would be able to enjoy many benefits. Gods did not care about the abyss, and this applied to even the gods of the chaotic evil faction. They would only place their divine kingdoms in the abyss but did not have any interest in conquering the lands around them. However, charming a god was easier said than done. This was because true gods did not care about any race. In their point of view, demons were all inferior creatures. Moreover, true gods had a hard time exercising their true power in the abyss, so it would be difficult for them to help. Melkanthet was caught in a dilemma. She possessed the ultimate beauty and body, but she had nowhere to use it as she could not find someone suitable to make her willing to give it away. I should find a way to solve the current crisis first. Melkanthet let out a screech as her heart burned with flames. She stepped into her palace. Its halls were extremely extravagant and obscene. Those who could enter its halls were all Melkanthet's subordinates and upper-rank succubi. Compared to other places, this place continued an extravagant lifestyle of decadent and degenerate aristocrats. The succubi saw that their queen had an unpleasant expression, so no one dared to provoke her. Melkanthet's body swayed as she lay down on her throne. Her maids bent their knees and came forward to serve her to the fullest. At this moment, Louis's killing incarnation had crossed hundreds of layers of the bottomless abyss and reached the 578th layer, also known as Chandelivery. The abyss always had a monotonous color scheme. It did not have the splendor and beauty of the main continent, and there were even layers filled with poisonous fog, flames, mires, and other negative atmospheres. Although the territory of the succubus queen wasn't as bad and was still considered habitable, nobody would call it a good environment. The abyss, which was filled with despair, was a ruined land for the living. When Louis arrived at the 578th layer of the abyss, a wave of lust spread all around. As far as the eye could see, succubi and incubi laughed and played, as through the whole world had gone under the influence of lust. Louis's arrival did not attract the demon's attention. Then, two succubi noticed and approached him to play. If an ordinary person were to come into this layer, they would have instantly been engulfed by their lust. They would turn into true sex beast, but the characteristics of this layer were nothing in front of a true god. With a casual wave of his hand, the two demons were instantly killed. Ordinary demons could not even make a single resistance against an incarnation of a true god. The two demons did not even know what happened. They only felt a bit of pain and lost consciousness. Louis, who was about to walk towards the distant palace, stopped in his tracks and his face flashed with a trace of doubt. He had just casually killed two demons, which wasn't a big deal, but when he killed the demons, he felt pleasure from the power of order that was flowing into his godhood. The origin of the order was feeling happy that Louis killed the demons. Although the origin of order had no subjective consciousness, it was like an instinct inside of him. Order and chaos were opposite ends of a spectrum that would compete against each other. After Louis killed an evil demon of chaos, he seemed to have gained some sort of acknowledgement from the power of order. This was very minimal to the point that it was negligible, but it also accelerated Louis's ability to process the power of order. What's going on here? For a moment, Louis did not care about finding trouble with Melkanthet anymore. He became more concerned about the power of order which would allow him to break free from the limitations of the world. He immediately made a decision to find more demons, as he wanted to test out whether everything that was happening was related to demons. The abyss might have lacked a lot of things, but it would never lack demons. Soon, Louis could make out a few shadow demons playing around with some succubi. After these demons saw Louis and felt his divine presence, their expression was not only filled with terror but also crazed passion. Other races would be afraid and beg for mercy when meeting a god, but demons were an exception. Who knew if this was an advantage or a disadvantage for demons? Even if demons encountered their natural enemy, they would still bravely charge ahead for the kill. They only groveled in front of abyssal lords as they had been bestowed power by the will of the abyss. But otherwise, even gods could not make demons beg for mercy. The only way to enslave demons was to use spells and forced enslavement methods. It was impossible to subdue a demon's heart and soul. Only demon lords would plead for mercy, as they were more sensible than these lesser demons. These shadow demons and succubi were intimidated by the god that appeared in front of them, but after recognizing that Louis was an enemy, they hissed and lunged at Louis with their sharp claws and weapons. Demons were powerful creatures. Even these lesser shadow demons and lesser succubi were at least ranked 4 in strength. On the main continent, they could even become elite soldiers. But Louis only needed to glare at them to kill them. Sure enough, this feeling is not an illusion. I can clearly make out the pleasure. The corners of Louis's mouth could not help but rise. That feeling of being acknowledged by the origin of order, the serpent of order, made him feel very comfortable. After enjoying this feeling, Louis had a deep thought as to why killing demons made him feel this way. Although demons are chaotic species, the power of order should be at a higher level of existence. This should be like a powerhouse killing an ant by the roadside. How can this even be pleasurable? Only by killing someone on the same level would it be exciting. Demon a broken bar, abyss a broken bar. Could it be broken by the will of the abyss? Louis had a sudden thought. The will of the abyss was something that seemed to exist but at the same time didn't exist. Even the gods did not know what the will of the abyss actually was. The will of the abyss was not subjective. That was to say that it was not a living thing that could think. It only performed tasks according to its instincts as part of the chaos and was more like the abyss itself. Every demon's promotion was actually a gift from the will of the abyss. The promotion of a demon into a demon lord, or a demon lord into a demon prince, was actually the will of the abyss recognizing and taking joy at the deeds of these demons. Could it be that the will of the abyss is the serpent of chaos? The half of the serpent that symbolizes chaos? Louis gradually formed a guess. If the will of the abyss was one form of the serpent of chaos, then it would make sense that the power of order felt joy in killing demons. Every demon was tainted with the power of the abyss. No matter how tiny it was, it still belonged to the serpent of chaos. By killing them, it was causing resonance with the serpent of order. If the will of the abyss is truly related to the serpent of chaos, then could the symbol of orderly evil be the 9 hells of Bata? Louis thought of the twin serpents of creation. He had seen the origin itself. On the side of order, the portion of orderly evil was missing and only orderly good existed. But because Louis had not yet even finished comprehending the orderly good, he did not even pay attention to where the evil part ran off to. He had intended to fully grasp the orderly good side before looking for the other half. Only when good and evil were balanced could he become the true serpent of order. Naturally, finding it in advance was still the best. When I have free time later, I have to visit hell to see if it is related to the serpent of order. The part of the serpent of order within me is the exact opposite of the chaotic evil of the abyss, so it might be causing a resonance. If I go to hell, killing a devil should not cause any resonance with the serpent of order. Devils were creatures that belonged to order just like Louis. Only demons belong to the chaotic evil. Louis once again looked at the succubus queen's palace. He immediately did not have any plans to go in and find trouble with the succubus queen. It would be better if he killed the powerful demons in this layer of the abyss. This would not only weaken the succubus queen's forces, but it would also weaken her. At the same time, he could also gain more understanding of the power of order. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Turning around, Louis began to identify targets for extermination. His current incarnation was that of killing, so it was the most suitable for killing. The demons inside the succubus queen's palace were powerful demon nobles, but that was only a portion of the powerful demons. Some powerful demons lived in various places around the lair. If Louis charged into the succubus queen's palace in the abyss, the succubus queen would be like a virtual god. With the addition of being attacked by other powerful demons, Louis's incarnation would not be a match. So, it was better to go kill other powerful demons in the lair. Louis's killing intent rose up. The powerful demons in the 578th layer of the abyss were simply unlucky. Louis's avatar of killing was like a ghost as it traversed through the entire layer. No matter what methods normal demons had, they were useless against a god. Louis was like a god of killing as he assassinated one powerful demon after another. Killing low-level demons was simply a waste of divine power, so Louis ignored them. He looked for those who were at least at the level of a rank 8 powerhouse. Those inside the palace were powerful succubi, while those living in other parts of the lair were powerful demons summoned by the succubus queen. This time, these demons encountered misfortune as they became Louis's targets and died without being able to escape. At this moment, Melchanthet was lying on her throne while dozens of beautiful succubi served her. These succubi lustfully gazed at their queen. Their eyes contained endless temptation that made them willingly give their loyalty. Giggle 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 tilde. Melchanthet let out a charming smile and laughed freely. She loved this feeling the most. She often felt immense self-satisfaction with her own beauty. Her snow-white arms propped up her head as an obscene and depraved air filled the palace. Melchanthet suddenly became lazy and even forgot about the god that was eyeing her. In her own territory, she was not afraid of anyone. She did not even have a sense of crisis, showing how corrupted she was as a demon. When she shot a glance at a random place, a succubus immediately fell limp and trembled as she created water stains on the palace floor. The strange smell of the liquid diffused in the air. Seeing this, the queen laughed out loud. Queen Melchanthet, who was enjoying herself, suddenly looked aghast. She sat up from her throne and her face turned blue as she let out a wonderful scream. "How dare you do this, God?" Her voice was angry and frightened. Rora, a 6-armed snake demon Amaryllis, slithered as it charged toward Louis with weapons on each of its 6 arms. Its aura of chaos and decay spread filled the earth. Louis looked away slightly as divine power gathered on the dagger in his hand. Then he casually slashed toward the snake demon. The Amaryllis was shaken, but seeing that Louis's movements were very slow and very casual, it was overjoyed. With one arm, it held a weapon to block Louis's dagger, while the others swung and slashed at Louis. It had already begun to imagine the scene of Louis's body being split into pieces. It shivered at the thought of the delicious taste of his blood. For demons, blood and massacre were their reason for existence. Only in a state of killing could they feel pleasure. However, when this thought just rose, the Amaryllis felt pain in her body. Her hideous writhing figure stiffened in place. And in the next instant, a line appeared from its forehead down to its body, slicing it in perfect halves. Before its consciousness disappeared, it tried to comprehend what had happened, but alas, it would never fully understand. This was the true use of divine power. It was the ability to overturn what was impossible. Even weak gods who were not good in close combat could easily exterminate all mortals if they were willing to spend their divine power. The so-called mortal who had the ability to slay gods would never appear in the world of Sans Soleil. If this situation ever happens, it wasn't that mortals were powerful but the gods themselves had some problems. True gods were simply unbeatable. Liu's killing incarnation wreaked havoc and slaughtered abyssal powerhouses in the entire 578th layer of the abyss. In the blink of an eye, the entire layer was plunged into panic and bloodshed. But this was done not without a cost. The divine power stored within the incarnation was getting less and less. Before this, Louis had already used up a portion of this body's divine power to kill the goddess of magic. Then he quickly rushed to the main continent to rescue Alexia and cut off the succubus queen's horn. Now that he had come to the abyss and used divine power to kill one powerful demon after another, the divine power of this body had reached its limit. This incarnation had already obtained a lot of battle results, but it's too inefficient in slaughtering demons. At this speed, I don't know how long it would take for me to completely comprehend the power of order. After killing a banshee, Louis temporarily stopped killing. What Louis needed now was to kill a lot of demons. He had discovered that no matter how powerful the demons he killed were, the speed at which he gained more understanding from gaining the approval of the origin of order was the same. So what he needed to do now to increase his understanding of the origin of order was to kill in a manner of quantity over quality. Now that I have the divine authority of killing, I have to wait until I become a high-tier god to understand the divine skill mass life control. With it, I should be able to easily decide the life and death of mortals in a radius of more than 10 kilometers. I would also need a lot of faith and sufficient divine power to use it. That said, it might not be wise to use this against demons. I need a better means to wage war against demons of the abyss. Not a short-term means, but a long-term one. Just when Louis was thinking about how to massacre demons en masse with minimal consumption of divine power, he suddenly reacted. With a flash, he dodged a whip that cut through space and lashed at his body. This was the same divine dodge skill that the kobold god had used. At this point, Louis's incarnation had run out of power to maintain his form. From a young man, he had begun to shrink down into the appearance of a 10-year-old boy. He quickly turned around and saw that the succubus queen Melkanthet was standing in front of him. The queen's face was blue with anger in her eyes. She looked at Louis with eyes that would eat him alive. Beside the succubus queen were several upper-rank succubi who stood farther away and did not dare approach him. A single figure entering a layer of the abyss and performing a massacre to the point that the abyssal lord gave up an advantage in numbers to personally solve the situation was undoubtedly rare. However, knowing that the one who did was just an incarnate felt even more incredible. It wasn't that Melkanthet did not want to use her army to overwhelm the incarnation in front of her. She could also see that the incarnation was at the end of its ropes and could disappear at any moment. But she didn't dare do so. It was fine if only low-ranking demons died, but upper-rank demons were not allowed to die easily. These demons were her elite and the main force of her army. If there were too many casualties, it would be easy for other demon lords to take her down after they wage war against her continuously. Louis had already killed too many powerful demons, leaving Melkanthet no choice but to personally fight him. As expected of His Highness Louis, the god of dreams. You are one of the most powerful gods among the gods today and wiped out so many high-ranking demons in my territory with just one incarnation. Although Melkanthet was angry in her heart, she still smiled like a flower in front of Louis, and her voice filled with the power of temptation. If it was 30,000 years ago, the abyss would not be this weak, and demon lords would not personally come out just for the sake of some high-ranking demons. However, the abyss had also been terrorized by the Terran civilization, nearly annihilating all of its inhabitants. 30,000 years was not enough for it to fully recover its forces, let alone the many races of the world of San Solil. Only the god suffered the lightest. Louis did not make a sound and only sized up the succubus in front of him. In order to save Alexia, he simply did not pay close attention to the beauty of the succubus queen who could be called the evil counterpart to the goddess of love. She had a pretty face that was like a peach. Her eyes seemed to be covered in watery mist that lit up with deadly lust. Her eyebrows were like the bloom of spring peach blossoms. Her red lips were like a blaze that made people feel lust deep in their bones. Her especially slim red dress tightly hugged her mature body. With her half-exposed neckline and snow-white skin, even Louis's incarnation of killing felt a slight surge of desire. As Louis's sight continued downward, Louis felt a tinge of regret at how Melkanthet's skirt had blocked off her lower half, and the pair of boots she was wearing was an eyesore. The succubus queen was stunned. As the incarnation of love and lust, she understood men the most. In an instant, she immediately found out the fetishes of the true god in front of her. The corners of her mouth hooked up with a reading smile. Her skirt slowly lifted up and her boots slowly disappeared, revealing her delicate legs. Melkanthet knew that the incarnation of the true god in front of her was no longer a threat and spoke with bold words. Your Highness, are you willing to go to my palace with me so that we can have a deep exchange together? I will also let you enjoy the most extreme pleasure. The words of the succubus queen Melkanthet were true. As a true god, he had the ability to distinguish lies unless it was a god of equal or higher rank or those who had the divine authority of lies like the Prince of Lies. However, The rank of this demon lord was not enough to deceive Louis unless she used a series of plots and tricks. Thus Louis knew that if he nodded his head in agreement right now, he could head to the succubus palace and have some sex. Excited? To be honest, Louis was really a bit excited. He was not a god that did not have any desires. The true gods of the world of San Soliel all possessed their own desires. Facing the succubus queen's invitation to share a bed, any normal person would be excited. Impressive. After discovering that her ability to charm people is not working for me, she gave up on using it and directly invited me. Truly worthy of being a succubus. This invitation is not a false temptation, but a genuine one. Louis felt overwhelmed. The succubus queen was truly worthy of even the spider goddess courting. However, Louis lowered his head to take a look at his own incarnation. He now had the appearance of a 10-year-old and he would not be able to change forms anymore because he was out of divine power. It was possible that his sexual aspect was not enough. As a demon who grasped a person's desires, Melkanthe could naturally see through Louis's thoughts. She knew that the god in front of her was moved. For the succubus queen, it was all good as long as the other party was moved. Her worst fears would be if they were not excited. Giggle 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 tilde your highness, Louis's current appearance is also to my liking. Melkanthe giggled. Her delicate body seemed to shake. She stretched out her pink tongue and licked her lips. She placed her delicate finger on her lips in a seductive way, as if he wanted to eat Louis all up. The succubus queen sat in midair and crossed her slender legs. Her delicate foot that had bright burgundy polish inched forward like a thorny rose. Her foot arched, showing her elegant ankles and the faint veins on her heels. The succubus queen opened her mouth and exhaled like an orchid. Why do we have to fight and kill, your highness Louis? As long as you are willing to put aside your prejudices with me, you can have a taste, and I will do my best to serve you. Melkanthe slowly moved her big toe from her other big toe to her thighs with the intention to provoke excitement. Anyone would wish to kneel at her feet and kiss her. Louis did not say anything but stayed silent. The most silent he was, the more Melkanthe laughed happily. Suddenly, Louis also laughed. His laugh was so cold and piercing like a killing machine. Taste them? What a great idea. Then let me cut them off with my dagger and take them back for a taste. I will lightly and slowly enjoy them and place them with that horn of yours. Louis's words were quite perverted, but his actions were very decisive. He leapt up with the dagger in his hand, once again blooming with sharp and cold killing intent. Melkanthe's expression immediately changed. She quickly took out her long whip and lashed at Louis, who was aiming for her thighs. If she was negligent, one of her legs would definitely be cut off at the root and become part of his collection. As she waved her arm, the whip called a lover's lash rolled towards Louis. In the 570th layer of the abyss, Melkanthe possessed virtual godhood. Facing Louis's incarnation that did not have much divine power left, she did not have to worry about losing. This was also the reason why she was willing to appear in front of Louis. Louis did not think that his current incarnation could do harm to Melkanthe. He did not resist and allowed the long whip to bind him. The corner of his mouth raised up, revealing a cold smile. Melkanthe, the grudge between us is not over. I will return. Suddenly, Louis's incarnation seemed to contact. He could not even maintain form and became somewhat illusory. Seeing this, Melkanthe was shocked and quickly shouted, "Careful, he wants to self-destruct." No one needed Melkanthe to tell them what was happening. Her succubus maids had already retreated far away when Louis rushed in. Booma! Louis condensed the last bit of divine power in his incarnation and then violently released it. In an instant, a divine shockwave spread that engulfed everything within a kilometer like a cannonball explosion. When the smoke cleared, Louis's incarnation had disappeared. The ground bubbled like sulfuric acid. The abyss had the power to corrode all matter within it, and a god's divine power was more dominant than the abyss. When Louis exploded, the divine power that burst out would erode even the abyss. The amount of divine power left in his incarnation wasn't much. This degree of destruction was only capable of inflicting some injuries on Melkanthe. The succubus queen looked at the disappearance of Louis's incarnation with an ugly expression, without the joy of defeating a true god. This level of victory did not mean anything to the gods, as long as their true bodies had not died and as long as people placed their faith in them. the gods would not mind it as they could just create another incarnation. If one incarnation was enough to distract Melkanthet, then if Louis sent more incarnations to fight here, the succubus queen would soon go crazy. Especially after offending a true god, the succubus queen did not even dare leave her territory. If she left without the virtual godhood to support her, she would have to face a god who possessed the divine authority of killing. Her chances of survival would be meager. This madman is even crazier than demons. Melkanthet gritted her teeth. In the past, demons had offended gods before, but the gods have no interest in the abyss. Most of them simply had to pay some price in exchange for the forgiveness of the gods, and because there weren't any benefits in the abyss, finding trouble with the demon lord was just a waste of their divine power. Melkanthet had already prepared to offer her body to this god so that the other side would not continue to trouble her. Who would have thought that this dragon would not just take this offer and wanted to continue to fight with her? Now, the succubus queen truly did not know what to do. Should she find a partner to fight against the true god? Most likely, the other demon lords would be happy that she had offended a true god and would only help her speed up her downfall. Demons were creatures that could not be trusted as long as they could harm others. Even if they were told to do something disadvantageous, they would be happy to do it. It could be said that demons were chaotic creatures with no moral values. After taking one deep look at the place where Louis disappeared, Melkanthet opened the portal back to her palace. What happened here could not be hidden, and it would not take long for demon lords close to her to find out. Even the incubus lord who was trying to steal the title of ruler would find out. She now needed to think of a way to hold on to her power. If she lost the war, she knew that she would end up in a bad place. Becoming a slave for another demon lord was still considered lucky, but the greater possibility was that everything she owned would be taken away and she would be killed. Demons did not fear death, but they would not allow the loss of their own power. In Dragonblight, Louis's true body's eyes opened after his killing incarnation self-destructed. His dark golden pupils scanned his kingdom before finally settling on the divine darkness in one of the corners. The goddess of night Shei had begun to build her own divine kingdom since attending the meeting at the Pantheon. Shei did not dare build her divine kingdom, the realm of darkness, to prevent other gods from finding out. Instead, she opted to build a crypt that was in line with the characteristics of a kobold. This style of divine kingdom could conceal her from other gods' detection. Seeing that Shei did not mess up anything else, Louis did not pay any more attention to her. He thought that before the goddess of night possessed a safety net, she would not make a mess of things. She would not play around with her own life. The abyss, a broken bar, Louis muttered. He began to think carefully about how he intervene in the matters of the abyss. He did not want to keep sending his incarnations there and instead thought of how to send a large army to fight in the abyss whenever and wherever he wanted. There were hundreds of millions of demons in the abyss. Every moment, demons were born and died. Fighting a war of numbers in the abyss was meaningless. Any army sent there would eventually be drowned in the waves of demons, and as a result, forming an army of believers to invade the abyss was foolish behavior. There was no problem if this was only once or twice, but continuously doing it would result in having no more believers. The easiest way to eliminate them was to learn from the Terran civilization and deploy technological weapons of mass destruction, but Louis needed to kill demons in a way that conformed to the laws of Sans Soleil in order to obtain the approval of the Origin of Order. Even if he did find high-tech weapons of the Terran civilization, using them would not bring him the slightest benefit and instead would cause the gods to place their attention on him. Moreover, Louis did not possess such weapons. Louis was definitely moved by the succubus queen's offer. His instincts as a dragon had allowed the lust to rise up from the depths of his heart. If the one present at that time was not the killing incarnation, he would have not been able to remain calm. The succubus queen's charms were already at the level of instinctive and were inscribed into her very soul. Louis had wanted to lick her body and hear her gasp for breath. However, demons could never be trusted. If he got together with Melkanthet, then he would be setting himself up for a betrayal in the future. If he wanted to make the demon honestly obey him, he needed to absolutely suppress her. Only when the succubus queen was at a disadvantage could Louis gain enough ground to properly use her. For her not to betray him, she needed to fear him, but he also needed to give her enough benefits and power. As for love and other emotions, demons did not need them. If someone went to bed with a succubus, without sufficient power to subdue her, the succubus would just turn them into a cuckold. My grudge against Melkantha can become my excuse to enter the abyss. As long as I can make her submit, I will be able to use the 570th layer of the abyss as a base for expeditions. I need to kill more demons to increase the power of order. The abyss is not useful to me at all, and I can just leave everything to her. This should be enough to satisfy her desires. Even if the gods would feel that something was wrong with how I am attacking the abyss like this, I could use her as an excuse to do so. In any case, I am a dragon. I can pretend to be charmed by the succubus queen, and the other gods would definitely believe in it. But then again, where am I going to find an army that will not take any losses and that can invade the abyss without limit? Louis thought for a long time. If there was no army, all the calculations that he made would be useless. Army a broken bar. Army a broken bar. Suddenly, Louis's eyes shone brightly. He thought about the legendary dragon blueprints that the intelligent brain had told him about. If he could create a group of legendary dragons with very little divine power, he could use them to launch an invasion of the abyss. As the god of dragons, he also happens to lack a group of loyal followers under his hand. In order to obtain the blueprints, Louis would have to meet the intelligent brain's requirements of finding more energy sources. For now, he needed to go back to Earth to find them. After making his decision, Louis went to Earth in his real body. With Earth's level of technological advancement, there was nothing that could be a threat to him. Let alone nuclear weapons, even antimatter was nothing in the face of a god's power. Compared to San Soliel, Louis dared to use his real body on Earth and do as he pleased. With the power that Louis possessed, it was not difficult to destroy Earth's civilization and become the single ruler. But Louis was not interested in doing so. He only needed faith from Earth. After all, Earth was his home planet, and his role play was a means he used to gather faith. It was a perfect method. As long as nothing went awry, he would continue to use the same method. Once Louis pried open the gates to the origin of order with faith gathered from Earth, the faith would not be useful to him anymore. He could think about what to do with Earth's civilization then. But before leaving the world of San Soliel, there are some things that I have to do first. The crisis with the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth had already been lifted. These two goddesses were not likely to have any spare energy to mess with Louis in the short term. They would even be worried that Louis would come to their doors and find trouble. The succubus queen was also in the faraway abyss and did not dare leave to come to the main continent again, so there was no danger of leaving her alone. Now, the gods had just ascended and all them were still accumulating strength. With the faith of the continent not yet finished dividing, grabbing faith was their top priority. The majority of gods did not have a grudge against Louis, and those who did would not dare act rashly for the time being. Now was the perfect time for Louis to leave and return to Earth. A broken bar. A broken bar. On the 13th day of the 7th month of the Dragon Star era, Dragon City launched an attack on the Kingdom of Scylla. They broke through the southern fortress of Scylla and conquered 3 cities in a row within 5 days. On the 3rd day of the 8th month, Scylla had been breached after a fierce battle with the forces of Dragon City. King Dan-Buzel sent 30,000 troops as reinforcement to help Scylla, but King Dan-Buzel had already been bewitched by the succubus queen. As a result, 30,000 troops of Dan-Buzel had become sacrifices to demons. On the day of the city's destruction, the demons carried out a massacre in the capital of Scylla. King Scylla died in the hands of the demons, and the dragon god himself descended to drive back the succubus queen into the abyss. On the 5th day of the 8th month, many churches banded together to beat back the demons. In the aftermath, other cities of Scylla surrendered to Dragon City. With the fall of the capital as a result, Dragon City gained the entire territory of Scylla. On the 7th day of the 9th month, Dragon City's forces attacked Dan-Buzel riding the wave of victory they had over Scylla. Because the king had been bewitched by a demon, the citizens of the kingdom from nobles to commoners fell into an uproar. The nobles' private soldiers immediately set out to attack the king's palace and killed him. The kingdom waved the flag of surrender before damages were done. As a result, the kingdom of Dan-Buzel was incorporated into the territory of Dragon City. Since then, The Seven Kingdom Alliance existed in name only. Dragon City was renamed the Dragon Kingdom and occupied the south of San Soliel mountain range. In the same year, the slain theocracy and the Subla Empire fell apart, signaling the complete arrival of the Age of the Gods. In the palace of Dragon City, Alexia was sitting on the throne while discussing with the city's internal affairs staff regarding the appointment of officials as well as various issues that needed to be dealt with after the war. Since Dragon City had conquered Scylla and Dan Buzel, its land area and population had increased dramatically, making Alexia, the Lord, anxious and busy. She was hardly sleeping these days in dealing with official business, but fortunately, she was the child of gods. Even if she did not sleep for several months, she would still be fine. She expressionlessly watched the officials below the throne. Humans were a race that valued power very much. Although they did not lack rationality as demons did, they were one of the most insatiable beings on the main continent. Now that Dragon City had captured 2 kingdoms, these territories were like blank slates. Representatives of nobles of Dragon City, representatives of merchants, as well as some officials, would do everything they could to bring benefits to their side and show off their talents to their lord. Suddenly, Alexia's face beamed with happiness. She frowned at those who were arguing below the throne, and with a cold and pleasant voice, she said, "Silence." As her words fell, the whole hall turned silent. Many officials and representatives of various forces quickly backed down to their own stands. They sneaked a glance at the elven dragon who was sitting on top of a mountain of gold and other precious jewels. Then they quickly lowered their heads to express their humility. They were clear on who gave them power. They might have great power in Dragon City, but all this power belonged to their current lord, Alexia. Alexia only needed a single word, and they would lose everything. This was especially true because of Alexia's great achievement in incorporating the 2 kingdoms into her territory. With her achievement, her prestige increased and her words became heavier. Alexia was now able to do anything she wanted to the territories under her jurisdiction, just as Louis did at the time. "I'm tired today. Everyone can go back. We can discuss anything tomorrow." Alexia waved her hand as if she was bored, signaling everyone to retire. "As you wish, my lady." Although the officials felt that it was strange that Alexia could feel tired, they did not dare disobey. The courtiers who had been fighting anxiously before bowed respectfully and left the hall in an orderly manner. "You geese should also retire first." When these officials and courtiers left, Alexia said this to the elven maids who were serving her. The elven maids performed the ancient elven etiquette and followed the officials out of the hall. When no one was left, Alexia could no longer keep her lovely face taut. She smiled like a beautiful flower and stood up from her throne and took a step forward. Then she turned around and bowed, "Father God." On the throne where Alexia was sitting before, Louis's figure emerged from the void. His eyes were full of tenderness and love. He gently nodded, picked up her petite body, and sat her on his lap. Louis leaned back on the throne and let Alexia sit on his lap. He had one arm around her waist and the other gently stroking her moonlight-colored hair. He said warmly, "Well done, Alexia. It's all thanks to your help, Father God. If you did not descend at the critical moment and drive away the succubus queen, I'm afraid that I would have been badly injured by her and might have even lost my life. This is my mistake. Please punish me, Father God." Alexia's head rested on Louis's chest and whispered. Her inverted pupils narrowed in joy and asked for Louis's forgiveness for her previous mistake. "Punish?" Louis guffawed and said, "How should I punish you, my lovely daughter?" "By spanking you like a mortal." "If it's you, Father God, Alexia is willing to be punished." Alexia bit her lips in embarrassment, but she had a child's heart. She thought that Louis's punishment was consistent with his identity as a father. Alexia broke free from Louis's embrace and stood in front of him with her butt raised. "Ha ha ha, Alexia, you are about to be crowned queen. You have to learn to be reserved. If your subjects know about you being spanked by me, this will undermine your majesty." Louis laughed out loud once again and pulled Alexia back into his arms as if he was picking up a delicate and lovely doll. "In front of Father God, How could I have any majesty? Alexia lowered her head and smiled cheekily. Melkanthet's appearance was truly a bit unexpected. Even I did not expect an abyssal lord lurking on the main continent. I don't know how she arrived in the first place, so this could not be blamed on you. In the face of the abyssal lord's exhaustive efforts, it is only normal that you were deceived. Everything's all well as long as you do not make such mistakes in the future. Louis let out a doting smile. Do not worry too much. As long as I am here, you will also be able to enjoy immortality and glory. His finger plated with Alexia's pair of pointed elf ears. Alexia's body trembled, then she rubbed her own tender white face against Louis's hand. The two enjoyed a few moments of warmth before Louis asked a question. Now that Dragon City has become the Dragon Kingdom, tell me about the current situation. Hearing Louis's question, Alexia cleared her throat as she thought about the data she had seen from various official documents and said in a clear voice, after annexing Silla and Dan Buzel, the area under the jurisdiction of Dragon City has expanded by several times. According to information, the total population of these two countries is about 4 million. At this, Louis nodded. In the past, Dragon City was just a city. Although it was considered a big city on the main continent, its influence was very small. This time, with the capture of two kingdoms, Dragon City could now be called the Dragon Kingdom. It had an increase in land and population, but there were also some negative effects. For example, such a huge population could not solely rely on Earth's resources, but thanks to the high-yield crops and hybrid rice that Louis brought back to plant, Dragon Kingdom could keep away hunger. Otherwise, it would be easy to drain Dragon City's accumulated wealth, turning the country into a typical medieval civilization. This was something that could not be helped. Productivity and production were simply not enough. If it was just a city, there was still room for development, but for a country with 5 million people and more than 1 million square kilometers of land, the limitations would be easily exposed. Thinking of this, Louis reminded Alexia, the wealth of Dragon City cannot be lost. Everything should develop around Dragon City. You must wait until the gross product is completely saturated before focusing on the development of another city. Do not think of directly turning every city in the kingdom to develop like Dragon City in an instant. This is not realistic. You must maintain the overall strength. I understand, Father God. I will not push the cart before the horse, Alexia said repeatedly, afraid that Louis would suspect her of being stupid. By the way, Father God, Her Highness the Princess of Subla wants to speak to you personally. The entire empire had fallen apart under the power of various churches. Countless lords had declared their independence and broken away from the rule of the Subla Empire. As a result, it had been split into several kingdoms that waged wars of domination against each other. However, anyone with little wisdom would know that rebuilding a unified empire was no longer possible unless the gods were to fall asleep once more. The gods would never allow humans to create a unified empire, as that would undermine their authority. Kings must always serve the gods. The theocracy was also placed in a similar tragedy as the empire. The theocracy had been at war with the empire, but nobody expected that the revival of the gods not only ended their war, it also ended their countries. Now, the once strongest countries had been split up, resulting in chaos engulfing the west of the continent. On the other hand, the eastern kingdoms that had united to confront the empire were relatively peaceful. The Subla Empire was now only left with the imperial capital and the surrounding lands, becoming one of the many kingdoms. However, the imperial family had all gathered there. As the core of the former empire, the capital could be called the most prosperous place in the entire Subla Empire. It could be said that after the Subla Empire split apart, the most powerful kingdom was still the Subla Kingdom. A broken bar. In the Subla Palace, Her Highness Princess Andrea sat quietly in front of the dressing table in her own bedchamber as she gazed at her own reflection in a mirror. She wore a white gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her skin was as white as snow. Even if she was now in her 20s, there were no signs of aging at all. Princess Andrea ran her hand through her golden hair. Her pale eyebrows knitted together, but her smile remained unchanged. She still appeared innocent, as if she was not troubled by the big changes that happened to the empire. However, No one knew what this pure and angel-like young woman was thinking deep in her heart, nor how complicated her thoughts were. Sire Broken Bar. Andrea sighed. Her frown was something that could garner people's sympathy, making them wish they could embrace her and tell her that everything was okay. Soon, Andrea calmed her expression. This was her bedchamber, but there were also maids inside. Although Andrea was confident that these maids were loyal to her and would never reveal her secrets, she still had to be careful and not let others have any doubts about her. Her disguise as a naive young woman was a good one. Now was not the time to tear it off. Just when Andrea was worried about the situation, her expression changed and her mouth hung open. Very quickly, she became happy and ordered her maids, "Everyone go back, let me rest alone for a while." "Yes, Your Highness." They bowed politely and lowered their heads without daring to look at Andrea as they retreated. When there was no one left in the bedchamber, Alexia was so happy that she hummed the Subalin anthem and stood up from her dressing table as she danced like a graceful butterfly. Even if there was no one to witness it, she still danced elegantly and delicately. No, there was actually one person in here. Who knows when, but a young man appeared in Andrea's room. The man appeared to only be around 20 years old, but his calm and mysterious aura prevented anyone from guessing his true age. He had black hair and black eyes. It was a rare color in the world of Sans Soleil. This time, the man sat on the princess' bed and watched the princess dance with interest. After a while, Andrea stopped dancing and her forehead was covered with sweat. The corner of her eyes let out a light charm that was like the delight at the arrival of spring. Although her eyes looked very seductive, her expression remained innocent. These contradictory characteristics fused together, giving Andrea a unique temperament. Thinking about Andrea's orders to have her maids back away, anyone would think that she was secretly meeting with a lover. However, the person she met was not a lover, but a true god. "Good day, Your Highness," the great dragon god Galakrond. "I didn't expect that you would come to the Sublime Empire in person." Princess Andrea curtsied and spoke with a delighted and respectful tone. "You have done a good job with the previous task. I am just returning the favor. Since you have come to find me, then I would not mind gracing you with my presence for a bit." In front of Andrea was none other than one of Louis's incarnations. For the gods, there was no place in the world where they could not go unless it was another god's divine kingdom or locations protected heavily by the gods. Coming to a heavily guarded palace was as easy for him as going home. The task Andrea had completed was her sending of the beastmen to Dragon City. Not only could those beastmen serve as the basis for the city's development, but male beastmen were excellent soldiers for the army. Even the beastman kingdom treated them as excellent soldiers, so they could be said to be equivalent to the former Sublime Empire's savings. It was also these beastmen warriors that allowed Dragon City to have enough strength to occupy Silla and Dunbuzel. "As a true god, you are able to descend and come see me personally." "Andrea is terrified." Andrea still continued respectfully. There was nothing wrong with being respectful in the face of a true god, not to mention that Andrea was going to make a request to Louis. Louis did not deny Andrea's compliments, but calmly said, "Speak your purpose, Andrea." "Although gods are immortal and time would never intrude upon our bodies, I do not want to waste time on useless things." Hearing Louis's straightforward words, Andrea took a deep breath. In truth, she also did not want to beat around the bush. Andrea opened her mouth and said, "I need your help, Your Highness Louis." "What do you want me to help you with?" "I want you to help me obtain kingship of the Subla Kingdom of Broken Bar as well as something important." Andrea strongly suppressed her excitement. Her innocent and beautiful face suddenly became frenzied and ambitious. This was the first time Louis saw this innocent princess have a change of depression. He carefully gazed at Andrea for a long time before saying, "State your offer." "I am willing to carry your child so that yours and my child can become the heir of the Subla Kingdom." Andrea, as if carrying infinite shyness, lowered her head. Her slender white fingers pinched at the corner of her skirts. Her slightly red cheeks made her look drunk but had a strong impact on others. Louis remained silent as he waited for Andrea to finish her offer. He had always known that she had a way with words. From the beginning, she wore a false mask and never showed her true face. But Louis did not care. All that mattered were the benefits and costs of aligning with her. And apparently, Andrea was just an ordinary mortal, so at this point, She wasn't much of a threat to him. Towards Andrea's proposition of having his child, Louis would have not hesitated to agree when he was a demigod, but now that he was a god, he felt that he was losing out. Although gods and mortals could easily have children, a true god was a true god. How could they easily just allow themselves to have children? Louis thought haughtily. He looked with a calm gaze at the young girl who was bowing her head expectantly and said, "Now that the Sublime Empire is gone and leaving only the capital, it does not possess the splendor it once had. With the revival of the gods, the power of royalty could not win over the power of the divine. Andrea, even if you become a queen that grasps the royal power, you cannot force your people to believe in something. I am a god. Apart from faith, mortal power is just a passing cloud to me." Andrea's blushing expression gradually calmed down. Her beautiful face slightly paled, and she bit her lips and said, "My father is not willing to admit that royal right loses over divine right. The gods only have a small influence over the Sublime Kingdom. If you are willing to help me to ascend the throne, I will open up the missionary rights for your church to preach over the whole kingdom." She continued, "Although the Sublime Empire is not as vast as it once was, the kingdom still occupies the central part of the empire. It possesses a strong military, a developed economy, and a population of up to 6 million people. These 6 million people aren't too influenced by other churches, so you can definitely sway them to you with some effort." Louis sat on Andrea's bed and leaned on the head of the bed. He smiled and looked at her. "Your words are very reasonable, but your father's situation shouldn't be that good." With his persistence, he is unwilling to throw away the foundation of the royal family. His royal will and glory deserve recognition, but his behavior is foolish. It won't end well to become the enemy of the gods. Gods will not personally make moves, but if the kingdom faces internal and external problems, then they will take advantage of the situation to eliminate him. Although I have not paid attention to the affairs of the Sublime Kingdom, I can probably guess that the lords who had split off are sharpening their knives with the support of major churches. Even your elder brothers should probably want to overthrow your father. Louis stood up and walked slowly towards her. He stretched out his hand, raised Princess Andrea's chin, and looked at her innocent eyes that had gloom and stubbornness hidden in their depths. "Becoming a god is every mortal's dream. Andrea, speak your true desire. Whether it's a sickening desire or a touching sublimity, this god will face you equally." As Louis's dark golden pupils looked her in the eyes, Andrea felt as if she was being played around with by an ancient divine creature. With their height difference, she had to stand on tiptoe when Louis grabbed her chin. Even her cheeks hurt under the force of Louis's big hands. Perhaps knowing that her allies could not affect the gods, Andrea showed a miserable smile. "My brothers want to force my father to abdicate. If he is not willing, they would stage a coup. My elder brothers want me to marry the Duke of Caroline, who should nowadays be called King Caroline, in exchange for his support. The fiefdom of Caroline is one of the strongest kingdoms that have been created from the dissolution of the empire. Nowadays, everyone in the kingdom is living in fear. All the nobles no longer trust her father, believing that his decision will lead them to destruction. Several great nobles have already been contacted by the major churches of the gods and even support my royal brothers." Andrea's posture looked miserable, like a sickly flower that was withering away. Her watery eyes and delicate face made her look more pathetic. "Your father has gone mad." "Yes, my father has gone mad. Now that the whole continent knows about the return of the gods, father is going against the thread, and will end up receiving no one's support." "Then Andrea, are you trying to save your father?" "No, I don't care about my brothers or my father. I just don't want my life to be manipulated, nor do I want to become a political tool in their struggle. I want to obtain my rights. I had the ability to do so and was working hard towards this, but the revival of the gods was just too fast, and I lost the initiative via broken bar." Andrea's delicate face, which was originally pearly, suddenly turned a little bit hysterical. Her gloomy gaze suddenly burned with ambition and fire. But the strange thing was that the princess' expression still contained that innocent temperament. Louis did not care about Andrea's contradictory and bizarre temper, but her words made Louis raise an eyebrow. From Andrea's words, he could tell that she had already long found out about the revival of the gods, which was somewhat unbelievable. Even Louis would not have known about it if the Silver Moon Goddess had not informed him. Other than you, I can also choose to support your royal brother. As a true god, my church would have gained the right to enter this country to preach. This is something that even other gods cannot stop, so I don't really need you. Louis maintained an aggressive stance. My image has a great influence on the people, and this is what I had been working on in the past. If you utilize my influence, I believe that your church will be able to gain a huge lead in the competition of gaining faith. Andrea, who was still being grabbed on the chin, spoke with a different tone of voice. Not bad, your reasoning is decent. So, why did you choose me, Andrea? Your conditions are enough to make any god move for you. Even if you don't choose me, you still have other churches to choose from. Louis let go of the princess' chin. His hand slid down the neckline of her chiffon dress and then roughly rubbed the princess' delicate mounds. Andrea revealed a look of pain. She forced her body to hold back the discomfort and softly said, because I do not trust other gods. I have seen you before you became a god. I know of your power, and compared to other gods, I prefer to believe in your wisdom. Very good reason. And, I also have a great ambition that I need to actualize. Do you know about the Prince of Lies? Andrea's words shocked Louis. He let go of the princess and narrowed his gaze. Tell me about it. The Prince of Lies was a powerful god that existed during the era of the gods. He was a deity that possessed the other chunk of the divine authority of killing that Louis needed. In the past, Louis felt that Princess Andrea had some problems and was even suspicious that she was the divine messenger of the Prince of Lies, but after knowing that the Prince of Lies had already fallen, and given that he did not see him in the pantheon, Louis began to doubt himself. Since Andrea acted like a mortal, she would not have been able to hide that she was a divine messenger in the eyes of a true god. But after hearing Andrea's words, Louis instantly became interested. He slid his arm around her waist and picked up the blushing princess who cried out in fright. Then he sat her sideways on his lap while his hand explored the bottom of her chiffon dress to explore her hidden secrets. Andrea wriggled her body to make herself comfortable. After a few gasps, she spoke. I went on a hunt with my father when I was young. During that hunt, my father became a target of assassination, and we got separated in the dense forest. At that time, I was terrified of the assassin's pursuit and accidentally stepped into a doorway in that forest. It seemed to be connected to another dimension. The other side was a dark, barren world. The winds and sand whistle like the roar of wild beasts. Those who had been chasing me also fell into that realm, but strangely enough, those pursuers instantly disintegrated after stepping into that realm. While I survived, Andrea endured the fingers that invaded her body and were trying to keep a logical mind. As she spoke of the barren world, her eyes flashed with fear. It could be imagined how much psychological trauma such a horrible realm could cause to someone so young. Louis listened carefully to Andrea's narrative. He temporarily stopped his hand movement and excitedly said, Supreme Throne. What is that? Andrea asked with bewilderment and incomprehension. Are you saying that the realm I fell into is the Supreme Throne? The name sounds very a broken bar. The princess deliberated on what words to use. Very arrogant? Louis let out a chuckle and said, the name of this realm does sound arrogant because it is the Prince of Lies' divine kingdom. That powerful god fell into madness and presumed that he became the god of gods in his madness. Therefore, he changed the name of his divine kingdom to that. Saying so, Louis frowned and said, since you do not know that the place is called the Supreme Throne, how do you know the name the Prince of Lies? Even if you are the Subaltern Princess, you should not have known of this name. No one put it into writing. Since divine kingdoms could only exist when the god is alive, could it be that the Prince of Lies hadn't actually fallen? Louis was puzzled. If the Prince of Lies did not die, then he should have also ascended, but he did not appear during the meeting of the gods. Perhaps the Prince of Lies was like Shai and also used some kind of method to conceal his identity and plan a conspiracy. Louis carefully recalled the gods who arrived at the Pantheon. Because he might meet the gods in the future, he kept information about them deep in his memory, but in these memories, he did not find anyone like the Prince of Lies. Towards Louis's words, Andrea did not understand anything and shook her head. I don't know if that place is the divine kingdom of the Prince of Lies. I only saw a tombstone in that realm with the name Prince of Lies written on it, and a broken bar, and I also sensed the divinity and divine authority of the Prince of Lies. Saying so, ambition and fanaticism flashed in Andrea's eyes. There is a tombstone, but the divine kingdom still exists. The Prince of Lies is probably between life and death at the moment. He actually fell, but not completely. The reason why Andrea was not annihilated by the environment of the Supreme Throne is most likely because her nature was very similar to the Prince of Lies. This is just like an heir being acknowledged. Louis gazed at Andrea, whose breathing gradually sped up. Her eyes were gloomy and ambitious, so Louis said with certainty, "The King of Lies is a god who is good at weaving lies and carrying out backstage conspiracies. Even true gods died by his calculations. Everything he left on the Supreme Throne was real. He probably wants to use you to resurrect." "Thank you for your advice. I am able to guess what kind of god he was just from his name, a broken bar, but I am not willing to become his pawn. Even if that god is planning to use me, I still want to try a broken bar, since all gods need to reckon with mortals. It means that he is very wrong. I might have a chance of defeating him." Andrea's pretty face lit up with passion. Her words were quite sensible, while her expression still remained innocent. Louis narrowed his eyes and spoke, "You want to become a true god? Is that why you have been lying from beginning to end in your daily behavior? A broken bar, well, your nature matches well with the divine authority of lies. If this divine authority is truly then it is possible for you to use it to gather divinity and then ascend to become a god." Gods were miraculous existences. In the past, there were records of mortals who had directly ascended to become true gods. The Prince of Lies was one such example. He had been a mortal, but because of his luck, he had stepped on the path of a god and became one of the strongest gods. "Your God, Louis. This is my goal. I hope you can help me with it." Andrea nodded her head firmly. "Great ambition. It is an ambition far beyond mortal imagination. No wonder why you want the cooperation of a god. If this was when gods were still sleeping, you would have the confidence to surround yourself with the Prince of Lies, but now that the era of gods has arrived, you are no longer sure of yourself, fearing that the Prince of Lies has also awakened." Louis could understand Andrea's thoughts and spoke with interest. "As you said, I am now unsure and feeling terrified. I have become too entangled with the Prince of Lies. With the Subler Kingdom suffering from internal and external problems, I really could not think of anyone else who could help me. A broken bar. I wonder what you think. If you can help me obtain the kingdom, I am willing to use my fame to help you spread your faith here. If you can help me to become a god, I am willing to be your subordinate and forever loyal to you." Andrea bit her lower lip and spoke as if she was making an oath. "I am very interested." A broken bar. Andrea's face lit up with joy, but immediately dimmed with Louis's next words. "But now I have other important matters to attend to." Louis was preparing for his return to Earth. He did not want to be distracted by other things. Louis was only interested in the remaining part of the divine authority of killing that the Prince of Lies owned. Now that he had information, Louis would get involved even without Andrea's proposal. Now that Andrea had taken the initiative, Louis could demand a big price and make good use of the princess. Louis extended his finger to catch the water droplets dripping down and smiled. "You should continue maintaining the status quo to prevent the kingdom from falling. Once I'm ready, I will come to help you. Keep your body safe for me to enjoy." Andrea was a little embarrassed at Louis's words, but she was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, great dragon god. I will not fail you and will serve you to the best of my ability." The Archbasilica of St. John Lateran was the cathedral church of the Diocese of Rome in the city of Rome and served as the seat of the city's bishop and the Pope. It was one of the oldest and highest ranking of the four major papal basilicas in Rome. It also possessed the title of the Ecumenical Mother Church of the Roman Catholic faithful, which allowed it to possess the same sanctity in the minds of Catholic believers as St. Peter's Basilica. In the past, these famous Catholic churches were visited by many true believers and even more tourists. But ever since the events in Kenya, several of the papal churches in Rome had been closed off to tourists for 30 days, and only true believers could visit them. Moreover, the Vatican was its own religious state with its own legal authority. Even Italy, The city's geopolitical boss complied with its demands. Italy's near-universal Catholicism appeared to be even more frenzied and fanatical about the descent of Christ, whose body was now in the aforementioned building. The devout Catholic faithful submitted an application for worship to the Vatican after Christ's death, and the Vatican believed that Christ sacrificed himself for the sake of the world and that he deserved the pilgrimage of many believers, so they readily agreed to the application. As a result, they would accept a daily number of pilgrims from the faithful during the 30 days, in which Christ announced his resurrection. These believers had to be absolutely devout and needed to pass a lot of screening and investigation, but even so, many believers were also eager to sign up, especially those rich and powerful devotees. They used all means to come to see the face of Christ. With the luxurious life and power that they possessed in the mortal world, they hoped to go to heaven after death. It was not that these rich and powerful wanted to go to heaven for their enjoyment, but to get closer to their Lord and to the God they believed in. At the entrance of the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran, hundreds of believers were led by a cardinal to change and bathe before beginning to worship, and then all believers had to put on simple linen clothing without any jewelry and accessories on their bodies. They were made to worship in the simplest appearance of their birth to show their piety. The Archbasilica of St. John Lateran was now manned by a cardinal every day. The cardinals would even serve as receptionists to receive devotees from all over the world for worship. Even the Pope was moved and wanted to help as a receptionist if not for the many matters that he had to attend to. Among the hundreds of devotees, there were ordinary destitute people, wealthy people, learned scholars, blue-collar workers, people of different classes of society, hermits, and many others. They all had one common identity: they were all believers of the Lord. A cardinal stood outside the building and whispered to the faithful the main points of instruction. The main one was not to disturb the body of Christ and not to make any sound unrelated to prayer inside. The cardinal looked old, but he seemed quite robust. His face was quite lively and walked as if he did not suffer from any diseases. In fact, a few days ago, he was an old man who walked slowly and was tormented by many illnesses, but after worshipping the body of Christ, his illnesses slowly eased. Although it did not rejuvenate him, he did not have to endure human sickness and suffering. This was perhaps the peace that Christ gave to mankind, and his devotees could always go to heaven with the light of hope. Such miracles could not be enjoyed by only one person, so the cardinals needed to be rotated and receive the veneration of the faithful every day, while the Pope, restored to his prime by the greater grace of Christ, gave up his right to venerate God to others. When entering the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran, one could see images and statues of Jesus Christ and his disciples. Now, the Catholic Church had invited world-famous sculptors to prepare a new icon to be placed as Louis Christ, which was the name left by the new Christ before his death. Although it was detailed in the Catholic canon that no one could be called Christ anymore and anyone who asked to be called so was in fact the Antichrist, Louis's performance of beating Satan back to hell and sacrificing himself to bear all the sins of mankind made most devout believers doubt the previous canon of the Bible. The Catholic Church itself was even more patronizing and blamed the errors in the canonical texts on the mistake of their forefathers' records. Since everything that happened was hard to doubt. Walking past the statues, there was a statue of Constantine the Great left of the entrance. A bronze door derived from the Senate of Roman times was set as the entrance, and in the chapel, you could see the world-famous Scala Sancta, the legendary 28-step staircase on which Jesus Christ was tried. It was originally in Jerusalem but was brought back by Constantine the Great. Now at the top of the stairs was a complete rock that had been hollowed out in the middle to make a sepulchre, in which the body of Christ was placed. The cardinal led the faithful to the bottom of the stairs. Then the faithful would kneel reverently while advancing on their knees, climbing up the ladder section by section to make a pilgrimage to Christ. My child, you need not be afraid, you need not be confused, and you need not suffer, for in 30 days, I will return again, and this is the sin I have borne for you. Father, forgive him, for what he has done. I allow, Father, I commit my soul once again into your hands. A broken bar. The faithful prayed with devotion, among which were the prayers of the Bible as well as those words Louis had spoken in Kenya. The clergy had written down each of these words, ready to be compiled as new additions to the Bible, especially the words he said before his death, which seemed to have mysterious powers that touched the hearts of each believer, making them feel proof of God's existence. In front of the body of Christ, everyone felt as if their hearts were cleansed, as if they were given endless vitality. All of their sickness and pains disappeared, as they witnessed where true heaven was. Louis had only been a demigod when he performed his miracle in Kenya, but now that he had become a true god, his corpse that had been left with some divinity had also become akin to a true Christ. This was not a false corpse, but a true body of God with the authority and power of a god. At the top of the 28th step lay the corpse of Christ wrapped in linen, which was stained with red blood. Beside the body of Christ was a blood-soaked silver dagger. This was the dagger that the Pope used to stab him. As the dagger was stained with the blood of God, it had been transformed into a holy relic. Although the Lance of Destiny, Longinus, was famous in legends and was even claimed to be able to subjugate any enemy, it was ultimately a legend. On the other hand, this dagger was different. It was a dagger stained with the blood of Christ as witnessed by the world. As a result, the internet had been calling it the Dagger of Destiny. Although the dagger had become a Catholic holy relic, the Pope did not dare casually wear it on his person, because it was stained with the blood of God. As a result, it had been placed beside the body of Christ as an object of worship. After Christ saved the world with his death, the legacy he left behind was also coveted by other major powers. However, even the world's #1 power did not dare force the Catholic Church to give Christ's legacy to them for study. In the end, various countries banded together to pressure the Vatican and got a brief opportunity to study them. The Vatican was only a mortal church, facing the pressure of countries with powerful weapons. They were unable to reject them in the end. Instead, they made a compromise as they did not dare perform any disrespectful behavior to the body of Christ. They only cut off a section of the cloth and temporarily handed over the dagger for scientists sent by various countries to study. According to the experiments conducted by the scientist, they discovered that the dagger's atomic structure had changed after being stained with God's blood. It had turned into material that could not be found on Earth. Moreover, the dagger did not change at all even if it was placed in high temperatures, pressures, and other extreme environments. Because of the appearance of this dagger, Earth's knowledge of known materials had a breakthrough. Some scientists excitedly exclaimed that if the dagger's material could be explored, it would be possible to create a new generation of spacecraft. On modern Earth, many sciences had been largely developed and formed many theories, but only material sciences were progressing slowly, resulting in limitations. As long as there was a breakthrough in materials, human technology would obtain a huge development. However, this was all a pipe dream as humans could never make such materials, especially the dagger stained in God's blood that seemed to possess a mysterious ability. Any mortal that had seen it would feel their soul tremble and want to worship it. Other than the dagger, the cloth had also been a subject of research. The scientists had come to incredible conclusions. Some medical experts had tried to wrap the cloth on a person's amputated arm and were surprised to find out that it began to slowly grow back. This had far exceeded the limits of medical miracles. It was a miracle that far exceeded human understanding. It was speculated that the cloth had the power to make human souls divide, thus enabling the regeneration of an arm. The disabled man who had recovered his arm also became a devout follower in the end. In the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran, many believers made a pilgrimage to the body of Christ under the leadership of the cardinal. They chanted the sacred text. Several of them would secretly raise their heads to look at the body of Christ in the rock and saw him lying quietly in the rock. His skin and face were just like a living person, as if he was only sleeping and not dead. Christ's body wasn't alive as it had lost its metabolism and even breathing, but no matter how many days passed, the body did not seem to decompose at all and did not even emit the smell that normal corpses did. There was even a faint fragrance coming from it. After seeing the state of Christ, these believers hurriedly bowed their heads once more to join the prayers of other believers. These people were actually spies sent by various countries. With the strength of major powers, It was easy for them to forge an entire person's life, allowing them to fool the Vatican and blend in with the believers. The governments did not dare do anything with the corpse, as that would only lead to animosity from the Christians all around the world, but they were also interested in the state of the body. Every now and then, they would send spies to obtain first-hand information about Christ. Naturally, there were also Satanists who believed in Satan and wanted to destroy the body, but with the heavy protection of the Roman government, no one was able to even touch the body, let alone steal it. A broken bar. In an internet cafe in Rome, a man with black hair and eyes sat in front of a computer poring over web pages. He had inverted pupils and an unusual presence, but nonetheless, people seemed to pay him no mind. The believers in the basilica had been praying and waiting for Christ's resurrection after 30 days, while the Christ that they believed in was surfing the internet at an internet cafe. If the believers knew about this, their worldview would definitely collapse. Louis's true body had returned to Earth, while he had left his time incarnation in the world of San Soleil. After the gods had recovered, the time rate of the two worlds had also changed. Even the space-time wormhole of the Terran civilization had become uncontrollable. With the difference in time rate, there were many unknowns, so Louis had left his time incarnation in the world of San Soleil, to ease the different time rates. Today's San Soleil's world time rate far exceeded that of Earth, so much so that the Earth's time had slowed down. I suspect that all transcendental events that happened in this world are hoaxes. There are simply too many coincidences in these supernatural events. If you do the math carefully, there are far greater chances that these are hoaxes than real phenomena. Of course, I do not deny the possible authenticity of the supernatural powers because current science simply could not explain those powers, but taking on another perspective, only a small number of people have mastered these powers. They might have united together to deceive the world, or they might even just be extraterrestrial technology that was put into use. How else could we not explain it with modern science? If these supernatural events were real, why do they occur so infrequently? I don't believe that not a single modern person has mastered supernatural powers among the 7 billion people in the modern human population. Therefore, I'm sure that this is the biggest hoax being played against mankind. All of us have been deceived. Louis took a cup of coffee in his hand and gently sipped as he read the comments on the internet. These doubts about supernatural events have circulated all over the world. There were many people who believed it, and Louis even knew that some governments were already doubting the events that had transpired. There were simply too many loopholes in the events that he had created. The governments had only turned a blind eye to these statements because the power that Louis showed simply could not be explained by technology. The great ancestor once said, "Once something comes into the hands of the masses, will they accept it?" Louis put down his coffee and entered into deep thought. It did not take long for him to come to a decision. The amount of power that he had displayed was simply too overwhelming that there was no foundation to it. This was the main reason for people's suspicion. Power should start from the weak to become strong. Louis had shown only the powerful side but did not show its beginnings, which created a natural loophole. In order to make more people believe in the existence of gods and the supernatural, Louis decided to begin another play, a play wherein mortals would become participants.